Path to Mediterranean Hegemony. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. Your Majesty, we just heard from our embassy in Vienna that Mr. Stefan Nikolov Stambolov, the former prime minister, is critically ill, and he hopes to return to Bulgaria again before his death. Said the attendant. Understood. Tell the Vienna embassy that Mr. Stambolov is a hero of Bulgaria. He is in Vienna for medical treatment. He must arrange his life, if he wants to come back at any time. Ferdinand's tone was low. Say in any case, Stambolov has also contributed to the issue of supporting Ferdinand. Before, the two had no way to fight for power. Now that he is about to die, it is naturally impossible for Ferdinand to continue to embarrass him! In fact, apart from sending the previous cabinet to Vienna, Ferdinand never treated them badly in material life. Continue to take the salary paid by the Bulgarian government and cure there. Apart from being restricted to freedom for the first few years, after the First Balkan War, Ferdinand was in full swing, and they were completely free, and they could go wherever they wanted, except that they could not return to Bulgaria. They are not allowed to return to Bulgaria, mainly because they have too much of the blame, and there are too many enemies in the country, which may endanger their lives. Now that he is about to die, there is no problem if he wants to return to his hometown. Anyway, more than 20 years have passed, and things have already changed. Even their enemies back then have long since passed the middle school period, and the hatred has long since faded with the passage of time. After all, Ferdinand did not convict them back then, and sent them directly to Vienna on the grounds of medical treatment, and now returning to China is also the identity of the former prime minister. It is not so easy to seek revenge. If you are caught by the police, the whole family will be unlucky. Well, at this moment, Ferdinand softened his heart, and even had the idea of overturning the case for them. No, this cannot be regarded as a reversal of the verdict, and they were not convicted in the first place. At most, it can only be regarded as a recharacterization of the events of the year. However, Ferdinand soon dismissed this idea, and now is too bad. The world war is imminent. It is better not to make extravagant branches. A small episode passed quickly. Although the Bulgarian government has been in debt in recent years, the pay and the return are always proportional. Especially in terms of population, there has been a nationwide baby boom in Bulgaria in recent years. The huge subsidies issued by the government's finances have frightened many people. The Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy has repeatedly protested to Ferdinand. In fact, Ferdinand himself was frightened by this baby boom. If it continues, Bulgaria will soon become a baby kingdom. In 1910, the family planning law had just been implemented, and the number of newborn babies in Bulgaria was 1,032,000. In 1911, the number of newborn babies in Bulgaria rose rapidly to 1,293,000. By 1912, the number of newborn babies in Bulgaria reached 1,436,000. Fortunately, statistics from the Population Administration show that there may be a slight decline in 1913. Otherwise Bulgaria's finances will really be too much. After all, the higher the subsidy, the higher the cost will be. In 1910, the family planning law had just been implemented, and the annual financial subsidy was 52.8642 million leva, about £2.1144 million. By 1911, this figure quickly climbed to 123 million leva, about £4.92 million. In 1912, it rose to 168 million leva, about £6.72 million. I don't know if I don't know the statistics, but Ferdinand was taken aback as soon as he counted them. There are quite a few people who have 4 or 5 children in this era. Originally, there were no good contraceptive measures in this era, and the probability of pregnancy was always high. Many families had to abort because they could not afford it. It's different now. All the worries are gone, and there are rewards to get. Of course, we have to work hard to create people. According to statistical data, if Ferdinand insists on implementing the family planning law unswervingly, the average rate of population growth in Bulgaria can easily exceed 4%, and it is not impossible for individual years to exceed 5%! This means that the population of Bulgaria may double in 16 or 7 years. It is even more exaggerated than the doubling of the population in 20 years, but it is a natural growth rate. Bulgaria is caused by the dual stimulation of administrative means and economic means. Of course, the financial price paid for this is also indispensable. With the growth of the population, the subsidies will naturally rise, and the future is estimated to be an astronomical figure. But after thinking about the demographic dividend, Ferdinand chose to continue to implement it until one day the finances really couldn't bear it. By the end of 1912, the total population of Bulgaria had exceeded 25.626 million, after deducting 386,000 immigrants in the past 3 years. The rest was the gospel brought by the family planning law. Well, Ferdinand expects 30 million people. It seems that there is no hope before the World War. It can only be said that the situation has stabilized, and immigration is not easy to fool. Oh, mainly because the Bulgarian immigration law has too many restrictions, and of course those who meet the immigration conditions are not easy to deal with. Otherwise, Nicholas II would not mind packing the group of political prisoners to Ferdinand, including the workers and their families who were involved in the trouble, and it would not be a problem for the random 8 million people. It's a pity that these people, Ferdinand, really didn't dare to ask for it. He would bet that if all these people were brought to Bulgaria, the Bulgarian Civil War would soon break out after the outbreak of the World War, and the Tsarist government would be spared. Regarding the unstable elements who have sneaked in, the officials of the immigration department have found a lot of them. They discovered in advance, of course, they were returned to Russia intact. There are also individuals who were exposed later, so I'm sorry, the mine is their final destination. In theory, there is no entry but no exit. Anyway, Bulgaria has not found any people who have been released after serving their sentences. For security reasons, now immigrants, unless they are technical and scientific researchers, can be directly naturalized. The rest are foreign laborers, not only language and culture, but also an observation period of 5 to 10 years, all qualified to be eligible naturalization! Although Bulgaria's population is growing rapidly, it cannot quench its thirst from afar. When these newborn babies grow up, it is estimated that the daily will be cold. According to the strategic plan formulated by Ferdinand, while defending the attack of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, he would also take the initiative to attack the Ottoman Empire, and if conditions permit, he would also kill the Kingdom of Montenegro and Romania. By the way, to complete this plan, Bulgaria's troops will be insufficient, and it can't really explode at the beginning of the war, right? To defend against the attack of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, if Belgrade was captured at the beginning of the war, then 700,000 or 800,000 troops would be enough. If the first step plan is not completed, then 1.23 million troops will be ensured. With Nicholas I's aggressive personality and the support of the Allies, Ferdinand estimated that the Kingdom of Montenegro is likely to explode with 150,000 to 200,000 troops. Taking Italian sneak attacks into account, then even if it is to defend the Albania region, 200,000 troops are still deployed. With Romania's population of more than 6 million, Kerala can still mobilize 700,000 to 800,000 troops. Even with the Russians, why should there be 300,000 to 400,000 troops? 50,000 troops on the Greek peninsula are indispensable, so why should the Aegean Islands need 30,000 or 40,000 troops? On the front line of the Black Sea Fleet, to defend against the sneak attacks of the Ottomans, there is still an army of 200,000 people. How can the domestic reserve force be less than 500,000? After a cracking calculation, the 2 million troops were divided up like this, and this did not count the troops in the colonies. Of course, Ferdinand had already made plans to give up the colonies in the short term. As for the guards, of course, They have guarded the Suez Canal with the British in the past. I believe that John Bull will definitely welcome it with both hands. After all, once the war starts, their troops will also be insufficient. If the Ottoman Empire was to be attacked, Ferdinand didn't think he could achieve much without an army of 1.8 million, but in any case, the war was still to be fought. The reason is very simple. Once the Asia Minor Peninsula starts to fight, Bulgaria's eastern front will be safe, and there is no need to worry about the Ottoman sneak attack. After all, the Black Sea Strait is too narrow. In theory, it is feasible to cross the sea. After all, Ferdinand has also seen the liberation of Hainan Island. He does not think that the Ottomans will not dare to go all out. Anyway, we have to fight. Of course, it is much better to fight outside the homeland. If the Ottomans landed on the Balkans, Bulgaria would suffer heavy losses, and Ferdinand could only cry quietly. Ferdinand knew the cruelty of the World War. No matter what the reasons were, he did not intend to break out with all his strength at the beginning of the war, which was not in the interests of Bulgaria. Britain and France have colonies that can pull cannon fodder. Historically, the French have armed more than 1.4 million colonial troops and put them on the battlefield. The British Empire has even formed 4 to 5 million cannon fodder troops. Missing posture. With so many successful examples, Ferdinand was ready to follow suit. Anyway, cannon fodder troops have always been cheap endorsements, and even post-war pensions can be saved. Of course, don't expect the Bulgarian colony, although it covers an area of more than 2 million square kilometers. What is the current population? Most of them were returned to the Ottoman Empire by Ferdinand. It is estimated that even 1 million people are not enough now, let alone arming the colonial army. In fact, there were not many people in the Bulgarian colonies before. With their backward productivity, they could not support the extra population at all. But it doesn't matter, there is no need to form a colonial army. But Ferdinand has a better choice. Isn't the Hare next door the best choice? They are strong and sturdy in combat. As long as they are armed with a little training, they will have a strong combat effectiveness. It is not too much to bully the Ottomans, right? Anyway, the two of them have been fighting for hundreds of years, and the hatred has already penetrated deep into their bones. As long as they are placed on the peninsula of Asia Minor, the two sides can only live and die, and even the problem of prisoners will be solved incidentally. Of course, the most important thing now is to deceive, and find a way to first deceive a group of young and strong laborers from Russia, and when the war breaks out, arm them and send them to the battlefield. If after the war broke out, it would be troublesome to pull people again, the Tsarist government would definitely open its mouth and pay enough benefits. How could Nicholas II let people go? Prime Minister, how many Russian workers are there in Bulgaria now? Ferdinand asked. Your Majesty, the number of foreign workers changes frequently, and it is difficult for the government to calculate the exact number. Now there are about 800,000 people. Constantine thought for a while and said. Ferdinand shook his head and said, not enough. Now the government has to find a way to pull as many people from Russia as possible, the more the better. Our business with the Russian nobles can be restarted. This time, as long as we are young and strong, we can tell the Russians that we are developing the Greek peninsula and lack a lot of labor. Constantine asked suspiciously, Your Majesty, it's okay to bring in laborers, but why do we need so many people? The third 5-year plan is coming to an end soon, and even the job placement of this batch of migrant workers in the country is going to be taken care of by the government. After Ferdinand smiled slightly, he said lightly, Don't you think that the smell of gunpowder in Europe is already very strong? If the two major alliances fight, do you think it will be possible to decide the winner in the short term? After thinking about it for a while, Constantine nodded to show that he understood. The two of them tacitly decided the fate of these workers. As for whether he can get enough young and strong, Ferdinand said that the Russian nobles will do it well, and the price offered by Bulgaria is not low. It is the right way to exchange these useless gray animals for rubles. Anyway, this business has been going on for more than 10 years, and it is an open secret in Russia. Every year, many hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands of Russians enter Bulgaria through this channel. In the past transactions, The Tsarist government also found that as long as the population of a certain place decreased, the local law and order became better, and over time, no one would care about it. After all, the bottom-level civilians are traded, and most of them are ethnic minorities, which helps to increase the proportion of the main ethnic groups in Russia and increase the stability of the country. More importantly, it also helps the nobles to carry out land mergers and facilitates their plundering of wealth! Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 327, Debt. Your Majesty, if a large number of laborers are imported into Russia, the cost will probably be huge, said the Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy in embarrassment. Kennedy had no objection to Ferdinand's recruitment of mercenaries. There is a tradition of using mercenaries in Europe, and there is nothing unacceptable in this regard. Ferdinand's idea of looking for hairy bears as cannon fodder was directly understood by them as recruiting mercenaries. Of course, there is no difference in essence. Even if it is recruited cannon fodder, Ferdinand still has to pay the army, but it has more restrictions than recruiting mercenaries. The only difference is probably that the mercenaries are self-contained, while the cannon fodder troops recruited by Ferdinand are Bulgarian officers who are responsible for commanding them to fight. In Kennedy's view, if Bulgaria can use 2 or 3 million mercenaries, then with the population base of Bulgaria, it can also have the same number of troops as the British and French powers, which will also occupy a more favorable position in the distribution of interests after the war! At the same time, a large number of mercenaries are used. After the outbreak of the war, Bulgaria can reduce the number of mobilized people and maintain domestic industry and food production. Although from the perspective of a single person, the price of introducing labor to Russia is not expensive. The agency fee paid is only 25 olev, about £10. The average travel fee is about 5 olev, and the job placement fee is about 2 olev, all of which the total cost of a labor is only 5 olevs. In any case, the Bulgarian government pays them in advance, and it will be deducted from their wages in installments later, and there will be no losses. Therefore, before Bulgaria introduced a large number of Russian laborers, there was no pressure on the Ministry of Finance. But now it's different. Before, they were brought in because of the lack of labor force in Bulgaria. There are a lot of jobs for them, but Ferdinand can't take so many jobs now. If there are no jobs, then there will only be artificially created jobs, and this expenditure will be huge. And no one knows when the European war will break out. If it takes 3 or 5 years, doesn't the Bulgarian government have to find a way to support them for 3 to 5 years? Aside from that, the intermediary fee in the early stage alone costs £10, and the intermediary fee for 1 million people is £10. According to Ferdinand's request, how could there be 2 or 3 million people in the end? This alone costs £20 to £30 million, and don't expect to be able to recover the cost in the short term. Ferdinand nodded. The number of young men needed this time is too large, and the time is too tight, which is indeed a challenge to the finances of the Bulgarian government. Let's do this. Let's do another construction bond, and we'll raise funds from all over the world in the name of opening the Greek peninsula. This time, we'll focus on Russia. After thinking about it, Kennedy smiled and said, "Okay, Your Majesty, the Treasury Department will estimate the funding gap as soon as possible." There is no doubt that Kennedy thought that Ferdinand focused on selling bonds to the Russians in order to win over the financial circles and aristocrats in Russia and create a favorable political environment for the introduction of laborers. Ferdinand knew that he had misunderstood, but he didn't explain it. He knew some things alone, and there was no need to say them. Don't make an assessment. Just direct the foreign banks £200 million of bonds, use our tariff revenue as a guarantee, and refer to international standards for interest, Ferdinand said lightly. The figure of £200 million terrified everyone. Now all countries are preparing for war, and a lot of money has been consumed in the military, but £200 million can create a British Royal Navy. Shipbuilding only. Constantine said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, I am afraid this number will not be sold, and countries will think that we are raising military funds." Ferdinand smiled slightly and said, I think you've been worrying too much. So what if they know about it? Now everyone is raising military funds, and we're just doing something obvious. However, for the sake of convenience, the bonds can also be sold separately. It is good to announce £50 million for the time being. However, there is no restriction on actual sales, the more the better. Anyway, the World War is about to explode, and Ferdinand is now holding on to making a fortune. Of course, the money will still have to be repaid in the future, but the premise is that these creditors are still there. Needless to say about the Allies, once the war broke out, the communication between the two sides would naturally be cut off. When the World War ended, I don't know how many financial institutions have gone bankrupt, and I don't know how many people's debts have been destroyed in the war. What's more, the debt in Germany is the mark, and the currency in Austro-Hungary is the krona. After the end of the World War, the currencies of these countries will become waste paper, and Bulgaria can easily pay off its debts. It is a pity that the current international situation, the bonds issued by the Bulgarian government, I am afraid that it is difficult to sell in the Allied market. Ferdinand missed the opportunity to take advantage of the fire. Although the Allies can't do it, isn't there still the Entente? After the end of the First World War, the franc had a great devaluation. From the ratio of £1.25 before the war, it depreciated to £1.24 in 1926. This is the main reason why Ferdinand took out a loan from the French. Now the Bulgarian government owes the French a huge foreign debt of more than 7 billion francs, but after the end of the First World War, this debt will shrink rapidly with the devaluation of the franc. Oh, in fact, the pound has also depreciated, but the British Empire is backed by gold from South Africa, and the depreciation is not that big. As for the Russians, not to mention, when the Tsarist government collapses, the ruble will be equivalent to waste paper. It is not too simple to pay off this debt. It can be said that now is the golden time to borrow money. Ferdinand can now rely on borrowed money to reserve strategic supplies and enhance Bulgaria's war potential. Anyway, no matter how high the interest of international borrowing is, it cannot compare with inflation. Now the Bulgarian government is heavily in debt, but after the end of the World War, the actual value of these debts may not even be 1/10 of what it was before the war! After discussing the financial issue, Foreign Minister Medvedev suddenly said, "Your Majesty, the conditions for annexing the Greek peninsula are now ripe." Ferdinand was stunned for a moment, and asked reflexively, why? Originally, he also planned to wait for the outbreak of the World War before annexing the Greek peninsula. When the two sides are fighting, naturally they will not care about the Greek peninsula. Medvedev said confidently, "Your Majesty, there are now 400,000 to 500,000 Greeks left on the Greek peninsula, and our number of immigrants on the peninsula has already surpassed that of the Greeks. Even if we immediately announce the annexation of Greece, the Greeks will not be able to turn it over. There's a big wave. And diplomatically, we have also obtained the understanding of the Entente countries, and with their support we will not be alone. The strength of the Allies in the Near East is limited, and the only one capable of interfering is Italy, but as long as the Italians are not stupid, they will not go to war for the Greeks and us." After pondering for a while, Ferdinand finally resisted the temptation, shook his head and said, "No, we have to wait. Now let's increase the number of immigrants in Greece. After packing the Greeks and sending us away, we will more appropriate in annexing the Greek peninsula. Anyway, the Greek peninsula is already the meat in the Bulgarian bowl. If you eat it later, you will not run away. What if you eat it hot now?" Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 328, Bonds. "Your Majesty, if a large number of laborers are imported into Russia, the cost will probably be huge," said the Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy in embarrassment. Kennedy had no objection to Ferdinand's recruitment of mercenaries. There is a tradition of using mercenaries in Europe, and there is nothing unacceptable in this regard. Ferdinand's idea of looking for hairy bears as cannon fodder was directly understood by them as recruiting mercenaries. Of course, there is no difference in essence. Even if it is recruited cannon fodder, Ferdinand still has to pay the army, but it has more restrictions than recruiting mercenaries. The only difference is probably that the mercenaries are self-contained, while the cannon fodder troops recruited by Ferdinand are Bulgarian officers who are responsible for commanding them to fight. In Kennedy's view, if Bulgaria can use 2 or 3 million mercenaries, then with the population base of Bulgaria, it can also have the same number of troops as the British and French powers, which will also occupy a more favorable position in the distribution of interests after the war! At the same time, a large number of mercenaries were used. After the outbreak of the war, Bulgaria could reduce the number of mobilizations and maintain domestic industry and food production. Although from the perspective of a single person, the price of introducing labor to Russia is not expensive. The agency fee paid is only 250 lev, about £10. The average travel fee is about 50 lev, and the job placement fee is about 200 lev. All in all, the cost of one laborer is only 500 levs. In any case, the Bulgarian government pays them in advance, and it will be deducted from their wages in installments later, and there will be no losses. Therefore, before Bulgaria introduced a large number of Russian laborers, there was no pressure on the Ministry of Finance. But now it's different. Before, they were brought in because of the lack of labor force in Bulgaria. There are a lot of jobs for them, but Ferdinand can't take so many jobs now. If there are no jobs, then there will only be artificially created jobs, and this expenditure will be huge. And no one knows when the European war broke out. If it drags on for 3 or 5 years, wouldn't the Bulgarian government have to find a way to support them for 3 to 5 years? Aside from that, the intermediary fee in the early stage alone costs £10, and the intermediary fee for 1 million people is £10 million. According to Ferdinand's request, how could there be 2 or 3 million people in the end? This alone costs £20 to £30 million, and don't expect to be able to recover the cost in the short term. Ferdinand nodded. The number of young men needed this time was too large, and the time is too tight, which is indeed a challenge to the finances of the Bulgarian government. Well, let's issue another construction bond, in the name of developing the Greek peninsula, to raise funds from all over the world. The focus of this bond issuance will be on Russia. After thinking about it, Kennedy smiled and said, "Okay, Your Majesty. The Treasury Department will estimate the funding gap as soon as possible." There is no doubt that Kennedy thought that Ferdinand focused on selling bonds to the Russians in order to win over the financial circles and aristocrats in Russia and create a favorable political environment for the introduction of laborers. Ferdinand knew that he had misunderstood, but he didn't explain it. He knew some things alone, and there was no need to say them. Don't make an assessment. Directly issue £200 million of bonds. Use our tariff revenue as a guarantee, and the interest will follow international standards," Ferdinand said lightly. The figure of £200 million terrified everyone. Now all countries are preparing for war, and a lot of money has been consumed in the military, but £200 million can create a British Royal Navy. Shipbuilding only. Constantine said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, I am afraid this number will not be sold, and countries will think that we are raising military funds." Ferdinand smiled slightly and said, "Prime Minister, you are thinking too much. What if they know about it? Now everyone is raising military funds, we just do something obvious. However, for the sake of convenience, the bonds can also be sold separately. It is good to announce £50 million for the time being. However, there is no restriction on actual sales, the more the better. Anyway, the World War is about to break out, and Ferdinand is now holding on to making a fortune. Of course, the money will still be repaid in the future, but the premise is that these creditors are still there. Needless to say about the Allies, once the war breaks out, the communication between the two sides will naturally be cut off. When the World War ends, I don't know how many financial institutions have gone bankrupt, and I don't know how many people's debts have been destroyed in the war. What's more, the bonds issued in Germany are marks, and the krona is issued in Austro-Hungary. After the end of the World War, the currencies of these countries will become waste paper, and Bulgaria can easily pay off its debts. It is a pity that the current international situation, The bonds issued by the Bulgarian government. I am afraid that it is difficult to sell in the Allied market. Ferdinand missed the opportunity to take advantage of the fire. Although the Allies can't do it, isn't there still the Entente? After the end of the First World War, the franc experienced a great devaluation, from the ratio of £1.25 before the war, to £1.240 in 1926. This is the main reason why Ferdinand took out a loan from the French. Now the Bulgarian government owes the French a huge foreign debt of more than 7 billion francs, but after the end of the First World War, this debt will shrink rapidly with the devaluation of the franc. In fact, the pound has also depreciated, but the British Empire is backed by gold from South Africa, and the depreciation is not that big. As for the Russians, not to mention, when the Tsarist government collapses, the ruble will be equivalent to waste paper. It is not too simple to pay off this debt. It can be said that now is the golden time to borrow money. Ferdinand can now rely on borrowed money to reserve strategic supplies and enhance Bulgaria's war potential. Anyway, no matter how high the interest of international borrowing is, it cannot compare with inflation. Now the Bulgarian government is heavily in debt, but after the end of the World War, the actual value of these debts may not even be 1/10 of what it was before the war! After discussing the financial issue, Foreign Minister Medvedev suddenly said, "Your Majesty, the conditions for annexing the Greek peninsula are now ripe." Ferdinand was stunned for a moment, and asked reflexively, why? Originally, he planned to wait for the outbreak of the World War before annexing the Greek peninsula. When the two sides are fighting, naturally they will not care about the Greek peninsula. Medvedev said confidently, "Your Majesty, there are now 400,000 to 500,000 Greeks left on the Greek peninsula, and our number of immigrants on the peninsula has already surpassed that of the Greeks. Even if we immediately announce the annexation of Greece, the Greeks will not be able to turn it over. There's a big wave. And diplomatically, we have also obtained the understanding of the Allied countries, and with their support we will not be alone. The strength of the Allies in the Near East is limited, and the only one capable of interfering is Italy, but as long as the Italians are not stupid, they will not go to war for the Greeks and us." After pondering for a while, Ferdinand finally resisted the temptation, shook his head and said, "No, we have to wait. Now let's increase the speed of immigration in Greece. We will pack up the Greeks and send them away. More appropriate in annexing the Greek peninsula. Anyway, the Greek peninsula is already the meat in the Bulgarian bowl. If you eat it later, you will not run away. What if you eat it hot now?" Chapter 329. The crisis comes again. Time passed quickly, and it was 1914. The arms race was still in full swing, and countries were scrambling to make dumplings. There is no doubt that the top spot is still the British Empire, with its strong shipbuilding industry to stabilize the world. The Germans who followed closely did not give in too much, setting a record of launching 100 warships in 1 year, which amazes the whole world. In the context of the arms race, the news that Bulgaria has completed the third 5-year plan has been covered up. Ferdinand, who has always been low-key, naturally didn't mean to make a big deal. Of course, this is impossible. The eyes of ordinary people are attracted, but politicians from various countries still expressed their concern. But that's all. Many people are still waiting to see Bulgaria's joke. If it is just to increase industrial production capacity, the British Empire can overtake Germany and the United States at any time if it wants to. The question is what to do with the industrial products produced. The problem of overproduction has been plaguing the United States and Germany for a long time, and a new round of economic crisis will break out if it is not handled well. Can Bulgaria be an exception? Fortunately, Ferdinand suppressed the development of the financial industry, otherwise the Bulgarian stock exchange market would have gone crazy by now. However, the price paid is also serious. In terms of the total economic volume, due to the absence of the stock market, by the end of 1913, Bulgaria was only on par with the Italians. You must know that now Italy can only be regarded as half of Italy, and the economic gap between the north and the south is huge. According to the predictions of economists, if Bulgaria opens up its financial market, then the domestic economic aggregate will soon achieve leapfrog development. It is not a dream to double the fiscal revenue within 3 years, and it is just around the corner to surpass the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Then there is no such thing as a bubble-type economic aggregate, although it can increase fiscal revenue and facilitate shearing, but it cannot increase the potential for war. Besides, Ferdinand wants to explode the population. In his opinion, the dividends brought by Bulgaria's economic development are consumed on the new population, which is far more reliable than the illusory stock market to create a group of rich people. By the end of 1913, Bulgaria's total steel production for the whole year had reached 3.486 million tons, which was 3.5 million tons away from the set target. Rounding up, it is no problem to announce the completion of the plan now. Compared with steel production, coal production has developed by leaps and bounds. With the development of the economy, the demand for coal is also increasing day by day, and there is a driving force for mining if there is demand. Kosovo has become Bulgaria's largest coal production base. In 1913, the coal output in the Kosovo region exceeded more than 16 million tons, and the national coal output exceeded 33 million tons. Not to mention ship production, the original target was low, and except for the Black Sea route and the Mediterranean route, ocean-going shipping Bulgaria is still seldom involved, and it is basically enough for its own use. By the end of 1913, the gross tonnage of Bulgarian ships had suddenly increased by 820,000 tons, of which the tonnage of warships accounted for a quarter. Of course, these data cannot be compared with the top powers, but Bulgaria is not without advantageous industries. At least it has come to the forefront of the world in car production and aircraft production. If Ferdinand had a thicker skin, he could have declared Bulgaria the #1 air force in the world. Whether it is the performance or quantity of the aircraft, as well as the number of pilots and crew members, it temporarily ranks first in the world. As for how long this advantage can be maintained, no one can know. Anyway, when the World War breaks out, various military technologies will explode. However, Ferdinand is still very confident that the development of any technology is inseparable from talents. Since the aircraft has just started, most of the people who promote the development of aircraft technology are hobbyists. Except for Bulgaria, almost all countries have no government funding. In this context, Ferdinand naturally waved his hoe and poached people all over the world, without a sufficient reserve of professional and technical personnel. The difficulty of promoting the development of aircraft technology can be imagined! While Ferdinand was celebrating the successful completion of the 3-5 plan, a shocking news came. Your Majesty, we are in trouble. Since the first half of this year, most of our companies have had a backlog of products. If the economic crisis continues, it may break out. Economic Minister Nicholas Gage said worriedly. What's going on? Is it all industries, or individual industries? Ferdinand asked with concern. Economic Minister Nicholas Gage thought for a while and said, almost all industries have more or less excess capacity, especially in the light industry, where the backlog of products is even more serious. Ferdinand was shocked. It stands to reason that we have relocated a large number of Greeks to the Syrian area, and imported a large number of laborers in Russia. Coupled with our rapidly growing population, we should be able to consume a large amount of light industrial products. How can the problem be more serious? Is it light industry? Ferdinand continued, have you found the reason? Is the market shrinking, or is our capacity increasing? Nicholas Gage explained, Your Majesty, the main reason is that our production capacity has increased, and the domestic market has also expanded, but this speed is far less than the speed of our industrial production capacity growth. In addition, after the domestic situation in Russia has stabilized, their industry has also begun to recover, and they have begun to snatch our market, but this is not the main factor. More importantly, a large number of German products have recently appeared in the European markets, and the Germans have lowered their prices. It is estimated that their production costs are not enough. These cheap products have robbed us of the European market. The word dumping suddenly appeared in Ferdinand's mind, and it lingered again. Obviously, the Germans are not having a good time now. Bulgaria, as a big cottage country, is famous for its cheap products, and its products still have a place in European countries. Now that the prices of German products have also dropped, the impact on Bulgaria's industrial and commercial products is naturally even greater. Heavy industry is less affected, mainly because Bulgaria's current export products are mainly light industry. In the field of heavy industry, except for a small amount of machinery that can be sold to Russians, most of them are self-produced and sold. The rest of the products like steel and coal are consumed by themselves. Ships cannot be sold in foreign markets other than the domestic market. Poor countries can't afford it. In countries that can afford it, people can produce them themselves and don't need them at all. Ferdinand asked cautiously, "This kind of situation is only us, or has it happened in other countries?" Nicholas Gage said without hesitation, "This time, all European countries should not be spared, and no one can be immune to the Germans' foreign dumping." Ferdinand sighed slightly, and after hesitating again and again, he said fiercely, "The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will contact Britain, France, and Russia to raise the tariffs on imported German goods together. Your Majesty, it is not difficult to raise tariffs on Germans, but this may lead to unforeseen consequences." Foreign Minister Medvedev said hesitantly. "Dumping by the Germans will definitely damage the interests of capitalists in various countries. It is not difficult to push a restrictive bill, but the consequences of doing so are very serious. It is obvious that there is a problem with Germany's economy now. If even overseas markets are lost, there is only one way for the German business community to go: support Wilhelm II to break the current world order. Knowing is knowing, but the Germans' actions have affected Bulgaria's interests, and Ferdinand has to take action. In his opinion, the world war is about to break out anyway, and it will break out one day earlier and one day later. This impact is not very big for Bulgaria. So, now we can prepare for war. The Germans have no choice." Ferdinand said lightly, "The world market is so big in total, if you take one more, naturally I can only take one less." With the rise of Bulgaria, naturally also got a share, which happened to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chapter 330, Brewing. The thing that Ferdinand was most worried about did not happen after all. The dreadnought, which the Italians were supposed to commission in early 1914, bounced. And of course the battleship Dante Alighieri, which they planned to commission in 1913, was long overdue. The main parameters of Dante Alighieri: displacement, 19,552 tons, length, 168.1 m, width, 26.6 meters, draft, 8.8 meters, average main engine, Parsons type direct drive steam turbine, 3 sets/4 shafts, main boilers, 7 Brackington type oil-fired water tube boilers, 16 co-fired water tube boilers. Power, 32,300 horsepower. Speed, 23 knots. Endurance, 4,800 nautical miles at 10 knots. Armament, 4 305 mm 46x caliber triple mounted guns, 1 in front and 1 in the rear, 2 in midship, 4 120 mm 50x caliber single mounted guns, 12 single-mounted guns, 76 mm 40x caliber single-mounted guns. 13 doors, 4 450 mm underwater torpedo tubes. Armor, 254 mm broadside, 38 mm deck, turret unknown, 254 mm front turret, 305 mm conning tower. Crew, 981. Remarks: this class of ships is the earliest warship in the history of shipbuilding to use triple turrets. The main gun has a range of 18,000 meters. In addition, the ship set a speed record of 24.2 knots during the trial voyage, making it the fastest battleship in the world at that time. Now the extension is Julio Caesar. It was supposed to be commissioned in February. It is now May and still not completed, but it is estimated that it is almost completed now. Since the Italian shipbuilding industry was a hindrance, Ferdinand's conjecture that the Allies attacked the French's Mediterranean fleet naturally did not happen. Of course, the most important thing is that the 2 dreadnoughts ordered by the Ottoman Empire from the Germans were stopped by the British on their way back home. With the strength of the Italian navy now, they attacked the French fleet, Most of them were meat buns and dogs. Of course the Italians won't do it. The British blockade of the Strait of Gibraltar, it directly triggered the warship crisis, and the war between the Allies was drawn again, and the war was about to break out. Well, Ferdinand thought that the two sides would fight directly. Bulgaria carried out a national mobilization, and the Germans directly retreated. Think about it. Everyone knows that a war in Europe may break out at any time, but to the Germans that if a war breaks out now, the two dreadnoughts will be finished first, which is very unfavorable to the Germans militarily. Besides, the warships that the Germans launched last year have not yet had time to serve. As long as we wait a few more months, the German Navy can add 4 dreadnoughts, and the 2 dreadnoughts here are 6, which will further narrow the gap with the British. As for the Allies, is everyone not ready yet? If war breaks out now, the French will be miserable. Prepare to withstand the Germans alone for a month or two. Obviously this is not the result everyone wants. Although the British want to weaken France, the premise is to defeat the Germans first. Otherwise, if the French were maimed by the Germans ahead of time, how would they fight after the war? Intercepting these 2 warships is mainly because the British did not want to let the 2 dreadnought ships of the Ottomans return home, which broke the naval dominance of the Allied countries in the Mediterranean Sea and affected the sea control of the Mediterranean Sea, so they blocked the Strait of Gibraltar and prohibited the passage of warships. It meant that the British were ready for war. And the Germans are now short of warships. No matter how they broke out, the gap with the British is still so huge. The German Navy has always had the idea of requisitioning these 2 dreadnoughts, but it was stopped by the German government because of Allies. The British are now doing as they wish, and the Germans took over the 2 dreadnoughts naturally. Although the 2 dreadnoughts could not change the situation that the German Navy was still at a disadvantage, it finally narrowed the gap between the 2 sides. Of course, protests are indispensable, so why should the Ottomans be given an explanation? Jung's actions made the people who eat melons stunned, and there is such an operation. In order to appease the Ottoman Empire, the Germans said that since the British blocked the way, the warship must not be delivered, so just rebuild it in Italy and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and upgrade the configuration at the same price, and send 2 more cruisers! The problems of Italy and the Austro-Hungarian Empire were naturally solved by the Germans. The Ottomans only needed to wait for 2 more years before they could get the dreadnoughts. The Ottoman government had no choice but to accept the Germans' words. The failure of the 2 major alliances to fight has disappointed many people, such as the Americans on the other side of the ocean and the Japanese in the Far East. They are all looking forward to the stars and the moon, looking forward to the outbreak of war on the European continent. Ferdinand knew that at this stage, the 2 sides were only a little bit short of sparks. Originally, he thought that the return of the Ottoman Navy would be the fuse for the 2 sides, but he did not expect that the British and German sides had their own ghosts, and this happened. No matter how the international situation develops, what Ferdinand needs to do now is to prepare for war, reserve enough strategic materials in advance, and recruit enough cannon fodder, which are the top priorities of the Bulgarian government now. After the warship crisis broke out, Ferdinand convened a cabinet meeting to speed up Bulgaria's preparations for war. Prime Minister, start to increase grain reserves from now on, and let the media release rumors that Ukraine and Romania will have a shortfall of grain in the next 2 years, and international grain prices will soon rise. It is recommended that the people reserve grain in advance. When necessary, the government will also you can come forward and cooperate, and let the people reserve as much food as possible. Ferdinand has worked so hard to get the credibility established by the media, and it's time for them to make a difference. If it is said that the domestic grain is not harvested in Bulgaria, this estimate cannot deceive people, but when it comes to foreign countries, it is different. There is no internet in this era, and it is almost impossible for ordinary people to check the news. Even if someone swears that this news is fake, it will have no effect. Everyone knows that in Bulgaria, as long as there is a newspaper that publishes fake news, in addition to closing down the newspaper office, the relevant personnel will all go to jail. In the eyes of ordinary people, It is impossible for all the newspapers in Bulgaria to collectively get into the water and publish this fake news together, right? Moreover, Ferdinand is not a rumor. As long as the war breaks out, the lack of food harvest is inevitable. Now the most important thing is to seize the last time and search for another batch of food. Although the General Staff has sworn to guarantee that the Wallachia Plain in Romania will be taken at the beginning of the war, it can completely guarantee the domestic food supply. However, Ferdinand couldn't quite believe it. It was not a big problem to win the Wallachia Plain. It was originally a flat river, and it bordered Bulgaria. Romania couldn't even defend it. As for whether it can guarantee the food supply in Bulgaria, it is difficult to say. The military can at most guarantee that the area will be taken down, and the resumption of production has nothing to do with them. In theory, after winning the Wallachia Plain, Bulgaria's total grain output will directly increase by 1/3 on the existing scale, enough to meet domestic demand, and there is still a lot of wealth. In fact, as long as the local Romanians do not cooperate, it will be impossible to restore food production without 2 or 3 years' effort. Yes, Chekhov replied. The Information Agency and the Ministry of Science and Technology are also under the responsibility of Chekhov. Otherwise, the title of Minister of Education is not enough to make him the number 2 person in the Bulgarian cabinet. Prime Minister, how many young men have we brought in from Russia so far? Ferdinand asked again. Constantine thought for a while and said, there were originally more than 800,000 Russian laborers in the country. Since last year, we have increased the import efforts. Now there are about 700,000 young Russians who have arrived in Bulgaria. There are still about 200,000 young people who have been organized, and if the war breaks out at the end of the year, then we can bring in about 700,000 to 800,000. Exclamation mark. Ferdinand figured it out. Even if the war broke out immediately, Bulgaria added 14.5 million cannon fodder. It would be better if it could be delayed until the end of the year. The 2.2,300,000 cannon fodder is basically enough for the consumption of the World War. Of course, if there are more, the result will be more perfect. Continue to work hard. The work in this area can't be relaxed. Once the war breaks out, the Russians will definitely recruit troops, and it will not be easy to recruit people at that time. Ferdinand said lightly. Okay, Your Majesty, let's speed up. Constantine replied affirmatively in order to facilitate the smooth progress of the combat preparations. Ferdinand remained in Sofia for the Central Command, and he did not even participate in the service of the 2 super dreadnoughts that had just been built. The 2 dreadnoughts were named by Ferdinand, Constantinople and Balkan. The political meaning here is very strong. The Constantinople is Ferdinand's achievement in restoring the holy city of Constantinople, and the last Constantinople was in the Second Balkans. It sank in the war, and the people strongly demanded that it be rebuilt. Ferdinand will naturally obey the will of the people. From the literal meaning of the Balkan number light, everyone knows that this is Ferdinand's oath of sovereignty over the Balkan Peninsula. The deeper purpose is to tell the Allied powers that this is our previous agreement, and everyone must abide by it. The specifications of the 2 warships are the same. The parameters are as follows: displacement, 26,500 tons length, 189.7 m width, 27 meters draft, 8.3 m main engine, Parsons type direct drive steam turbine 2 sets/4 shafts main boiler, 22B/U0026 m W type, Hercules is Yarrow type, mixed fired water boilers power, 34,000 horsepower speed, 22.5 knots endurance, 4,000 nautical miles at 10 knots armament, 7 305mm 45x caliber twin-mounted guns, 2 in front and 3 in the back, 1 on each side, 2150mm 50x caliber single-mounted guns, 4 47mm single-mounted guns, 450mm 4 underwater torpedo tubes armor, 270mm broadside, 70mm deck, 270mm turret, 320mm front turret, 310mm conning tower crew, 1046 If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Power Comparison of Countries. With the order of Ferdinand, most of the grain originally shipped from Russia to the European continent was intercepted by Bulgaria. No, I bought it, anyway, for Mount. Food is to be sold, so who is not to sell it to? As long as Bulgaria has the money, it's no big deal to go home early. As for what will happen in Europe, still need to think. Of course food prices are rising. Bulgaria is increasing its grain storage, and other countries are not idle either. The British are not in a hurry, relying on the presence of the Royal Navy. The colonies have some food that can be shipped. It is just that the freight is a little higher, and the international food price will rise. The French don't care. They are a big exporter of food. The price increase is just right, and you can make a lot of money. It's a pity that now is not the time to make money, but it doesn't matter that the Gallic chicken is not short of this money. Compared with the Allied countries, they can be self-sufficient in food. The British have insufficient local food, but there are many colonies. Bulgaria is a food exporter for the purpose of preparing for war. It is also a food exporter, but the export volume is small. The Allies are struggling. The Ottoman Empire can still achieve self-sufficiency. As for grain exports, their agricultural production technology is still stuck in the last century, so don't think about it. Romania and Austria-Hungary are not bad. Both are major European grain exporters. Otherwise Ferdinand suspects that Germany and Italy are going to be hungry now. Bulgaria's move has caused a chain reaction. Britain and France have tacitly restricted the flow of grain into the Allied countries, and the Russian grain has been cut off by Bulgaria. Only the grain of Austria-Hungary and Romania can make up for the shortage of grain in Germany and Italy, but it is not enough to make strategic reserves. And then several European grain exporters such as the Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden, etc. have made a lot of money. However, none of this has anything to do with Ferdinand. Right now, he is leading a group of dignitaries and staff to analyze the strength comparison between the Allied and Allied countries. The population comparison is as follows. Estimated population of each country in 1914. Allied countries: Germany about 66.9 million, Austria-Hungary about 54.2 million, plus Serbia, Ottoman Empire about 21 million, minus immigration and war losses, historically 23.8 million, Italy about 35.1 million, Romania 6.85 million, Montenegro Kingdom 1.26 million, plus the population expelled by the protagonist, total 185.31 million population. Allied countries, about 165 million in the Russian Empire, excluding population reduction caused by immigration, about 45.6 million in the British Empire, about 39.7 million in the French Republic, and about 27.8 million in Bulgaria, total 278.1 million people. Obviously, the Allies have an advantage in manpower, with more than 90 million people more than the Allies, and this is on the premise of not counting the colonies. Otherwise, the population of the colonies of the ever-bright British Empire will be more than 400 million. There is no comparison. In terms of economy, Bulgaria has been exploding production capacity in recent years, and the Germans have not been idle, and have also taken aggressive measures to increase production capacity. From the gross national income, it can be seen that Germany $12 billion, UK $11 billion, Russia $7 billion, France $6 billion, Italy $4 billion, Bulgaria $3.8 billion, Austro-Hungarian Empire $3 billion is $13.70 billion, $2 billion in Japan. Remarks: gross national income is not equal to industry. Many things in it are false and pushed up. If you can't understand it, you can see it by looking at the stock market. Comprehensive National Power Ranking: 1, UK 2, Germany 3, France 4, Russia 5, United States, Austria-Hungary 6, Italy, Bulgaria 7, Japan 8, Republic of China 9, Ottoman Empire 10, Kingdom of Spain. Don't be absolutely surprised. At that time, the Americans did not have a high voice in the world, and they were not even comparable to Italy. The military powers were at the bottom, and the comprehensive assessment was naturally not high. Putting them in the fifth place was considered by Ferdinand many times. Emphasize the importance of the economy, otherwise the ranking of Americans will be forgotten. In 1910, in a ranking of the comprehensive strengths of various countries by the London Daily, the United States was ranked at the bottom of the major powers, with Japan after several major powers in Europe. In the eyes of Europeans in this era, the upstarts in the United States have no status. The number of men of the great powers in 1914: Russia 1.468 million, France 967,000, Germany 943,000, Austro-Hungarian Empire 736,000, UK 63.9, Italy 603,000, Bulgaria 596,000, Ottoman Empire 581,000, Japan 306,000, Romania 201,000, US 164,000, Kingdom of Montenegro 76,000, share of world industrial production by country, US 31.8%, Germany 14.8%, UK 13.6%, Russia 8%, France 6%, Austria-Hungary 4.4%, Bulgaria 4.3%, Italy 2.3%, Japan 1%. Steel production by country: 31.8 million tons in the United States, Germany 17.6 million tons, UK 7.78 million tons, Russia 4.91 million tons, France 4.68 million tons, Bulgaria 2.62 million tons, Austria-Hungary 2.61 million tons, Italy 930,000 tons, Japan 320,000 tons. Coal production by country: 530 million tons in the United States, Russia 360 million tons, 292 million tons in the UK, Germany 277.2 million tons, Austria-Hungary 54.2 million tons, France 40.8 million tons, Bulgaria 33.6 million tons, 14.15 million tons, and Japan, Italy 700,000 tons. After some comparison, Ferdinand found that the advantages of the Allied countries over the Allied countries were mainly concentrated in the three aspects of population, resources, and shipping, far from the disparity between the strengths of the two sides, who did not want the nonsense of network experts. In fact, the military strength of the Allied countries and the Allied countries is very close now, mainly in the army, and the staff has also come up with a coefficient through the comprehensive record score. Calculated by taking the average combat power of European armies as 1: Germany 1.8, the first recognized no explanation at the time, France 1.6, the world's former number 1, Bulgaria 1.6, 2 Balkan Wars, Russia 1.2. European rollers, the Far East performed too badly, Japan 1.2, Russian-Japanese War, Kingdom of Montenegro 1.2, Balkan Wars, Austria-Hungary 1.1, points deducted for suppressing the Serbian Revolution, Ottoman Empire 1.1, new army trained by Germans, Romania 1, average performance in the Second Balkan War, UK 0.7. points deducted from the Anglo-Boers War, 0.7 in the United States, point deduction for the Spanish-American War, Italy 0.5, deduction for Ethiopian War. Well, the staff is entirely based on record, and it also integrates the commanding ability of officers, the fighting will of soldiers, and weapons and equipment. Of course, Ferdinand knew that this ranking was very unreliable. At least the British were not ranked so low. After the lobster soldiers went through the Boer War, their combat effectiveness was still greatly improved. Moreover, every country has elites and cannon fodder. If you use elites to fight the opponent's militia, maybe the Italians can press the Germans to fight. Of course, this is unlikely to happen. Under normal circumstances, the commander on the battlefield only needs to fight. If you are not stupid, you will not use the militia as the main force. However, the comprehensive combat effectiveness ranking of the army, Ferdinand thinks it is still very reliable. The ranking is based on a comprehensive estimate of the number of active troops, combat effectiveness, and equipment. 1. Germany 2. Russia, Human sea tactics are still very good in this era. 3. France 4, Bulgaria 5, Austro-Hungarian Empire 6, UK 7, Japan. Equipment is 2 backward 8, Ottoman Empire 9, Italy, by equipment and quantity 10, Romania 11, Kingdom of Montenegro. The United States. Don't expect the combat effectiveness of the only tens of thousands of troops. In contrast, the ranking of the Navy is much more reliable, and it is directly based on the tonnage of the warships. The situation where the weak wins the strong is based on the situation that the opponent is not in the state, or the strength is close and the luck is against the sky. Otherwise, the main factor that determines the outcome of the battle between the technical services of the Navy is the ship. After all, in a battle between a destroyer and a dreadnought, you can know the result without thinking about it. The total tonnage of the warships is as follows: 1. UK 2.71 million tons. 2. Germany 1.3 million tons. 3. 980,000 tons in the United States. 4. France 900,000 tons. 5. Russia 710,000 tons. 6. Japan 670,000 tons. 7. Italy 490,000 tons. 8. Austria-Hungary and Bulgaria each have 260,000 tons. Of course, in fact, there is still a big error in this ranking, that is, the performance of warships is ignored. For example, the tonnage of the Russian Navy is very large, but they do not have dreadnoughts, and their actual combat effectiveness should be after Japan, and maybe even Italians. Nothing compares. According to the plan of the General Security Department, when the war broke out, the Bulgarian army had to expand to 1.5 million within a week, and to 2 million within half a month, so as to be able to catch the Austro-Hungarian Empire by surprise. Lower Belgrade. At that time, you can send a cannon fodder unit to fight the war of attrition with the Austro-Hungarian army. After completing this strategy, launch an attack on Romania and seize the Wallachia plain once and for all to solve the war. If the war continues, food may appear. After completing these two strategies, it is time to attack the Asia Minor Peninsula and capture enough living space for Bulgaria. Of course, in practice, these three strategies must be implemented at the same time. After all, the enemy is not a fool, so why wait for you to attack? It's just a matter of focus. Compared with Belgrade, the urgency of the other two strategic goals is definitely not so serious. After all, it took time for the Austro-Hungarian Empire to react, and it became a decisive battle between the two countries. And even if Romania and the Ottoman Empire reacted, they must have strength. As long as the battlefield is put on their vitals, the two countries will have to fight with Bulgaria. Ferdinand didn't want a decisive battle with the Austro-Hungarian Empire too early, mainly because he was afraid that the Austro-Hungarian Empire would end in advance and cause a chain reaction. In contrast, it would be much safer to lock the Balkan portal and do nothing, just bully the Kingdom of Montenegro, Romania, and the Ottoman Empire, and at the same time, you can explain to your allies. Obviously, this strategic plan was not formulated according to the intention of the military, and it is not the best choice militarily, but politically it is in the best interest of Bulgaria. This is naturally the result of Ferdinand's personal intervention. If you consider the overall situation of the Allies, Bulgaria's first choice is to directly defeat the Austro-Hungarian Empire and join forces with Russia to kill him first. In theory, facing the full blow of Russia and Bulgaria, the Austro-Hungarian Empire will not be able to support it for long. Even if the allied countries other than Germany come to the aid of all forces, this result will not be changed. Once Germany dispatches its main force to reinforce the Austro-Hungarian Empire and fights on three fronts at the same time, no matter how strong the German army is, it cannot do it. At least they will not have enough troops. There is no doubt that there are not 2 or 3 million troops in the defense of the Western Front, and William II will not be able to sleep. There are not many other things in the hands of Britain and France, that is, there are too many cannon fodder. Once there is a loophole in the defense line, Britain and France would not mind sacrificing millions of cannon fodder to win this war. In this case, there are not many troops that the Germans can use on the Eastern Front, at most 2 or 3 million. If only one direction is against Bulgaria or the Russians, it is fine. But if the troops are divided into two directions, then it's the same, even with the cooperation of the Allied troops. As for 1 against 2, or 1 against 3, that can only happen when the combat capabilities of the two armies are very different. Obviously, this situation does not exist. The strategy of winning the war is military, but it is a failure politically. Ferdinand does not have the spirit of internationalism. The Allies won this war too easily, which is not a good thing for Bulgaria. Chapter 332, The Fuse. Under the butterfly effect of Ferdinand, 1914 passed without any danger. History has turned a turning point here. The World War that originally broke out in 1914 was postponed. Due to the rise of Bulgaria and the partition of Serbia with Austro-Hungary, the powder keg of the Balkans is like being wet with water, and it is misfired. Serbia has been annexed by Austria-Hungary for more than 10 years. The internal rebels and nationalism have been suppressed almost. The will of the people to resist is always vulnerable under the knife. Of course, even if the Sarajevo incident breaks out now, it is useless. It is an internal problem of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Allied countries are most likely to watch the excitement, and it is impossible for the Serbs to stand up for the Serbs. All countries are making the final preparations before the war. The most prominent performance is that the number of battleships has increased dramatically like dumplings. In 1914, all major European powers had battleships in service. What Ferdinand did not expect was that even Mao, who had been making soy sauce bear, actually also served 4 dreadnoughts. With the help of Britain and France, at the end of 1914 Russia completed the Ganget, Petropavlovsk, Poltava, and Sevastopol 4 dreadnoughts, which were then incorporated into the Baltic Sea Fleet service. Well, the Russian dreadnought plan began to be designed and constructed in 1908, and it was not completed until the end of 1914, and it was only put into service in early 1915. This shipbuilding speed is probably only comparable to the 8-year shipbuilding record set by the Italians before! Of course, after a long time, the sequelae are also very serious. The longer the time is, the greater the influence of the outside world. According to Ferdinand's knowledge, the Russian battleships have been revised 7 or 8 times, and finally they learned from the Italians. I really don't know what the Russians think. They are more like battle cruisers than battleships, and they are more like battleships than battle cruisers. Simply put, the Russians wanted the firepower of a battleship and the speed of a cruiser, and finally came up with a thin-skinned battleship. Of course, the weakness is very deadly. The speed is not comparable to that of the battle cruiser, and the combat power is not comparable to that of the dreadnought ship. Specification of displacement: 23,360 tons length, 181.2 m width, 26.6 meters draft, 8.4 m main engine, Parsons type direct drive steam turbine, 2 sets/4 shafts, main boiler, 25 Yarrow oil water tube boilers, power, 42,000 horsepower, speed, 23 knots, endurance, 3,500 nautical miles at 10 knots, armament, 4 305 mm 52x caliber triple mounted guns, 2 midships, 16 120 mm 50x caliber single mounted guns, 4 47 mm single mounted guns, and 4 450 mm underwater torpedo tubes, armor, 225 mm broadside, 50 mm deck, 150 mm turret, 203 mm front turret, 254 mm conning tower, crew, 1126. Seeing the Russian battleships, Ferdinand finally found his confidence. Obviously, this was misled by the Italians' thinking. The Tsarist government dared to send 4 ships at a time, and they had to admire their courage. Foreign Minister Medvedev came in a hurry and brought Ferdinand an unexpected and reasonable news. Your Majesty, there was just an armed conflict on the German-French border. The French claimed that 2 German patrol soldiers violated the sovereignty of France when they crossed the border, were detained by the French, and then the barbaric German army launched a sneak attack on the French rudely. The Germans claimed that the French detained 2 German soldiers for no reason. After the negotiation between the two sides was fruitless, The German army used force to rescue the hostages. Ferdinand sighed slightly. What should come will still come. As for the reason, this is not important. Anyway, the Allies believed the French, and the Allies believed the Germans, and the onlookers expressed their confusion. After pondering for a while, Ferdinand said cautiously, "The Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that Bulgaria will support the French people's just actions to safeguard national sovereignty." Ferdinand knew that Bulgaria's current position was undoubtedly bringing the war one step closer, but now Bulgaria could no longer drag it on, and all the preparations that should be made have been done. If it continues to drag on, it will not be far from the economic crisis in Bulgaria. War is undoubtedly the best weapon to consume excess production capacity. At the same time as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued the statement, Bulgaria was also mobilizing for the war. All officers and soldiers who were still on vacation were notified and returned to the troops immediately. The officers and soldiers who have recovered are also required to be on standby at any time, and the reserves in various places have also been regrouped in the name of military exercises. It can be said that among the countries in the European continent, Bulgaria was the first to mobilize for war. However, the dominance of the war is not in the hands of Ferdinand. France and Germany are the central point of this conflict. The two countries are still fighting each other. If neither the Paris or Berlin governments are willing to make concessions, the war will be inevitable. Obviously, the French government has no way out this time. Nationalism is a double-edged sword. Now the French government has been kidnapped by nationalism. The British and Bulgarian members of the Allied powers have the same position and hope that war will break out immediately. Russia also showed support for France this time. These factors gave the French the confidence to start a war. The British were terrified by the German production capacity. If the arms race continued, the German Navy would soon catch up with the Royal Navy, which was unacceptable to the British government. Of course, because of John Bull's swindling nature, they will not make a direct statement. After all, the pro-German faction in the London government is still strong, and most of the Liberal Party and the working class are anti-war factions. So they made the same choice as history, with John Bull cheering on the French while calling on both sides to calmly mediate the conflict. The Russians have been cowardly once in the Moroccan crisis. If they continue to pretend to be cowards, they will be really cowardly. Therefore, this time the Tsarist government was very firm and publicly expressed its support for any actions taken by the French to safeguard national sovereignty. Your Majesty, just now, a huge demonstration broke out in London calling for peace. The British government has publicly announced that it will make every effort to avoid the outbreak of war on the European continent, Foreign Minister Medvedev said worriedly. There is no way that the UK is so good at acting, and even its own people have been deceived. Now that less than 10 people in the world know that the Allied countries are about to start a war, Medvedev naturally doesn't know, otherwise he would not be so worried. After all, without the participation of the British, the Allied sea control would not be guaranteed. Now that the German Navy is the second largest in the world, and the main force of the French Navy remains in the Mediterranean again, we can't expect the Moroccan Navy to break out and kill the Germans, right? Don't worry, it is impossible for Britain to tolerate the Germans to unify Europe, and our plan remains unchanged, Ferdinand said lightly. There is no doubt that under Nayu's superb diplomacy, even his own people have been deceived, not to mention the Germans. William II also naively thought that the British would still sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight this time, and would not directly join the war, so the Germans accelerated the pace of the war. In addition to the British's statement, there is a more important factor. If the time is delayed until 1917, the expansion of the French and Russian forces will be completed, and the balance of power between the two sides will change. Since the outbreak of the German-French conflict on February 23, all countries have tacitly mobilized for war, but the Germans responded slightly faster. Within a week, the Germans mobilized 800,000 troops, and the standing army was as high as more than 1.6 million. The Germans believed that the time to start the war had come. On March 2, the German Foreign Ministry issued an ultimatum to the French government, limiting the French to hand over the perpetrators within 24 hours, and apologized to Germany, and paid 2 billion marks in indemnity. Don't think about it, the French will definitely not accept it, otherwise the people of Paris will start the meaningful activity of downing the cabinet again. At this time, the war has entered the countdown, and the whole world knows that perhaps today or tomorrow, the European war is about to break out. Chapter 333, Sleepless Nights, Declare War. When the Germans gave the ultimatum, European governments were busy, and the fateful moment had come. Bulgaria is no exception. Ferdinand immediately convened a high-level enlarged meeting, and all who could come from the military and political circles came. Of course, this is not a battle meeting. Ferdinand will not make a battle plan like in the TV series until the war is about to start. As early as more than 10 years ago, the staff had a plan, but it has been revised and improved, and now it is very detailed. In fact, this is just a routine meeting before the war. The front-line officers who are really responsible for commanding the battle have already been on the front line. As long as Ferdinand gives an order, they can launch an attack immediately. Ferdinand said calmly, "Prime Minister, tell us about the stockpile situation first." However, from the tone of voice, you can still tell the nervousness in his heart, the painstaking preparations for more than 20 years, just to break out overnight. The world war is not so easy to fight. Participating in person is completely different from keyboard warriors. The strength gap between the Allies and the Entente is far less huge than people think in later generations. People's opinion. In fact, the same is true, at least at the beginning of the war. Both sides have an equal chance of winning. There is no doubt that the further back you drag on, the better the chances of winning for the resource-rich allied nations. "Yes, Your Majesty," Constantine replied. "So far, we have stockpiled 18.47 million tons of grain, more than 85% of which is rye, and some soybeans, corn, and potato flour. Reserve 1.2 million tons, reserve 400,000 tons of various medicines, including some botanical medicines, Chinese medicine, reserve 2 million tons of petroleum, reserve a total of 5.8 million tons of precious minerals. Ferdinand smiled and nodded. In order to save as much food as possible, he ordered to replace all the wheat in the grain reserve with cheaper rye. Anyway, the nutritional value of rye is higher. The staple food of Bulgarians at that time was rye buns, and white bread was a luxury that people above the middle class could enjoy, and there was no need to worry about the soldiers' opinions. In fact, there are many strategic materials, but the Balkans have already produced enough to meet the needs of the war, so naturally they are not included in the reserve materials. Ferdinand said routinely, "Chief of the General Staff, talk about military preparations." He knew the army's preparations and material reserves, but others didn't know it. Now is the time to give them a reassurance. "Okay, Your Majesty," replied Chief of General Staff Medvedev. "Up to now, we have restored 700,000 retired officers and soldiers, and at the same time formed 60 mercenary divisions, which have initially formed combat effectiveness. Now our total force will exceed 2.3 million. The actual situation on the battlefield will determine whether further mobilization is needed. Obviously, these armies have been trained in advance, otherwise these 60 cannon fodder divisions would not have become a combat force in just a few days. As early as the end of 1913, Ferdinand amended the Military Service Act to allow the military to incorporate foreign workers into reserve training. These troops have essentially undergone at least half a year of training. Although they are not as good as the regular army, they are used for training. Being cannon fodder is enough. Undoubtedly, the officers were all Bulgarian officers. However, in order to boost morale, they are also applicable to the military merit reward system of the Bulgarian regular army, with a series of benefits such as military salaries and casualty pensions. Of course, these are just the cakes drawn by Ferdinand, and those who survived the war can indeed get all of this. But the unfortunate ones who died early are miserable. Their families are still in the Russian Empire and want to get these pensions. Immigrate first. Well, there are still some idiots who choose to take rubles as military pay. and Ferdinand didn't interfere, so they can only be considered unlucky. Anyway, in order to save money, there is only a small amount of cash for the military salaries, and the rest are directly paid to the soldiers' bank account, and then used to buy government bonds. But these government bonds can also be used as currency, exchange principle. This series of dazzling operations has indeed fooled many ordinary people. In essence, the government wanted to use the additional currency to pay the army, and it was worried that the currency would depreciate, so it played a routine. As long as these treasury bonds are not put out for circulation in large quantities, it is equivalent to this part of the funds sinking in the bank, and naturally there will be no inflation. The unlucky ones who chose the ruble will deal with the ruble in the future, but they will be settled according to the interest of the current national debt. On the surface, it does protect the interests of the soldiers, and they get higher interest! Compared with the Italians next door to Bulgaria, it is hard work. The Balkans is still rich in resources. Many strategic materials can be produced by themselves, and there is not much to reserve. But Italy is the most miserable existence among the many powers in Europe, and any material reserves are clouds. Even the most basic coal, steel, and grain need to be imported. Now that the war is about to break out, the Italian strategic material reserves can only support them for 3 months of war. Of course, this is because European countries generally believe that this war will last for a short time, but everyone's strategic material reserves are basically prepared according to 1 or 2 years. Obviously the Italians are not ready, but the current Italian Prime Minister Giolitti is a smart man. He is considered a pessimist by many later generations. Giolitti has extreme distrust of the Italian army. He believes that the Italian army has no ability to protect the mainland. Once it joins this war, it will be disastrous for Italy. Due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, the Allies did not make great efforts to win over the Italians, so now the power of the pro-Allied countries in Italy is not strong enough. But the pro-Allied countries have the upper hand. Therefore, the Italians are currently quarreling fiercely, and it is estimated that there will be no results for a while. The British continued to play with their diplomatic tactics. At the cabinet meeting, everyone still unanimously decided to be neutral, but the government was secretly preparing for this war. Even the ministers in the cabinet who were pro-Allied countries were concealed. In order to convince the Germans of the neutral attitude of the British. 2 days ago, George V had a meeting with Prince Heinrich of Prussia, Wilhelm II's younger brother, to make a final effort for peace. The British Foreign Secretary also had a meeting with the German Prime Minister. Urgent consultations in an attempt to end the war. However, Ferdinand knew that all of this was just a matter of concealment. The interests determined that there would be a war between Britain and Germany. If the Allies win this war, there will be nothing to do with the British Empire! The atmosphere of the Tsarist government in St. Petersburg is much better. Without so many explanations, it is just a word fight. Turning the Baltic Sea into an inland sea has been the dream of Russians for generations. It's just that the countries along the Baltic Sea are not easy to provoke. First, the Danes created the Kalmar Union, and Mountain was still a weak chicken at that time. Then the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Sweden rose again. When they fell, the Germans broke out again. In short, no one is easy to mess with. Forcing Mountain to fight against the Ottoman Empire in the Black Sea, unfortunately Mountain at its peak was blocked by Britain and France, and suffered heavy losses and was forced to expand to the Far East. The Russo-Japanese War failed again. After looking around for a week, it returned to the original point again. The Tsarist government found that the maritime strategy was more reliable than winning the Baltic Sea, and the battle of the two major alliances was their best chance! The Vienna government is very embarrassed now. If it hadn't been tied to the ship, Franz Joseph I would never want to participate in this war. Unlike history, the military pressure on the Austro-Hungarian Empire is now too great. In the face of two big powers at the same time, Austria-Hungary is not a hairy bear, and it is not so thick-skinned, nor is it a German, and it is not as capable of fighting as the German army. Naturally, the old emperor does not want to fight this battle. It's a pity that they can't help them now. Russia and Bulgaria are already eyeing them. Even if Austria-Hungary wants to be neutral, the Russians will not agree. Of course, Ferdinand doesn't mind the neutrality of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Needless to say, the rest of the Germans have already issued the ultimatum for war. Are their attitudes still skeptical? As a republic, France, in many cases, the position of the people is the position of the government. Is there any doubt about the position of the French folks now? Of course, it is about revenge, and seeing that their president was born in the rain, you will know the result! In the early morning of the next day, the French government publicly rejected the Germans' request. The French foreign minister also clamored for the Germans to withdraw from Lorraine and Alsace within 24 hours, otherwise the French army will take extraordinary measures. There is no doubt that the war has come. After receiving the reply from the French, William II exploded with anger. The French were provocative, tolerable or unbearable. The angry Wilhelm II immediately ordered a declaration of war on the French. After receiving the German declaration of war, the French ambassador to Germany also took out the prepared war book and handed it to the Germans. At the same time Germany and France declared war, Ferdinand did a shocking thing, declaring war on the Allies collectively on the same day on the grounds of the Quadruple Pact. However, due to sharing the pressure, Ferdinand still pulled the Russians to act together. When Bulgaria declared war on the Allies, the Russians also declared war on the Allies collectively at almost the same time. Bulgaria and Russia are both so active, the French have no reason to be shy, and naturally they followed the trend and declared war on the Allies collectively. Everyone knows that the World War broke out in an all-round way, and the Italians who wanted to be neutral were stunned. Before they did anything, they had already been declared war. It's a pity that they have grievances and they can't say it. From the outside world, the Italians are allied countries. The two alliances are going to go to war anyway. It's no big deal to declare war early or declare war late. There is no way, no matter how reluctant everyone is to declare war, you can't pretend that you don't know anything, right? The Italians are still unable to do such a thing, and they have to bite the bullet and declare war on the three countries of Russia, France, and Bulgaria. The Bulgarians and the Russians are nothing more than a little more active. These are all subsections. At least the French are still very moved. The money is not in vain, and the Allies are still reliable at critical moments. The world has its eyes set on the British Empire, and the London government is now busy finding a casus belli. Chapter 334. The attack on Taranto. Ferdinand dragged the Italians into the water at the beginning, but it was not random. Before the outbreak of the war, the Allied powers considered the threat of the Italian navy, and the two countries also formulated a set of action plans for the Italian navy. The Italian navy is distributed in ports such as Taranto, Tripoli, and Naples, among which Taranto is the main one. According to the plan, as soon as the war broke out, the French navy would cut off the connection between the Italian navy in Tripoli and the country, and the Bulgarian army pushed across from Libya to force the Italians to surrender. Well, this is all idealism. The Mediterranean Sea is still so big. Unless the French navy does nothing and just stares at the Tripoli fleet of the Italians every day, people can still run if they want. Obviously these are the winds that Ferdinand deliberately released, deliberately creating pressure on the Italians, forcing the naval fleet in Tripoli, Italy to go to Taranto harbor to join the main force. To kill the Italian navy. Ferdinand did not expect the French navy alone to be able to accomplish anything. After all, the French have a great task, and they are responsible for the defense of the entire Mediterranean. Ferdinand thought of the famous Battle of Taranto in World War II, the historical night of November 11, 1940, when the Italian navy launched a violent attack in Taranto. By night, at 8:35 p.m., the first attack wave, 12 Swordfish attack aircraft, led by Major Williamson, took off from the glorious aircraft carrier. 6 of them each carry a 545 kg aerial torpedo, and the remaining 6 each carry 4 112 kg aerial bombs. At 11:02 p.m., the fighter jets arrived at the port and the air assault began. 6 Swordfish-mounted torpedoes went straight to the battleship, and Swordfish-mounted aerial bombs were responsible for attacking cruisers, destroyers and dock facilities. At 9:20, The second attack wave of 7 Swordfish took off under the leadership of Admiral Hale. At 11 o'clock, the second wave of attacks started at 55 minutes. 5 of the torpedo-mounted Swordfish once again launched a fierce attack on the Italian battleship. The British Navy's raid sank and severely damaged 3 Italian Navy battleships, 2 cruisers and 2 destroyers, and almost destroyed half of the Italian Navy's wealth. What was dispatched was just an aircraft carrier with an old-fashioned plane, and it achieved amazing results. Ferdinand's attention was attracted in the previous life, and now it is natural to follow suit. Swordfish. The aircraft is 10.87 meters long, 3.76 meters high, and has a wingspan of 13.87 meters. The maximum takeoff weight is 3,406 kilograms. The aircraft is equipped with a 750 horsepower 9-cylinder air-cooled engine, with a cruising speed of 193 kilometers per hour, a maximum speed of 222 kilometers per hour, a ceiling of 3,260 meters, and a maximum range of 1,658 kilometers. The aircraft can mount a 730 kilograms torpedo or a maximum 680 kilograms depth charge. Obviously the performance of this aircraft is very average, although the Bulgarian aircraft is now more backward than it, but this gap is not fatal. It is nothing more than a slower speed and a shorter range, but with such a strong bomb load, Bulgarian bombers can also do it. Moreover, the Taranto Peninsula and the Apennine Peninsula in Italy and the Vlora region in Albania are only about 70 kilometers away from the sea, which is just within the coverage of the Bulgarian Air Force firepower. In fact, at this distance, most bombers in World War I could achieve fire coverage. The representative models are Italian Caproni, which can carry 453-1,450 kilograms bombs, range 500-800 kilometers, and fly at a speed of 116-152 kilometers per hour. The British V/1500 weighs 13,608 kilograms, has a bomb load of 3,390 kilograms, and has a battery life of up to 6 hours. The Germans Gotha and Gotha GV, the former has a bomb load of 500 kilograms, and the latter has a bomb load of 2 tons. There is no doubt about the range, and the existence of bombing London from Germany. The Russians Ilya Muromets CY, 105 km per hour, with a bomb load of 800 kilograms and a battery life of up to 5 hours. Therefore, the Italians are going to be unlucky. As early as 1912, when the Bulgarian Air Force was established, Ferdinand formed a heavy bomber brigade, which was equipped with Falcon 1 generation bombers. Parameters: the flight altitude is 5,200 meters, the range is 480 kilometers, the speed is 118 kilometers per hour, and the bomb load is 836 kilograms. Now 3 years have passed, and the Air Force is no longer the original 2 or 3 kittens and puppies. Now the Bulgarian Air Force has equipped more than 350 bombers, of which heavy bombers account for 1/3 and more than 280 bombers. Fighters, and with the outbreak of war this number is sure to increase dramatically. The newly developed Falcon 2 bomber has made a new breakthrough. The range has been doubled, the speed has been increased by 1/3, and the bomb load has reached 1.2 tons. Originally, these were prepared for the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and they were planned to attack Belgrade and be caught off guard. Then Ferdinand undoubtedly thought of the Battle of Taranto, and changed his mind. In any case, the presence of the Italian Navy posed a more serious threat to Bulgaria's security. Rather than always worrying about the threat of the Italian Navy, it is better to kill or severely damage them at the beginning of the war to completely establish the Allied power in the Mediterranean Sea. The most important thing is that they can also kill a future opponent. Once the Italian Navy has been severely damaged, their value will no longer exist, and the combat effectiveness of their army will not be looked down upon by the Allies. In order to protect Italy, the joke of 10 divisions is not groundless. Anyway, it is a problem to feed the more than 35 million Italians. Under the German submarine war, the Allied country's own transportation capacity is very tight. Who is willing to pay for nothing without value? If the Italians become a defeated country, and Ferdinand supports the French to cede Turin, Milan, and Sardinia, plus huge war reparations. It will be difficult for the Italians to turn over again. However, Ferdinand has not ordered the operation yet, although the airports in the coastal areas of Albania have already been built, the air force has been prepared, and even the bombs specially prepared for this operation have been in place. But he is waiting for news, a news that can attract the attention of all countries, and this news is coming soon. On March 5, the third day after the two sides declared war, the Germans implemented the Schlieffen Plan and delivered an ultimatum to Belgium, asking Belgium to open the passage for the German army to attack France, and ordered the Belgians to respond within 24 hours. I don't know if the Belgians knew the illusion of fake road cutting. They categorically rejected the Germans' request, and asked the British for help. On March 6, the German army invaded Belgium, and the British had been waiting for the excuse of war, which was sent to the door by the Germans themselves. The British Foreign Secretary issued a warning to the Germans, demanding that the Germans abide by the Permanent Neutrality Treaty signed by Belgium in 1839 and stop the attack on Belgium. The British understatement of the warning will naturally not be taken seriously by the Germans. German diplomats made it clear that international treaties are just a piece of waste paper. Prime Minister Asquith, who received this news, was overjoyed, and the casus belli came. So on March 8, the British government declared war on the Germans on the grounds that the Germans had destroyed the neutrality of Belgium and ignored international treaties, and the First World War broke out in an all-round way. The British are in the war. People all over the world were attracted by the news, and the Italians were no exception. The birth of the aircraft is still too short, and now it is only used as a reconnaissance aircraft. What the hell is a bomber? Is it just throwing a few grenades? This is the image of the aircraft in the minds of people at that time. Most people still think that the aircraft is just a toy. At most, a machine gun is hung up and scattered. As for bombing, airships are more popular in this era, and their range and bomb capacity are much larger than aircraft. Is the Air Force ready? Ferdinand asked with concern. After all, this is the first appearance of the Bulgarian Air Force. Whether it is a brilliant victory or a shame is to see this time. Your Majesty, don't worry, all of our 350 bombers and 172 fighter jets have been deployed and ready to attack. Chief of General Staff and Medvedev. In the early morning of March 9, the world was still in shock at the news that the British had entered the war. At 6:35, 138 bombers of the Bulgarian Air Force, escorted by 46 fighter jets, took off from the Vlora region of Albania, targeting the port of Taranto, the largest naval base in Italy. At 7:40, the second batch of 126 bombers of the Bulgarian Air Force's attack group, under the escort of 58 combat power, also took off from the Vlora region, targeting the port of Taranto. At 8:50, the last bomber formation of the Bulgarian Air Force, 86 bombers, escorted by 72 fighter jets, took off from the Vlora area, and the target was still the port of Taranto. Obviously this time the Bulgarian Air Force bombers came out in full force, and Ferdinand was preparing to kill the main force of the Italian Navy at one time, and to solve this competitor in the center of the Mediterranean. At this time, most of the main force of the Italian Navy gathered in the port of Taranto. They were waiting to join the Ottoman Empire Navy, ready to make a big fight. Originally, Ferdinand wanted to join the Austro-Hungarian Navy. After thinking about it, he decided to give up this tempting idea. What if the navies merged and ran away? After leaving the port of Taranto, Ferdinand could only watch them in a hurry. After all, the flight range of the plane is limited. It's better to take it as soon as possible. As long as the main force of the Italian Navy is killed, the navy of the Allied countries will not be able to turn the tide in the Mediterranean Sea. As for studying the British night attack, Ferdinand doubted whether the pilots would get lost. If they bombed the wrong place and scared the Italian Navy away, it would be a waste of time. Anyway, in this era, everyone has no air defense awareness. The new bomber is still the original creation of the Bulgarian Air Force. Even if it is discovered, the Italian planes come to intercept, and the Bulgarian escort fighters are enough to deal with these troubles. Chapter 335, Bombing, After the outbreak of the World War, European countries issued official documents one after another, proclaiming the justice of their own country's participation in the war, and detaining the feces of the war on the enemy's head. The French government shouted, "Fight to defend France, French, fight for revenge and regain lost ground." The German government declared, "Fight for the dignity of the country, Germans, fight for the land under the sun, for the resources and the market." The British government declared, "Fight for the peace of the world and the stability of Europe, British, didn't you say peace?" Why did the fight start so quickly? Hans was too presumptuous and dared to ignore the British. The Empire's warning must teach them a lesson. The Russian government declared, "Fight for the Slavic brothers who were humiliated by the Austro-Hungarian Empire." Russians, where did the Slavic brothers come from? Bulgaria? It seems wrong. What did the Austro-Hungarian Empire fail to do with them? Is it true? Serbia, do they count? The Austro-Hungarian government declared, "When the enemy is coming, take up arms to defend the homeland and the country." Well, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is too complicated, and each has its own plans. Some people want to expand their territory, and some people want a nation independence. In general, can we wait? We're not ready yet. The Italian government declared, "The enemy has declared war, and we are forced to fight." Italian, we did nothing. Do we have to go to war just because we are allies? Damn the three-power alliance. Labor and capital really don't want to go fight. The Ottoman government shouted, "Holy war, take back Constantinople." Turks, take revenge, show the Russians and Bulgarians a little color, let them experience the power of Arabs, it doesn't matter, fight if you want. Other ethnic minorities, the opportunity for independence is coming. The Romanian government declared, "Fight to regain lost ground." Romanians, Bulgarians are so fierce. Bears are so fierce. Why are we caught in the middle? It's not fair. The Kingdom of Montenegro declared, "Fight to defend the homeland and the country." Montenegrins, I don't want to fight Bulgaria. If I want to fight, I will fight Austria-Hungary to seize Serbia. We want to establish the Kingdom of Great Montenegro. The governments of all countries participating in the war have their own reasons for participating in the war, and Bulgaria is no exception. The Second Balkan War is the best excuse. The Anti-Guarantee Alliance has joined the alliance except for Greece, which is already dead. The reason for the Bulgarian government's participation in the war is naturally, fight for national security. This reason is very strong, at least the Bulgarians believe it, or it is, fight for land and military merit! While governments are fighting propaganda wars, the war is also in full swing. The Germans and the French have already started to fight head-to-head. Millions of troops on both sides are fighting on the German-French border. The blood is flowing into rivers. The Eastern Wolbert and Dio are fighting in three-way melee. Bulgaria in the Balkans is attacking Belgrade, and the Kingdom of Montenegro is attacking Bulgaria again. The hard-pressed Romania is preparing for a 1-on-2. And the Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen dynasty that has just succeeded the throne. Ferdinand has not yet had the courage to take the initiative to attack. Although the World War has begun, the climax has not yet come, except for Bulgaria, which is ready in advance. All countries are still carrying out the final mobilization work. Therefore, the Italians are struggling. As a member of the Allied countries, Italy is also prepared in advance. But they are all defending against the French attack. As for Taranto, it is completely in the rear. Does it need defense? With the strength of the Italian navy and the shore artillery in the port, even if all the fleets of the Allied countries in the Mediterranean are pulled over, everyone can be defeated. Apart from stockpiling a batch of ammunition, what else needs to be prepared? In the early morning of March 9th, Italians just woke up from their sleep and had not had time to enjoy a delicious breakfast. There was a roar in the sky, and a group of big birds whizzed past. The tranquility of the port of Taranto was shattered, a tongue of flame shot out of the sky, and the Italian Navy soldiers who were doing morning exercises fell in response. That's right, it is the Bulgarian Air Force's Falcon 1 generation fighter that opened the way, designed by the famous Anthony Fokker. In history, This young aircraft designer was underappreciated. After the outbreak of the World War, the British once offered him a sky-high price of $10 million, but it was destroyed by the German intelligence organization. He didn't know until after the war. Of course, before the outbreak of the World War, aircraft designers were not very valued, and this time and space was no exception. Anthony Falk accepted Ferdinand's olive branch at the most depressed time. The Falcon 1 generation fighter is a monoplane fighter, which is an improved version of the famous Fokker E-3 fighter. After all, it was created temporarily after the outbreak of war in history, and the Falcon 1 generation has been perfected for 2 years, and various performances have been greatly improved. Parameter size: Captain, 7.3 meters wingspan, 9.52 meters machine height, 2.39 meters wing area, 16 sqm weight, empty weight, 486 kilograms, maximum takeoff weight, 628 kg. Flight performance: maximum speed, 211 kilometers per hour, range, endurance 4 hours, output power, 260 horsepower, ceiling, 6,300 meters, climb rate, 3,000 meters/15 min. Weaponry: 1-2 Maxim LMG-08/15 7.92 mm fixed machine guns in front of the cockpit. It was obviously a fighter jet, but its bomb load caught up with that of an ordinary bomber. Ferdinand didn't bother to ask what was going on, but now it's better to use it to take the lead. After a round of machine gun fire at a height of 100 meters, the Italians were completely thrown into chaos, and the anti-aircraft firepower did not exist. Due to the different speeds of the planes, even though they took off at the same time, the fighter jets still had to reach the destination 10 minutes before the bombers. So the first Falcon 1 generation launched the first round of attacks. Since the Italians had no anti-aircraft firepower, the Bulgarian Air Force maintained an attack at a height of 100 meters. Obviously, the target of this battle is not these naval soldiers, they are just incidental. The main target is the Italian Navy warships in the port of Taranto, and the attack on the crowd is mainly to disrupt the order. Facts have proved that the Bulgarian Air Force started very smoothly this time. For the first time, facing the threat from the sky, the Italians below have completely lost their organization and made a mess. Immediately afterwards, everyone invariably aimed at the warships in the port and began to drop bombs. Of course, even if it is a fixed target with a height of only 100 meters, the hit rate and the high-speed flight of the aircraft is not very good. But it doesn't matter, there are enough Italian naval warships in the port of Taranto, and they are not far apart. If you hit one of them, you can hit the other one. This is much more accurate than a sneak attack at night. As for the reaction of the Italians, it was naturally in a state of being forced, and there was no guy in the hands if they wanted to counterattack. Shooting down a plane with a rifle only exists in anti-Japanese dramas, and it is not much different from tearing up a plane by hand. It does not exist in real situations. According to incomplete statistics, the probability of shooting down a plane with a rifle is even lower than the probability of the plane falling from the sky by itself. As for shooting down planes with heavy machine guns and light machine guns, it's even more nonsense. You should point your gun to the sky and don't worry about getting stuck, but also worrying about exploding. Otherwise, why produce specialized anti-aircraft machine guns? The time to drop the bomb soon ended. After a loud bang, a mess was left behind. The pilots didn't care to count the results, so they continued to shoot the crowd with machine guns. A few minutes later, the bombers also roared. They were the main force of the attack. The main purpose of the fighters was to disturb the order and prevent the Italians from organizing and driving the warships away. Different from the fighter attack, the bomber was much more powerful, and the hit rate was significantly improved. Hundreds of tons of bombs were dumped in the Italian naval port, and a large number of warships were hit. The warships began to sink at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the bombs were dropped, the bombers began to return, and the fighters continued to create chaos. The Italians also began to organize a weak counterattack, and I don't know which idiot gave the order. They actually thought that the airship could deal with the plane, and then there was no more. Whether it's the Italians' planes or airships, they just contributed a new record to the Bulgarian Air Force. Using reconnaissance planes to deal with fighter jets and airships to deal with fighter jets can only be said that the Italians went to the hospital in a panic. But the Italian naval duty Rear Admiral Giorgio Messer was powerless and had to make a last-ditch effort, even though it might be futile. When the bombers were all evacuated, the fighter jets also began to retreat. There is no way that the explosive power of aircraft in this era is limited. The battery life of the Falcon 1 generation is theoretically 4 hours. In fact, this time also takes into account the time for takeoff and landing. From the start of departure to the evacuation, more than 2 hours have passed. And it will be troublesome if you do not retreat. Aircraft of this era cannot land on the water surface. If you have to try it, there is no doubt that it will sink directly to the bottom. After the first round of bombing, Major General Giorgio Messer immediately organized manpower to start the firefighting. Unfortunately, the second round of bombing was inoculated again, and the Italian Navy, which had not had time to organize, became chaotic again, and the chaotic crowd was running around, find cover to avoid bombing. Fortunately, the Bulgarian Air Force did not target them either. This time, the bombing target was not just the warships in the port. After the first round of bombing, the Italian Navy had suffered heavy losses. This time, in addition to splitting half of the planes to continue bombing the warships, others have set their targets on the forts and shipyards to destroy the Italians' naval warfare potential as much as possible, which is also the main purpose of this battle. Chapter 336. The second bombing has just passed, and the third round of bombing is coming again. Now the Italians are too lazy to come out to put out the fire, and they are hiding under the bunkers they think are safe. The unfortunate Italian naval duty Rear Admiral Giorgio Messer was unfortunately affected by the second round of bombing when he was in command of the firefighting. But he was also lucky, he just scratched a little skin, and then passed out happily. The Italians who do not have the highest commander on the scene will naturally not make any move. Of course, it is impossible for Taranto to have only one commander, Giorgio Mess. In fact, there are still quite a few generals in the Taranto Navy at this time. Unfortunately, everyone is unwilling to take responsibility. Turn the tide? This is based on the premise of being able to succeed. Now the naval warships, shipyards, material storage warehouses, and forts have all been visited by the Bulgarian Air Force. The planes in the sky cannot be shot down, and the damaged property cannot be restored. What can they do? The waiting time is long. Originally, the bombing of the Bulgarian Air Force started in the first round and ended in the third round in just 3 or 4 hours, but for the Italians below, it was already a year. The bombing mission was successfully completed, and the Bulgarian Air Force returned happily, leaving the scene in a mess. The raging fire is still burning, and the scarred warship is still sinking. Everyone knows that Taranto is finished. After a morning of bombing, more than 200 tons of bombs were indiscriminately bombarded, and on average, every square meter of this port was hit by 3 or 4 kilograms of bombs. No one should not try to recover for 10 or 20 years. After more than 2 hours of bombing, the Italians finally came out of the bunker after they were sure they were safe. At this time, the fire had spread from the port to the urban area, and they had to come out to put it out. The Italian naval officers who pretended to be ostriches also came out to clean up the mess, organizing firefighting and counting losses, and reporting the situation to the Roman government. Will things end so easily? Obviously this is impossible. As early as when the Air Force was dispatched, the Bulgarian Navy also set off from Corfu Island. Even the rest of the French fleet was dispatched, and although the French did not think the Bulgarian airstrikes would be of much use, they did so in the hope of an eventuality. For the sake of secrecy, Ferdinand informed the French only an hour before the start of the operation, so the French fleet had only just set off. Receiving the news of the success of the air attack, the French fleet commander Darin immediately ordered all the battle cruisers in the fleet to take the lead and implement the closed-door dog hunting plan together with the Bulgarian Navy. There is no satellite monitoring in this era. Even if the warship is finished, it will take time to sink. Obviously, the Air Force is too late to wait for the Italian warship to sink. The only thing that is certain is that all the Italian battleships have been patronized. This is enough. At least it can be determined that the Italian navy has been seriously injured. After all, it is a bomb of several hundred kilograms. Even if it falls from the sky, it can smash the deck into a hole. After the air raid, the Bulgarian navy was not far from Taranto. There were 5 dreadnoughts plus 4 coastal defense battleships and a bunch of cruisers and destroyers. The entire fleet consisted of more than 120 warships. Commanding the operation was Bulgarian Rear Admiral Pertai Van Love, who was also the captain of the flagship Kaiser. The Great Reich only joined the Bulgarian navy in early 1915. There is no doubt that this is a super dreadnought, and the specific parameters are as follows: displacement, 28,950 tons, full load displacement, 32,520 tons, size, length 196 meters, width 27.3 meters, draft, 9.1 meters, power, 24 boilers, main engine power 75,000 horsepower, 4 axles, speed, 25 knots, endurance, 4,600 nautical miles, 12.5 knots, armament, 8 double-mounted 15-inch/42 caliber main guns, 12 6-inch/45 caliber secondary guns, 2 76 mm guns, 4 4-inch caliber anti-aircraft guns, plus 8 40 mm anti-aircraft guns. Armor, broadband 13, main deck 2.55, turret, front, 13, top, 5, turret 10, conning 11. The total weight of the armor is 8,100 tons. Crew, 1,015 people. This is already the full strength of the Bulgarian navy. If it is hit hard, the First World War can be declared, and the Bulgarian navy can only play soy sauce. Barely. It was a big gamble. If the Italian navy can be successfully killed this time, then the Bulgarian navy will have a qualitative breakthrough, and Bulgaria will become a naval power. On the contrary, Ferdinand can give up the navy and honestly develop the army and air force. The Italians did not know that the danger was approaching, and were busy organizing people to put out the fire and repair the warship. After all, many seriously injured warships must be rescued immediately, otherwise they may turn from the serious injuries to death. Watching the sinking of the warships, the heart of the Italian Navy commander Count Abra also sank to the bottom. He knew that the Italian navy suffered a great loss this time. Although the specific losses have not yet been counted, at a glance, more than 2-digit warships have disappeared, and more importantly, 2 dreadnoughts have also disappeared from his sight. The Italian navy paid the price in blood for their thin-skin armor, and the 2 dreadnoughts Dante Alighieri and Count Cavour sank neatly. No way, who said that the dreadnought is the focus of the Bulgarian Air Force. An ominous premonition emerged in Count Abra's heart. Could it be that the Bulgarian Air Force is still coming to bomb? He is a navy, and he did not know that after completing a bombing, the aircraft of this era must be overhauled before they can continue to fight. Now I order that all warships that can go to sea will set sail and go to Palermo. Count Abra said solemnly yes. After a young officer finished speaking, he went down to give orders. Everyone knows that the port of Taranto is no longer suitable for the Italian navy. Who knows when the Bulgarian planes will come again and continue to drop bombs on their heads. It was too late for the Italians to act. When the Italian navy left the port, the Bulgarian navy had already come to block the door. No way. Corfu Island is not far from Taranto. It is not a joke. No matter how fast the Italians responded, the airstrikes started in the early morning and didn't end until noon. Even if Count Abra issued an order in the shortest possible time, when the Italian navy organized to conduct some inspections on the warships, and added some supplies in a panic, the time was still in the evening. At this moment, the Bulgarian navy was already waiting outside, under the cover of night. Even if the two sides were only 20 or 30 nautical miles away from each other, the Italians still didn't know that the enemy had arrived before their eyes. Applying for generals, this is our preliminary loss statistics. In the evening, an officer handed over a list of losses to the Earl of Abruch. Of course, this is limited to statistics on the losses of naval warships and the losses of active duty officers and soldiers of the Navy. 2 dreadnoughts, 5 cruisers and a dozen old warships sank, including one old battleship. The remaining large warships were all injured, and less than half of the warships were able to leave the port, including a dreadnought ship that was severely damaged and unable to leave the port. There were 2,846 casualties among officers and men on active duty in the Navy, and 876 casualties have been determined. The casualties of logistics personnel have not yet been counted, and the number will not be small now. After receiving the casualty report, Count de Bro's mood was even worse, which meant that the main Italian navy had already lost a third of the force at the beginning of the war. Can't wait any longer. If there is another bombing, the main force of the Italian navy will be over. Earl Bray knew that even if he left now, he could only keep the warships on the 4th floor of Taranto port, and he could only leave it to his fate. But he had to go. The port of Taranto gathered more than 80% of the main force of the Italian navy, including the fleet withdrawn from Tripoli. If you stay, you may be wiped out, but if you run away now, you can at least keep more than half of the kingdom's main force. He has absolutely no illusions about Italy's air defense capabilities. Whether it is an anti-aircraft artillery or an anti-aircraft machine gun, it is impossible for it to be developed and put into service in a day or two. In order to be in a hurry, Count de Bray decided to take the fleet to set off overnight. Anyway, it was off the coast of Italy. Everyone was familiar with the road conditions, and there was nothing to worry about. Otherwise, if the Bulgarian Air Force comes to visit again tomorrow, the Italian Navy is really dead. Of course, Ferdinand didn't know the Italians' loss, otherwise he wouldn't have asked the French for help. After all, the main force of the Italian Navy was killed alone. It is very valuable for Bulgaria to enjoy this glory alone, which is very beneficial to the distribution of interests after the war. History has no ifs. Since they did not know the reality of the Italians, for the sake of safety, the Bulgarian Navy stayed 20 nautical miles away from the port of Taranto, waiting for the arrival of the French Navy. In the dark night, the two fleets collided like this. When the enemy was discovered, the distance between the two sides was only 6 or 7 nautical miles. General enemy attack. Pertivanlov was taken aback, thinking that the Italians had discovered their existence and were ready to strike first. But soon he calmed down. If the Italians discovered them in advance, they should have started during the day. Night battles are not so easy to fight. To a large extent, it all depends on the luck of both sides. Even if the Italian navy is stronger, there is a great possibility of a win-win situation. Then it is very likely that the Italians want to escape. After all, they were just bombed during the day. If they don't run away now, they will stay and wait to continue to be bombed. Judging the initial purpose of the enemy, Major General Pertivanlov also determined that the Italians must have suffered heavy losses, otherwise they would not be able to run away in such a hurry. Order the fleet to prepare for battle. Pertivanlov calmly ordered. Now that the Bulgarian navy has discovered the Italians, naturally the Italians will also find them, but the Count de Bray has not been able to determine who the enemy on the opposite side is and how big it is. This is another life-or-death decision for Count de Bray. If the main fleet of the Allied countries is outside, then the Italian navy is now half-crippled, and it is not even capable of fighting the first battle. The best choice! Genius website address, mobile version reading website. Chapter 337, Strategic Adjustment. The Italians don't want to fight now. Their warships are basically out of shape, but Pertivanlov has to fight this battle. It doesn't matter what the outcome of the battle is, at least the Italians have to be forced back, and if it's really not possible, the time will be delayed. The French reinforcements are coming soon. Well, Pertivanlov didn't know yet that the French spearhead was a bunch of cruisers, plus 2 battle cruisers, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. After all, if the main force of the Italian navy is still there, even if the Bulgarian navy adds these French reinforcements, the odds of winning are still not high. When the distance between the two sides was reduced to 3 nautical miles, 5.5 kilometers, the war began. Although the hit rate at this distance is still very low, but there are many times there is no way to choose. Anyway, as long as you hit the enemy, you will earn money, and if you don't hit it, Forget it. In case of bad luck and one shot hits the key point of the enemy's battleship, that is to win the Mark 6 lottery and make a lot of money. As soon as the war started, Count Ibruch felt wrong. The enemy's firepower was obviously the main force of the Allies, but it seemed that the number of warships seemed to be less. However, under the cover of night, except for a bright light from the artillery, neither side could figure out the specific situation of the other side, so it was just right to fight in the direction of the enemy! When the naval battle broke out, the Roman government finally received the news of the attack on Taranto. When Antonio Sarandri received the news, he thought it was an April Fool's Day. Due to the outbreak of the World War, the natural cabinet of the Lord and Patriarch has stepped down. Antonio Sarandri, who has just taken office, has not yet hit a hot buttocks before ushering in this shocking news. Airplane raid on Taranto naval base. Isn't that a joke? If the airship is more or less. Italy is a great power after all. How could there not be a plane? It's just that they are also used as reconnaissance aircraft. As for bombers, sorry, he doesn't have this concept in his mind yet. Originally, Antonio Sarandri was very dissatisfied with being coerced into the Allied powers. He was optimistic about the Allied powers, but since he was already an enemy, he had nothing to say. Antonio Sarandri is still very confident in the strength of Italy. He believes that as long as Italy joins any party, it can play a decisive role. Since the Allied countries do not know the goods, they must give them a little taste. Historically, if they dared to ask France for the existence of conditions for participating in the war, their self-confidence was naturally strong. And of course the price was very painful. It became inevitable that the Allied countries would not travel. Now Antonio Sarandri naturally doesn't have so many ideas. The Italian navy has suffered heavy losses in the port of Trine, and it is impossible for the Allies to make a difference in the Mediterranean. The Italian cabinet is now in a mess, and King Victor Emmanuel III is on the brink of explosion. For a country like Italy, surrounded by the sea on three sides, the heavy losses of the navy are absolutely catastrophic. Say, what's going on? Victor Emmanuel III asked angrily. In fact, everyone is still in a state of confusion. Due to the bombing of the Bulgarian Air Force, Italy's local communication was interrupted for a time. When the news came back to Rome, it was already now. Your Majesty, we are not very clear about the specific situation. We only know that the Bulgarians used the plane to attack Taranto. The navy and port suffered heavy losses. The specific casualties have not been counted. Antonio Sarandri had to stand firm. Scalpanzer Victor Emmanuel III said angrily, "Then let me quickly find out the situation and come up with a response plan." There are also Bulgarian planes that can attack Taranto. Does that mean that the entire southern Italy is under their control, within the bombing range? You must also find out. At the same time, it is necessary to block the news and prepare the Sixth Army to attack France in advance. Obviously, Victor Emmanuel III was really angry. The war had just begun, and this bad news came, which had a very serious blow to the morale of the people. Moreover, in order to quell the political influence, Italy had to attack France in advance in exchange for the support of the Germans. What is more critical is the combat effectiveness of the Italian Sixth Army. He has no bottom in his heart. He can only say that the failure of Ethiopia has severely damaged his confidence! Ferdinand didn't know how Italy's response was, but it didn't hinder his good mood. According to the information from the reconnaissance plane this afternoon, the number of Italian warships berthed was reduced by a dozen, including 2 dreadnoughts. This is undoubtedly good news. The seriously injured warship has disappeared, and you don't need to ask to know that it has sunk. As for whether it will be taken away by the Italians, Ferdinand said that this is the beginning of the 20th century, not the beginning of the 21st century. It is impossible for the Italians to have that ability. As for the ongoing naval battle outside the port of Taranto, Ferdinand was not aware of it, and the news had not spread so quickly. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least an hour for him to receive the battle report from the front line. If there is an accident, the time will be longer, and there is no way out. In order to be safe, we have to use strict secrets. The signals transmitted by radio are often intermittent, When the message is received and translated, the time will naturally pass. Now Ferdinand is convening a military conference to attack Belgrade. In order to successfully kill the Italian navy, most of the air force was transferred, and the attack on Belgrade was reduced. The original plan was to provide fire support by the air force, but now it is naturally gone. In order to reduce losses, Ferdinand simply ordered to reduce the attack intensity. Because the Bulgarian Sixth Army did not exert its full strength, even the shadow of Belgrade has not yet been touched. Of course, it is not completely without results. At least Kragujevac has been occupied, but it is not possible to conquer Belgrade in a short time. Therefore, the General Staff decided to change the operational plan, slowing down the attack on Belgrade and turning to defense. Then make breakthroughs in the direction of Montenegro and Romania to avoid an early decisive battle with Austria-Hungary. How many troops are deployed by the Austro-Hungarian Empire in Belgrade? Ferdinand asked with concern. The Chief of General Staff thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, the Austro-Hungarian Empire has been sending more troops to Belgrade after the German-French crisis broke out. In addition to the troops that have retreated from the front line and the reinforcements they have transferred from various places, in the Belgrade area, they have deployed a total of 32 main infantry divisions, 8 artillery regiments, and other affiliated units. Thousands of troops. It doesn't look like there are many troops, but the Austro-Hungarian Empire is mobilizing across the country, and new troops are constantly reinforcing Belgrade. If we continue to attack Belgrade, it is very likely that the Austro-Hungarian Empire will concentrate most of its forces in Belgrade and have a decisive battle with us." Ferdinand nodded. It was inevitable. Once Bulgaria has conquered Belgrade, the entire Hungarian plain will be a flat river. Let it go. Even if the Vienna government wants to take care of the overall situation, the Hungarian government will deploy its own troops to reinforce Belgrade. The Kingdom of Hungary, which did not want to fight this war, had to fight to the end with Bulgaria for the sake of its own defense and security. If Belgrade has been conquered, it doesn't matter to Ferdinand. No matter how the Hungarians explode, Bulgaria can defend according to the danger, and the aircraft and tanks can be taken out to easily defend the line of defense. But it would be a tragedy if Belgrade has not been conquered. In the face of the continuous reinforcements of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Bulgarian Sixth Army will have to fight to the end with them. Thinking of the Versailles meat grinder in history, Ferdinand felt that this was not a good choice. Who knows how much fighting power the Hungarians can explode when defending their homeland? "Tell me about your new plan and the reasons for its implementation," Ferdinand said calmly. No matter how the strategic students changed, Bulgaria had already taken advantage of it at the beginning of the war. The more than 2 million Sixth Army that has been mobilized is now enough to sweep the Balkans. The problem now is nothing more than the choice of breakthrough direction. The change in strategy is not only a military issue, but also a political issue, which must be carefully considered. The Chief of General Staff explained, "Your Majesty, up to now, the Austro-Hungarian Empire has mobilized about 1 million troops, and with their standing army, the total number of troops has exceeded 1.65 million, and there are about 100,000 people, and there are still 100,000 people in their country. And the remaining 900,000 troops are deployed on the Eastern Front. Judging from the military deployment of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, they still regard the Russians as their important enemies. In this context, there is no need for us to jump out to steal the limelight from the Russians. On the contrary, it was earlier to occupy the Kingdom of Montenegro and Romania, and to get the spoils of war that belonged to us in advance, which was more in the interests of Bulgaria. From the point of view of national interests, it is obvious that the sooner the Balkan Peninsula is occupied, the better it will be for Bulgaria to rule the region in the future. After all, in times of war, many things can be done, but in times of peace, many things are a little timid to do. However, political issues affect the whole body. Bulgaria's slowing down of the attack on Belgrade must also take into account the attitude of the entire Entente. After all, as long as Belgrade was occupied, the Austro-Hungarian Empire had to deploy heavy troops on the Hungarian plain. The capture of the Kingdom of Montenegro and Romania, although the border area between the two countries has also increased, but the troops that can contain the Austro-Hungarian Empire are less. Unless you continue to attack the Austro-Hungarian Empire after occupying the two places, trying to contain 1.5 million Austro-Hungarian troops is nothing but a dream. This is related to the overall strategic deployment of the Entente, and Ferdinand has to consider it carefully. The French are better off, as long as Bulgaria is willing to increase its troop input in the Mediterranean. They will not object. At the same time, facing the pressure of Germany and Italy, even with the help of the British, they still expressed Alexander. If Bulgaria could increase its military investment in the Mediterranean Sea and contain some Italians, the French would not bother to care whether Bulgaria attacked the Austro-Hungarian Empire according to the previous agreement. What about the British? After the Ottoman Empire entered the war, their pressure on the Suez Canal greatly increased. And if it weren't for the buffer of the Bulgarian colonies, now they should also fight the Ottoman Empire. It's funny to think about it, now the British pay more attention to the security of the Bulgarian colonies than Ferdinand. Now the British troops in Egypt are not sure to defeat the Ottomans. Ferdinand nodded with a wry smile and agreed. He knew that doing so would probably kill the Tsarist government. History has proven this. The Austro-Hungarian Empire is naturally not an opponent of the Russians. But if the German army on the Eastern Front is added, the Russians really can't stand it. But the national interest is so cruel, it can weaken the Russians. It is estimated that Britain and France will applaud! Genius website address, mobile version reading website. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338. As time passed by, the naval battle outside the port of Taranto became more and more brutal. The pit cargo properties of Italian warships were exposed. Thin-skin armor was really not suitable for such a scene. Not to mention that they were already injured. The situation of the war was getting worse and worse for the Italian navy, and Count Abreu was in a worse and worse mood. A shell just hit the deck of his flagship, the Giulio Caesar, and took away 10 men, including his adjutant. The lives of others. It was almost dawn. Count Abreu wanted to defeat the enemy, and it was impossible to leave with the main fleet. The Italian navy had sunk 2 cruisers and 3 destroyers in the one-night battle, but only the enemy sank 1 warship. This is not because the Italian navy is incompetent, mainly because their warships are already injured, plus the number of old warships is more. The anti-strike ability is naturally not good. Don't look at the number of warships on both sides. In fact, there are not many warships qualified to participate in the decisive battle. It is impossible to send torpedo boats and supply ships, right? Those involved in the decisive battle were more than 20 warships on the Bulgarian side and nearly 40 warships from the Italian navy. Although the Italians have many ships, they are not dominant. The Bulgarian side has 5 dreadnoughts, while the Italian navy has only 3 dreadnoughts. Fortunately, they still have 4 former dreadnoughts, and a large number of old-fashioned warships. Relying on their numerical superiority, they fought hard against the Bulgarian navy under the cover of night. If they hadn't had most of the warships wounded, it would have been the Bulgarian navy's turn to be unlucky. But there is no if on the battlefield. Since most of the Italian navy's warships have been injured, their combat effectiveness has not been able to play 8 points, so they are naturally at a disadvantage. Count Abreu knows that he can't continue. As long as they leave with the flagship Giulio Caesar, Caldurio, and Andrea Doria 3 dreadnoughts, only by keeping them can the Italian navy be able to recover in a short period of time. In fact, the Caldurio and Andrea Doria were still under Ferdinand's butterfly effect. It was only completed a few months ahead of schedule, otherwise they would still be on the slipway, then most of them would have been finished in this bombing. Count Abreu closed his eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he said fiercely, "Order all warships with injured power systems, and warships with a degree of less than 20 knots to drag the enemy and cover the retreat of the entire army." Obviously, Earl of Abruch is preparing to break his tail to survive. As for retreat, it is more accurate to say that it is a breakthrough. However, breaking through is not so simple. The Bulgarian navy has only more than 20 warships that can participate in the decisive battle, but with hundreds of warships, the extra 70 warships are definitely useful. Frigates, torpedo boats, submarine hunters, minelayers, minesweepers, boarding ships, military transport ships, sailing supply ships, maintenance and supply ships, hospital ships, lifeboats, communication ships, reconnaissance ships, etc. In this series of auxiliary warships, they did not have much combat effectiveness in the decisive battle, but for the navy they were all indispensable. For example, now, the Bulgarian navy has dropped a lot of torpedoes in the nearby waters. If you want to break through these torpedoes, it is the biggest obstacle. It is too late to clear mines. The only way for the Italians to escape is to gamble. Earl Abruch's order is equivalent to giving up nearly 20 warships. Naturally, he doesn't care about continuing to use these auxiliary warships as cannon fodder. Then Ivanov suddenly realized that the torpedoes that had been dropped before had actually become a weapon to cover the breakout of the Italian navy. After all, in the face of life and death, the Italian navy can take a gamble, and even use auxiliary warships as cannon fodder to open the way ahead. But the Bulgarian navy is no good. The Italian navies in front of them are desperately trying to create opportunities for the main force. When these enemies are solved, it is estimated that the Italians have already run away. After all, the combat mission this time is to severely damage the Italian navy, so don't think about it, unless Count Abruch can't think about it, and runs back to the port of Taranto. By the time the main force of the Italian navy was withdrawing, the sun had already begun to light up, and Ivanov could only watch the enemy slip from under his nose. The fighting continued, and as the main Italian navy fleet ran away, the remaining warships suffered immediately. Ordinary destroyers and cruisers will sink to the bottom of the sea in an instant once they are hit by a 15-inch main gun. After paying several auxiliary warships, the Italian navy finally broke out of the torpedo zone. Of course, it can't be so smooth, since the size of the auxiliary warships can't be compared with the battleships. They can rush out, which does not mean that the battleships can rush past. At least the Andrea Doria was hit by a shell, and the speed slowed down. The Italian navy that finally broke through was not a lot in terms of the number of warships. There were more than 60 ships. Unfortunately, they were basically auxiliary warships. Since they did not participate in the battle, the losses were naturally small. In addition to the 3 dreadnoughts, there is a former dreadnought, 2 cruisers and a destroyer, and the rest are auxiliary warships. Seeing that the main fleet has walked out of dozens of nautical miles, the resistance of the Italian navy is getting weaker and weaker. Once many warships were severely damaged, they raised their white flags and withdrew from the war. Seeing this, Ivanov decided to negotiate with the enemy. After all, the big fish ran away, and catching a few small fish can at least make up for the loss. Anyway, this is the practice in Europe. The task has been completed and there is no chance of winning, so it is acceptable to surrender to save lives. Even after the war, the Italian government will not hold them accountable. It has to be said that Italians are still very experienced in terms of life-saving, and they are very professional in raising conditions. As long as Bulgaria agrees to treat the wounded, protect their personal and property safety, and treat them accordingly, they agree to surrender. Seeing the face of these warships, Rear Admiral Ivanov readily agreed. In the end, an old battleship, a former dreadnought, 4 destroyers, and 2 ironclads were the harvest of the war. No, there are also several auxiliary warships, which were too old and too slow to escape. It is a pity that all of these main warships were seriously injured, and even a former dreadnought ship that had been captured was too seriously injured and sank directly. It makes Ivanov feel very sorry. I had known that since the Italians are so good at talking, they would not fight so hard, and just negotiate with them directly. The Bulgarian navy has also paid a considerable price. 4 destroyers and 3 cruisers were sunk, and 2 coastal defense battleships and 2 cruisers were seriously injured, and even more minor injuries. Even the dreadnought Constantinople, the ships were slightly wounded. Fortunately, the war was born at night, and the hit rates of both sides were pitifully low, otherwise the Italian navy, which was severely damaged, would most likely have to fight with the Bulgarian navy. After all, it is not so easy to escape during the day. Although the Italian dreadnoughts are very fast, it is a pity that they are a little slower than the class dreadnoughts. If they cannot escape, they can only fight to the end. To make Major General Peltivanlov even more depressed, he was cleaning the battlefield when reinforcements from the French arrived. As for chasing now, don't be ridiculous. Don't look at the distance between the two sides is only a few dozen nautical miles, but this distance is enough for the Italian navy to run smoothly to the next naval port. Even if the French arrived 2 or 3 hours early, the Italian navy would be doomed this time. Although the French fast fleet is composed of destroyers and cruisers, it will definitely not be able to beat the battleships, but it can still be done after a little delay. Now, after escaping the Italian navy, it can only be left to the French to deal with. Anyway, as long as the Italians are not stupid, they will no longer put the naval station in Taranto, and even the coast of Bulgaria will not have the Italian navy for a long time in the future. Seeing the spoils of the Bulgarian navy, Rear Admiral Winster, the commander of the French fleet, knew that he was late and missed an opportunity, especially after learning about the specific situation. He even had the urge to cry. If he rushes at all costs, he will definitely be able to get it, and then cooperate with the Bulgarian navy to kill the Italian navy in one fell swoop. Then he will be a hero of France. Unfortunately, the duck that was about to be cooked actually flew. Because he was worried that the high-load driving would damage the power system, he did not drive according to the limit, and did not expect to let the main Italian navy go. Don't talk about military exploits now, it's not bad to not be labeled as incompetent. However, he still reacted quickly, and immediately reported the situation to the French naval force and asked them to intercept the Italians. As for whether they could stop it, it was up to fate. For Major General Peltivanlov, in addition to reporting victory to the country, the more important thing is to conquer the military port of Taranto. At this time, the naval port of Taranto is like Tilda waiting for his ravages. The naval port of Taranto has always been considered the safest place in Italy. It is the naval station of Italy, and it is in the rear, and the defense of the enemy is only from the sea. Now that the navy has run away, the shore artillery has been hit hard by the bombing of the Bulgarian Air Force. It is difficult to stop the 6th team of the Bulgarian Navy from boarding 6th. Of course, the Navy 6th team is still at the Corfu Island base, waiting for the results of the naval battle. Now many warships of the Bulgarian Navy are injured and need to return to China for repairs, so they have to return ahead of schedule. At the same time, the number of Italian prisoners in the hands of Major General Peltivanlov has exceeded 6,000. For this reason, Major General Peltivanlov also specially borrowed 3 cruisers from the French to help transport the prisoners. When I came back, I had to escort the Bulgarian Navy 6th Squadron. Not surprisingly, Major General Winster readily agreed. He missed the last opportunity, and this time he can't say anything. It is impossible to completely wipe out the Italian navy, but it is also of great strategic value to capture Taranto with the Bulgarians. This helps to contain the strength of the Italians and can reduce the pressure on the French 6th Army on the front line. Major General Winster still has this strategic vision. As long as this step is achieved, even if it is not as dazzling as the dazzling exploits of annihilating the main force of the Italian navy, it is enough to prove that he is not an incompetent person. Of course, Ferdinand's purpose was definitely not to help the French contain the Italians, otherwise Taranto would not be the only one on the 6th. Ferdinand is still clear about the combat effectiveness of the Italian army. Historically, the Austro-Hungarian Empire formed several temporary units that could be regarded as militia regiments. Only a few thousand people blocked their main force for 3 days until the reinforcements finally defeated the Italians. Obviously, the strength of the Italian 6th Army is not enough to change the pattern on the battlefield on the Western Front. Historically, After the Western Front fell into a stalemate, Britain and France still had enough power to attack the Ottoman Empire in the Battle of Dardanelles. They knew that their forces were not so short that they could be crushed with just a straw. The big deal is that Britain and France can use the hundreds of thousands of troops that have been put into the Ottoman Empire to deal with the Italians. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is not a big problem for this unit to help the French hold the line of defense. Taranto was attacked because there was what Ferdinand wanted: the seriously injured warships in the port. The Italian shipyards, skilled workers, and designers are all things that make Ferdinand's heart move. Of course, getting these people to serve Bulgaria is also difficult. But it doesn't matter, Ferdinand is not in a hurry, so he can grind it slowly. The big deal is that the diehards are all sent to mines for mining, and even if they can't get it, they can't let the enemy get it. As long as the Italian naval industrial base is destroyed, even if the Italians rise again in the future, they will not be able to continue to compete with Bulgaria for hegemony in the Mediterranean. However, it is easier to get to 6 in Italy, that is, it is still easier now. Once the Italians react, it will not be so easy. Ferdinand knew that during the foreign war, the combat effectiveness of the Italian Sixth Army was less than 5 slag, but during the domestic defense war, people could still soar above the pass line. Of course, South Italy and North Italy seem to be two different species, and there is still a very obvious gap between them in terms of combat effectiveness. It just so happens that Taranto is the place with the worst combat effectiveness in the Italian Sixth Army, which brings convenience to the Bulgarian Navy 6th Team's Boarding 6 operation. Winster took the initiative to take the task of exploratory attack. After all, if he didn't fire a few shots and kill a few Italians, how could he prove his credit to the country? It is best to have a warship injured, so as to be able to show the heroic spirit of their navy to the French people and parliamentarians! Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 339, Influence and Lending. Time flies, and according to the Bulgarian air raid on Taranto, 3 days have passed, and the news has begun to spread in all directions. The whole world was stunned. How could a plane still be used like this? This is definitely not a good thing for a naval empire like the British Empire, which means that the deterrent force of the Navy will be greatly reduced in the future, and air defense has become the top priority of the British Empire. Bulgaria can form a strategic bombing formation, can't the other powers? The answer is obvious, it's just a matter of time. Subsequently, the major powers with Britain and Germany as the major powers began to form strategic bombing battalions. To a certain extent, it is also a blow to the sea power advantage of the Allies. It's just that the aircraft in this era has a limited range, and its performance is not up to standard, and it cannot effectively hit the target. Otherwise, the time for the German High Seas Fleet to break out of the blockade is not far away! London government. At this time George V is holding a high-level meeting. George V did not have the political skills of his father, Edward VII, and could not persuade these politicians, but it didn't matter that he could pretend to be an ostrich. For example, now, the person presiding over the meeting is him, but in fact the decision is made by the cabinet, and it is also from him that the British royal family has gradually lost its rights. The news of the successful Bulgarian air raid on Taranto is undoubtedly a good thing for the Entente, which means that the Entente has taken the lead in the war situation in the Mediterranean. But for the Royal Navy, it was a problem. In addition to besieging the German High Seas Fleet, they also had to guard against threats from the sky. Xiong Arquez is now a mixed blessing. The good news is that the war in the Mediterranean is now very favorable to the Allies. It was originally planned to send the Royal Navy to reinforce the Mediterranean battlefield. No need now. Even the urgency to win over the Japanese Navy into the war has now been greatly reduced. When Germany has not yet launched unrestricted submarine warfare, the escort mission of the Allies is not very heavy. At the same time, he worries that other countries will follow Bulgaria, especially the Germans. With the industrial strength of Germany, it may only take a year and a half to build an air force that can threaten the Royal Navy. What specific plans does the Royal Navy have regarding the threat of aircraft to warships, Arquith asked with concern. Admiral Churchill frowned and replied, "Our Admiralty has conducted a detailed analysis of Bulgaria's air attack on the Italian Navy, and now the threat of aircraft to warships is not as great as rumored." Bulgaria dispatched a total of more than 350 planes, according to their bomb load. About 300 tons of bombs were dropped, causing heavy damage to the Italian Navy. Judging from this intelligence, the main target of their attack was the Italian naval battleship, but as a result, many other warships were killed, and the hit rate was poor. You must know that the Italians did not have any preparations this time. The Bulgarian Air Force was completely fixed-point shooting, and dropped bombs down at a height of 100 meters, with only this hit rate. If there is anti-aircraft firepower, the Italians will open the Navy again, and it is estimated that even 1/1000th of the hit rate cannot be achieved. As long as we are prepared for air defense. In fact, the threat of aircraft to warships is not high, but they are more threatening to ports and cities. In fact, Churchill's analysis is too one-sided. In order to keep the secrets of the Air Force and let countries relax their vigilance in this regard, the Bulgarian Air Force has never had any actual combat experience. The first time I performed a bombing mission, the level of the swing was naturally not very good. If the Taranto air raid is repeated now, the result can at least be doubled. After all, in the age of low technology, many things depend on human experience and feeling. In this age, the personal quality of pilots is also a decisive factor. In history, the British attacked Taranto during World War II, which proved this. Churchill's words made Air Force Commander Tancred very dissatisfied. However, in this era, the Air Force really had no right to speak, and he, the father of the British Air Force, was just a small colonel. If it weren't for this, the Air Force was involved, and under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even be eligible to attend a meeting of this level. Perhaps seeing that Tancred was hesitant to say anything, Arquith asked, "Mr. Tancred, what do you think?" Tancred said with some trepidation, "The technology of aircraft manufacturing is developing very fast now, and the strength displayed by the Bulgarians this time has already demonstrated the importance of the Air Force. Since planes can be used to bomb Italian naval bases, they can also be used to bomb cities, factories, Sixth Army positions, and bunker fortresses. According to the information we have received, this time the Bulgarians also attack the port facilities in Taranto, such as shore artillery and factories. With the improvement of aircraft performance, the Air Force will play an increasingly important role in future wars. In addition to attacking fixed targets, it can also attack moving targets. Maybe in the near future, whoever has the air dominance will be able to dominate the world. Obviously, his words surprised everyone. Now that the British Empire relies on sea power to dominate the world, will the Air Force replace the Navy? Everyone's first reaction is, impossible. However, everyone is a person of status, and it is impossible to put down their faces to argue with Tancred. Just smile. A small episode has just passed. The British Empire in this era is still full of bullshit. Although it does not agree with Tancred's point of view, the British Air Force still receives financial funding from the government. And the German government as far away as Berlin. The current atmosphere is not very good. Originally, the Italian Navy and the Navy of the Austro-Hungarian Empire joined forces. Even if they were at a disadvantage against the Allies in the Mediterranean Sea, it was not without the strength of a battle. The strength gap between the two sides was not large. It can even have an advantage in some areas. After all, the Allied countries still have maintenance routes. With the geographical location of Italy, the entire Mediterranean Sea can be turned into a hunting ground for Allied submarines. Unless the British send reinforcements, the naval blockade of the Allies under the joint efforts of the navies of the Austrian and Austrian countries will only exist in name only. But everything is different now. The main Italian navy has suffered heavy casualties. It will take at least 2 or 3 years to recover its vitality. At that time, the dailies are cold. William II knew that the Italian navy could not be counted on, and he could only hope that the strength of the Italian Sixth Army would improve. Otherwise the battlefield on the Western Front would only be a one-man show for the Germans. Your Majesty, We should also increase our investment in the Air Force. Since the Bulgarians can use the Air Force to attack the Italian Navy, we can also follow their example and use the Air Force to deal with the Royal Navy. Dalmaki suggested obviously. His words made William II's eyes light up. Now it is a fool's errand to have the High Seas Fleet defeat the Royal Navy, but if the Royal Navy can be severely damaged in advance, the result will be different in the decisive battle. When countries decided to increase investment in the Air Force, Bulgaria was not idle either. On March 11, the Bulgarian Navy 6th Squadron launched the decaying 6 operation against Taranto. The reason for the delay is mainly to wait for the completion of the aircraft maintenance. The main reason is that Taranto's fort has not been cleaned up, and with warships and shore artillery bombarding, Ferdinand has not been so arrogant. Anyway, the Italians have no air defense facilities, and even if it is delayed for a day, there is nothing they can do. Even if they thought of a countermeasure, in such a short period of time, they could not find an effective air defense weapon. Rear Admiral Krista Ivanov, the 1st Division of the Bulgarian Navy's 6th Squadron, was in charge of the 6th landing operation. It seems that the Bulgarian 6th Clan now has only one division, with 4 infantry regiments, 1 artillery regiment, and 1 garrison regiment, with a total strength of about 12,600. The Bulgarian Navy 6th team was formed after the Second Balkan War. It was established for a short time. This was their first time to board the 6th battle. Krista Ivanov took out his binoculars and stared at the port of Taranto in front of him. He saw shells flying over the sea and heading straight for the port. At the same time, the shore artillery of the Italians on the opposite side was also fighting back, and the two sides were engaged in a fierce artillery battle. At this time, the nightmare of the Italians came again. The Bulgarian Air Force roared, and tongues of flame were ejected from the sky, and bombs fell from the sky, causing a large number of casualties to the Italian defenders in an instant. There is no way that the shore artillery of this area has no ability to defend against threats from the sky, and Taranto is no exception. Since there are no threats on the ground, all defenses are against the enemy from the sea. Simply put, the fortress is too lazy to repair, or can't afford to repair it, to defend against the attack of the naval main artillery. It is not a simple fortification that can be effective. It is definitely not possible without steel plates. Even 1 or 2 meters of reinforced concrete cannot stop a shell. For the Italians, it would be more reliable to use the money to build 2 more dreadnoughts instead of spending a lot of money to build fortresses. Anyway, since the founding of Italy, no one has attacked Taranto. Then, this time it was a tragedy. The machine guns of the Bulgarian Air Force were able to cause them a lot of casualties. As time passed by, the Italians' counterattack became weaker and weaker, and in the end they were simply misfiring. Obviously, the Italians on the opposite side are not stupid. After so long, they also know that the planes in the sky are mainly for bombing the shore artillery. As long as the fire is turned off, they will not be attacked. The innate talent taught them the best way to save their lives: play dead. Well, the best way to avoid the bombing of the plane was understood by the Italians by mistake. Seeing that the fire was almost over, Krista Ivanov said solemnly, "Order the 1st Regiment to start climbing to 6!" Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 340. The end of the first stage. The decaying 6 operation went very smoothly. As the base camp of the Italian Navy, Taranto was naturally responsible for the defense work. The C6 battle exists in every country, and Italy is no exception, not to mention that Italy is still a country dominated by the Navy. How can the security of the Navy's nest be handed over to the 6th Army horse dung? It has always been the rear of Italy, and Taranto has not experienced war for decades. In addition to the garrison subordinate to the Navy, the defenders are also temporarily recruited militia. There is no doubt that they are all scum with a combat power of less than 5, and the hapless Major General Georgiev Messer has once again become the commander. No way. Who told Georgiev Messer to be on duty when he happened to encounter a sneak attack by the Bulgarian Air Force? He had to carry the blame, and the experts would surely find a series of evidence afterwards. proving that it was his command error that caused the Navy to suffer heavy losses. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. If he can repel the enemy, he will be fine if he is guilty. Otherwise, he will be crowned the new dumbest general in Italy. The previous record holder was the guy who lost the battle in Ethiopia. Georgiev Messer is expected to be neck and neck with him. A Sixth Army and a Navy just make up a pair. But it doesn't matter. The record is to be broken. The Italian Sixth Army has done a good job in this regard. He doesn't have to worry about being lonely. Giorgio Messer doesn't have a clue about defending Taranto, mainly because the guy in the sky is so annoying. He can only be beaten and can't fight back. In order to deal with the Bulgarian planes, Georgiev Messer also tried his best to conduct air defense. Unfortunately, because of the lack of anti-aircraft weapons, all he could do was to organize soldiers to shoot planes with rifles. Of course, so far his results are still zero, not without gain, though. At least when they fired, the enemy had to fly higher. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. In order to avoid enemy air raids, Georgiev Messer placed his headquarters in an old-fashioned anti-gun hole. Obviously, Georgiev Messer is not willing to end his military career, and he is thinking about countermeasures within the command. Now the senior generals in the Navy have retreated strategically, leaving only a few young and promising young officers to stay behind to command the defense of Taranto with him. No, General. A young officer exclaimed. Georgiev Messer pretended to be calm and said, Kars said slowly, "What's the bad news? Could it be that the Bulgarians have already boarded the 6th? Yes, General. You are really amazing. Bulgaria just successfully boarded the 6th at the dock, and now they are attacking the port." Kars looked at Major General Georgiev Messer with admiration and said. Georgiev Messer felt like he wanted to cry at this time. Of course it would be a good thing if things were normal, but now, this is the crow's mouth. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. How many troops do we have now? Georgiev Messer asked shiveringly after thinking about it. Kars said uncertainly, "There are more than 13,000 people. But you know, it also includes our more than 2,000 naval officers and soldiers, and more than 5,000 garrison troops. Everyone else is a group of militia recruited on a temporary basis." After thinking about it for a while, Georgiev Messer said with a wry smile, "Order all troops to resist step by step, withdraw into the city in an orderly manner, use the buildings in the city as bunkers, and fight the enemy in a street battle." Corruption is always the biggest enemy of an army. As the base camp of the Navy, the garrison on the shore is undoubtedly the lowest, and naturally cannot escape the clutches of some people. It is commonplace to deduct a little military pay and eat a few empty noises. To make matters worse, their daily training is also done under the command of naval officers. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Fighting power as God Ma Dong Dong. This is really hard to reassure. In comparison, it is estimated that the combat effectiveness of more than 2,000 naval officers and soldiers may be more reassuring! Facts have proved that Georgiev Messer's choice is correct. The Italian defenders on the frontal battlefield are not the opponents of the Bulgarian Navy 6 team. It is the best choice to withdraw into the city and use the buildings as fortifications to fight street battles, delaying time and waiting for reinforcements. Anyway, this is the mainland of Italy, and as long as you drag on for a few days, reinforcements will continue to arrive. It's a pity that he overestimated the execution ability of the people under him. The Italian army began to scramble to run back after the retreat order. As for the constant resistance, I'm sorry that this group of rabble did not have such a high level of military literacy. The promised strategic retreat turned into a rout. Undoubtedly, the newly recruited militiamen were the first to run away. When they heard the retreat, they ran back, causing a flock effect, and the whole line collapsed. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. The 1st Regiment of Team 6, who had just boarded 6, had not figured out what was going on, and the enemy ran away. Although I don't know if the Italians have any conspiracy, it does not prevent them from following behind to receive positions. After the completion of boarding 6, Krysto Ivanov did not start the siege battle immediately. After seizing the port, he immediately ordered to control the warships left by the Italians. I don't know what Italy thinks. They didn't blow up these warships. Although they were all seriously injured, do they think that Bulgaria has no ability to repair these warships? When Krysto Ivanov was complaining, Georgiev Messer in the city also knew that it was over, but not because of the problems of these warships, but because the defenders had lost their minds. As for these warships, in his opinion, they were all seriously injured goods, and there was no way to go to sea at all. When the reinforcements arrived to recover Taranto, they naturally returned to Italy. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Krysto Ivanov was worried that the Italians would blow up the warship, and Georgios Messer was worried that he would blow up the warship. Now that the warship has been obtained, the task of the 6th team has been completed. As for how to get it back and repair it, that's the concern of Major General Pelt. Anyway, it's a simple repair. As long as it doesn't sink, I can take it back and repair it slowly. Major General Krysto Ivanov ordered in a spirited manner. One group is repaired on the spot. The 2nd Regiment went to seize the shipyard. Don't let them destroy the machinery and equipment. Remember to find out all the engineers inside, and their family members as much as possible to pack and take away. The 3 regiments went to seize the warehouse near the port and counted all the valuable things for me. These are our spoils, and we will send ships from China to receive them. The 4 regiments are staring at the enemies in the city. If they dare to come forward, they will beat me back. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. The garrison cleaned the battlefield for me, wiped out the remnants of the enemy, and cleaned up the factories in the suburbs by the way. Obviously they are here to rob. As for the siege, or wait for the domestic order, there are only 10,000 people in the 6th Marine Corps. They have to attack the city, control the port, and face the continuous reinforcements of the Italians. How can they be so busy? Even if the air force has been blown up, the enemy's roads, railways, and bridges can be delayed for a few days at most. Even if the loss is great, for the sake of political influence, the Italian government must rescue Taranto. Seeing the unscrupulous robbery of the Bulgarian army, French Major General Winster was envious, but unfortunately this war was fought by others. If he wants to grab the spoils, unless he is now taking the French army to attack the city, this is obviously impossible. Use Navy officers and soldiers as 6 military, use it to fight siege warfare, unless he has a brain. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. General Pelt, won't you participate? Winster asked in confusion. As the commander of this naval battle, he did not bring anyone to participate in the robbery, which puzzled Winster. More importantly, the Bulgarian navy has not disembarked to snatch the spoils, and it is even more impossible for them to go. France can't afford to lose this man. Peart smiled and said, this is the work of their 6th team. They have received professional training in this regard, and they are better than us. By the way, General Winster, you blocked the Italian navy. What was the result? In order to ease the atmosphere, Peart chose to change the subject. He knew that the Italians would retreat, and they would definitely not be able to hide from the eyes of the French. This time the French beat the underdogs, and they would definitely gain something. When this topic was mentioned, Winster's interest suddenly increased. As one of the heroes of this war, He was about to become the captain of a dreadnought ship, /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. It's not as good as you guys. I just killed 2 cruisers and a destroyer, and captured a battleship, Winster said eagerly. After receiving this news, Peart's good mood suddenly disappeared, and they fought desperately and finally made a wedding dress for France. There were only 4 battleships that the Italians broke out of this time, except for 1 former dreadnought. The rest were dreadnoughts. There is no doubt that the dreadnoughts deserved the attention of the French. What Peart didn't know was that if it wasn't for the fact that the Italians' battleships were relatively fast, they would have been wiped out by now. In order to contain the Italians, the French Navy was heartbroken this time. And now France has had double-digit warships that need to be overhauled. Just to stop the Italians, they drove full horsepower and even carried loads. Now most of the power systems of these warships are scrapped and need to be replaced. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. In a short period of time, many warships in the French Navy lost their combat effectiveness, and some warships were even entrusted to return. But compared to the results, it's all worth it. Their biggest enemy in the Mediterranean, the Italian Navy, will not dare to come out for a long time in the future. Although Peart was a little unwilling in his heart, he still said without change in his face, "Congratulations to you, then. It's the Andre Dory who was captured, right?" Winster nodded embarrassedly, expressing his acquiescence. Obviously, the French Navy picked up a bargain this time, and he was embarrassed to continue to show off. The two ended their conversation, and Peart quickly reported the news to the country. Compared with other people's depression, Ferdinand's mood is much better. The importance of dreadnoughts is still very big now. After the end of the World War, all countries have to recover their vitality. There are too many things, and whether they can afford them is a problem. There are already 5 dreadnoughts in Bulgaria now, and if you add the repairable dreadnought in the Italian port, that's 6. You can't do it all over the world, but it's enough to mix in the Mediterranean. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, "The 6th Army Department immediately dispatched 2 infantry divisions to reinforce Taranto, and the Logistics Department organized ships to bring back all our spoils as soon as possible." The Air Force left a bomber regiment and a fighter group, and the rest were transferred back to prepare for the next step. In fact, the war has come to the present, and the overall situation of Taranto has basically been settled. As for the Italians huddled in the city, there is nothing to worry about. Anyway, Ferdinand didn't really plan to occupy Taranto. This is the homeland of the Italians. If Bulgaria occupies this place, prepare to fight them to the end. Since Taranto cannot be made homeland, there is no point in occupying it for a long time. It's better to snatch everything that can be robbed now and leave a ruin for the Italians. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 341, The Era of Pit Teammates. With the end of the first phase of the Battle of Taranto, there were serious consequences for the World War, especially on the Western Front. With the participation of the Italians, history has gone to another fork in the road. With the fall of Taranto, the Italian government is now desperate for a victory to offset the political fallout from the defeat of Taranto. On April 15, the Italian government decided to cooperate with the Germans in attacking France, and the Italian 6th Army General Luigi Cadorna was responsible for implementing this plan. In fact, there is still a serious territorial conflict between France and Italy, the Savoy area and the Nice area. Historically, in order to get the support of France to get rid of Austrian rule, the two countries signed the Treaty of Turin in 1860. Both places were ceded to the French. With the rise of Italy, the emerging nationalism was very dissatisfied with it, especially the Nice area, which was also the source of Italian national liberation. Between France and Italy, there has always been a natural border, the Alps, and it is not so easy to attack France. But now the opportunity has come, because the Germans have held back a large number of French troops. The French defenders on the French-Italian border are now less than 50,000, and the Kingdom of Italy has assembled 500,000 troops. The French have to thank Ferdinand. If it weren't for his sudden Battle of Taranto, France would now face more than 500,000 Italian troops. The Italians have limited strategic material reserves, and if they attack with all their strength, they can only support them for 3 months. Of course, this does not mean that the Italians can only fight for 3 months. In fact, they are still producing and replenishing domestically, but this rate cannot keep up with the consumption rate on the battlefield. Therefore, the decisive battle became the only principle of Vichy Cadorna, and like him there were the Germans. 1905 Germany has formulated the Schlieffen Plan. According to the plan, the Germans will quickly invade France through Belgium, defeat the French in a short period of time, and then march eastward to fight the Russians decisively, and strive to end the war in 3 or 4. As in parallel planes, the German offensive was stalled by the sudden explosion in Belgium. Although this plane, the war broke out later, and the Germans were more fully prepared, it was still delayed by Belgium for a week. In just 1 week, the fate of the two empires has been changed. In this week, France has completed the military mobilization of 1.5 million people, and now the total force of the French has reached 2.98 million. The Germans who entered France were dumbfounded, and they suddenly realized that their advantage was gone. The raid has lost its effect, so the two sides can only compete in strength. The value of the Italians increased greatly, so a conspiracy was carried out in Germany and Italy, and 500,000 Italian troops launched an all-out attack on the French. For the French, their crisis has come. Although their total force has exceeded 3.5 million, the French Commander-in-Chief Joseph-Jacques Césaire Chaffee still feels that the force is not enough. Mr. President, what do the British say? When will the promised reinforcements arrive? Ziafi asked eagerly this week. 3 British divisions will arrive, 5 will arrive next week, and 20 will arrive on the battlefield in June, Raymond Powengale said angrily. Obviously, John Bull has dealt with it. The war has been breaking out for more than a month, and only 1/6th Army Division of the British promised reinforcements arrived on the battlefield, and the pressure on the Western Front was all on the French. The British are willing to send so many reinforcements? Ziafi asked in surprise. HMPH. They are all colonial troops, their main force. The British are reluctant to send one now, Raymond Powengale said angrily. If the main force of the British Army, these troops are enough to make the French rejoice, which can almost offset the Italian threat. But what about colonial troops? Their combat power has always been slag with a combat power equal to 5. They can be used as cannon fodder. If they want to defeat the joint attack of the Germans and Italians, it is still only the French themselves. From the beginning of the war to the present, the French army has on average paid tens of thousands of casualties every day. In more than a month, the Germans have caused nearly 500,000 casualties to France. It can be said that France is the country with the largest loss of personnel among all the participating countries so far, and their pressure can be imagined. Ziafi asked again, what about the Russians? When will they be able to attack the Germans? And Bulgaria, can they attack southern Italy to help us contain the enemy? Mr. President, do you know how much military pressure we are facing now, facing the attack of the two great powers Germany and Italy at the same time? Without the support of our allies, we cannot last long on our own, Raymond Powengale said with a wry smile. I know all these issues. The Russians have completed their national mobilization, and they promised to launch an attack on the Eastern Front in the shortest possible time to contain the German forces. As for Bulgaria, their Ministry of Foreign Affairs said there was nothing they could do. Now they have to face the siege of Austria-Hungary, Romania, Montenegro, and the Ottoman Empire, and they really have no energy to open up new fronts. After listening to the president's words, Ziafi became even more angry. It was clear that the Allies had the upper hand, but when they arrived in France on the Western Front, they were suppressed and beaten by the Germans. In his view, these allies were undoubtedly watching the French and Germans desperately. In the eyes of the French, the British were simply not strong enough, and they took a bunch of colonial troops to make up the numbers, and they automatically ignored the influence of the British anti-war faction. Not to mention the Russians, who left the Germans alone. and now they have caught the soft persimmon of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and beat them hard, failing to achieve their desired goals. It sounds like Bulgaria has done everything it can, and there is a lot of military pressure on all sides. In fact, they all know that although Bulgaria faces many enemies, the quality is poor. These four countries combined are not as powerful as one-third of the Germans, and the Russians helped to contain 3 of them. Militarily, Bulgaria can turn 4 enemies into 2 whenever it wants. Romania and Montenegro have no war potential at all! For all this, Ferdinand can only sigh with emotion. Allies are used to pit. First, the British, French, and Paul swindled the Russians together, and now 70% of the Austro-Hungarian Empire's troops are used on the Bears. Then the 3 countries of Britain, Russia, and the Paulines united to entrap the French, and took on the Germans alone, 8/10 of the force. Now with an Italian. After being cheated once, the Russians decisively let go of Germany, caught the soft persimmon of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and turned their hands on France. Is France so easy to be tricked? Ferdinand didn't know, but he knew that there were only interests between countries, and everything revolved around interests. So if you are in the position of the French, how can you break the situation? The navy is impossible to move, and the French will never dare to give up the Mediterranean, otherwise the supplies shipped to France from overseas will soon be cut by nearly half. So what about the Sixth Army? Did the French dare to let the Germans in? Suddenly, Ferdinand thought of something, but he didn't seem to think of anything. He knows that the intrigues that are born now are also born in parallel time and space, but the level he is in is too low to be touched. On the surface, Britain and France worked together to lead the Allies to defeat the Allies. But in it, Ferdinand can be sure that from the outbreak of the World War to the present, the British have been playing soy sauce. In addition to blocking the Germans' high seas fleet, they also acted as the chief logistics officer of the Allied countries. Otherwise, if there are millions of British troops fighting against the Germans together with the French, it is absolutely impossible for this war to last more than 4 years. I can't figure out what kind of action the French will take to break the game, but it does not prevent the Bulgarian plan to continue, killing Romania and the Russians first. At that time, it will be able to advance and retreat freely, even if the Germans really kill the French. As long as the Bulgarian Russia also kills the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the strength of the two sides is still equal. Mr. Chief of Staff, are you all ready? Ferdinand asked with concern. Medvedev said confidently, Your Majesty, please rest assured, we have assembled 500,000 troops, and the Russians will also send 500,000 troops. It is impossible for Romania to stop our attack. If nothing else, within 2 months, you can receive news of Romania's demise. Well, to deal with a Romanian army of 1 million troops, Ferdinand really couldn't think of the possibility of failure. Don't look at the fact that the Austro-Hungarian Empire has mobilized more than 4 million troops, but there are 1 million in Belgrade and Bulgaria, and nearly 3 million with the Russians. The Vienna government has very few mobile troops. Although they also knew that after the fall of Romania, it was very unfavorable to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Great Hungarian Plain was exposed to the iron shoes of the two countries, but the help they can provide to Romania is still very limited. Then it's better to act according to the original plan. I'm waiting for your good news, Ferdinand said with a smile. Your Majesty, Britain, France and Russia have all asked us to purchase aircraft technology. How should we answer them? Asked Foreign Minister Medvedev. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, promise them to sell the technology of our biplane bomber to them. We can trade in technology or offset them with materials, but we don't accept cash. Although he also wants to keep the technology secret, the technical content of the aircraft in this era is really not high, and the Bulgarian aircraft is not ahead of the times. As long as they want to, they can make it. It just takes a while. Now everyone is still allies. Bulgaria has also purchased technology from Britain and France before. No matter what their reasons are, they finally sold it. Now it is impossible for Bulgaria to refuse their request. Instead of refusing to freeze everyone's relationship, it is better to take them into the pit openly and above board. Anyway, All they want to buy are bomber production technology. Bulgaria's current active bombers are biplanes, but the future direction of the aircraft is monoplanes. But now is the age of war, and the least valuable thing is money. Whether it is technology or materials, they are things that can be immediately transformed into national power. But money is not enough. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 342, New Verdun. With a single order from Ferdinand, the good days of the Kingdom of Romania came to an end. Of course, the Romanian King Hohenzollern Ferdinand certainly doesn't think so, and he has never had a good day since he ascended the throne. The three neighbors, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, and the Kingdom of Bulgaria, are not easy to mess with, especially after the outbreak of the World War. He was declared war before he could react. The capitalists in Romania were also surrounded by him. Originally, they wanted to wait for the Allied countries to win over, so they could go to the past, but they didn't expect them to even give them a chance and directly treat them as enemies. It's not that they have a great vision, it's mainly determined by the geographical location, and they are sandwiched between the two countries of Bulgaria and Russia. They don't know whether joining the Allies can win in the end. But Romania will definitely be finished as soon as it joins the Allies. If they had a choice, they would rather act like an ostrich and pretend to be a fool, saying that they did not receive the letter of the Allied powers. In fact, they have done it too, selling to the Allied countries through various channels, and even colluding with Britain and France, but it is useless. Only the two countries that have a say in the Black Sea region are Russia and Russia. All of these Ferdinand knew. But he still chose to pretend to be confused, pull each other back, and everyone was doing it. How can Bulgaria unify the Balkans without solving Romania? For the Romanian government, now is the time to get rid of it. Anyway, the winner and loser are in this wave. If they lose, they are all over, and if they win, there will be another wave. How should we fight this war, gentlemen? The Romanian king asked with a wry smile. The 6th Army Minister said in embarrassment, "Your Majesty, facing the attack of Bulgaria and Russia at the same time, let alone us, even the Austro-Hungarian Empire can't hold it. Judging from the current situation, we can only rely on the Germans. If Germany is willing to send reinforcements, this war can still be fought, otherwise we may not be able to last long." Xiong shook his head and said, "The Germans can't quench their thirst now. They are attacking France with Italy. If we can hold on for a few months, then there is still hope that we will wait until the Germans defeat France and then march eastward!" The Romanian king said expectantly, "What about the Austro-Hungarian Empire? They can't just watch us die. Once we are finished, the security of Hungary will not be guaranteed. Unless the Austro-Hungarian Empire wants to open another front, they will definitely send troops to rescue us." The Minister of Foreign Affairs explained, "Your Majesty, the Austro-Hungarian Empire may now be unable to protect itself. They were pressed and beaten by the Russians on the Eastern Front, and the Balkans were forced to Belgrade by Bulgaria. At the same time fighting on two fronts, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is now running out of domestic mobile troops. Our national defense and security still have to rely on our own efforts. It can only be said that after the death of Carol I, the organizational capacity of the Romanian government dropped a lot. More importantly, the two enemies are too powerful. The Romanians in the Second Balkan War have been beaten out of their hearts, and they are naturally insufficient in the face of Bulgaria. And not to mention the Russian Empire. The reputation of the European road roller is played out, as his neighbor Romania is not afraid of it! Wars are not moved by individual will, no matter how reluctant they are, but the enemy has already fought. If the front line cannot be held, the Bulgarian army will soon be coming to Bucharest for the second time, and it will be a defensive battle again. This is a difficult problem for the Romanian government. Now there is no possibility of diplomatic mediation. The Allies must fall. Even the road to surrender was blocked for them. There is no way that Bulgaria is trying to unify the Balkans. It is already well known, not to mention the bears. Their greed for the land is endless. Meeting these two neighbors, the Romanian government is now in tears. Originally Bulgaria still pays attention to eating. As a traveler, Ferdinand knew that it would be very troublesome to rule the country if it was not right. Therefore, when fighting a war, always look for a high-sounding reason. And they rarely start the war first. Most of the time, they let the enemy strike first and then counterattack, throwing out the cauldron of war. If there is no second Balkan war, Romania can surrender boldly. At most it will cede territory. But now, Bulgaria has already found an excuse and clearly announced that it will annex the Balkans, and there is only one way in front of them to fight to the end. The Romanian 6th Army Minister suggested embarrassingly, "Your Majesty, now the Bulgarians and the Russians are attacking us at the same time. With our military strength, we may not be able to hold Bucharest, so we might as well move the capital to no. The impact of giving up Bucharest is too great. It will have a devastating blow to our morale." Xiong interrupted. Militarily speaking, Bucharest is not suitable for defense, not even the Wallachia Plain. Retreat to the mountainous areas in the west is the best choice. But politically, Bucharest has to defend! When Romania was struggling to defend Bucharest or not, Ferdinand made the decision for them, and the Bulgarian army had rushed to kill the past. Due to the failure of the Second Balkan War, Romania is now in an extremely disadvantageous state in terms of geography, and the Wallachia Plain is unstoppable. In addition, the main force of the Bulgarian Air Force is now hovering over Bucharest, but no bombs have been dropped yet, and all they are throwing are leaflets. In this regard, Ferdinand is still very disciplined. If it is an attack on a military facility, it can be bombed at will, but when attacking an ordinary city, it is still necessary to do the best possible. For example, let's put out leaflets first, telling ordinary people to evacuate Bucharest within 24 hours, and the bombing is coming soon. In theory, it is only the evacuation of personnel, and one day is enough. If you want to transfer wealth, it is impossible. The performance of the Romanian government did not disappoint Ferdinand. The defenders seized the flyers immediately and took over the blame perfectly. There is no doubt that the propaganda department will say that it was the Romanian government that prevented the evacuation of the people, thus causing a miscalculation by the Air Force and causing so many civilian casualties. They will also produce evidence to prove that the family members of the high-level Romanian government have all run away. The capitalists have also run away, and the ordinary people have been used by the Romanian government as a human shield to cover their transfer of property. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, as long as someone believes it. The will of the Romanians to resist will be weakened a lot. Just as Ferdinand was on his way north to Romania, he was stunned by a piece of news. The French said they couldn't stand the German and Italian offensives, they retreated from the front line, and they also appealed to the British, Bulgarian and Russian countries for help. And this kind of operation? Ferdinand was stunned for the first time. Obviously, the French can't be so vulnerable. How could they be defeated so quickly with their strength? But they were indeed retreating, and it was an orderly retreat, and the Germans who wanted to take advantage of the fire did not take much advantage. Verdun meat grinder. Ferdinand immediately thought of parallel time and space. The famous battle in the Western Front. Take out the map of France. Let's take a look at the French retreat route. Did they retreat to the Verdun area? Ferdinand asked eagerly. If it is, then there is nothing to worry about. It is nothing more than making this meat grinder war a little earlier. Anyway, as long as the most brutal war on the Western Front starts, Germany and France will be ready to lose both. The 6th Army Minister Popov said suspiciously, "Your Majesty, that's right. Judging from the French army's retreat route, they are indeed retreating towards Verdun. But the performance of the French is very abnormal. With their strength, they will not give up the current line of defense so soon? According to our judgment, with the current military strength of the French, the Germans will not be able to break through their defenses for at least half a year." But what the French are doing now is very confusing. They actually lost the line of defense? Ferdinand seems to understand a little. The French are dying and living. Now the Allies must support the French. Otherwise, once the Verdun line of defense is broken by the Germans, Paris will be finished. Can the French continue the war after losing Paris? No one can answer this question. and no one dares to gamble anyway. It's very simple, just think about the horrific consequences of the French defeat, and you will know what the French want to do, Ferdinand said calmly. It is conceivable that in order to relieve the military pressure of the French, the British must send an expeditionary force. As long as the Russians did not want to go head-to-head with the Germans, they would also attack the Germans to contain their forces on the Eastern Front. Even Bulgaria had to make some moves in Italy to contain the Italian troops. The French's adventurous move has successfully dragged all countries into the water together, and don't dream of sitting on the mountain and watching tigers fight. I don't know if this counts as a new round of pit teammates. Your Majesty, then what should we do? Is it just as the French want? Popov said angrily. Ferdinand smiled slightly and said, "It seems that this problem should not be a headache for us. Anyway, the French just asked us to contain the Italians, and if it's a big deal, just contain them. Let the Air Force drop some leaflets on the Italian cities, tell the Italians that we will bomb their city ports from time to time, and let them organize the evacuation of the people. Later, the Navy will use the Italian port as our target training ground, and the Air Force will bombard it from time to time. I can probably explain it. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 343, another transaction. Looking at the current world war, Ferdinand can no longer find the familiar feeling. History has been changed beyond recognition by his butterfly effect, and the future direction has become increasingly blurred. If nothing else, the Battle of Verdun is about to start early, and the time of the World War has obviously been postponed. While Ferdinand was thinking, the active Kingdom of Montenegro jumped out to do something again. Perhaps seeing that Romania was about to end, Nicholas I also knew the reason why his lips were dead and his teeth were cold. He was worried that after Romania was finished, it would be their turn next, and he took the initiative to launch an attack to contain Bulgaria's forces. Your Majesty, the Kingdom of Montenegro launched a sneak attack on the Kosovo region last night, which was blocked by the defenders, and this morning they launched an attack in the Albania region, the Chief of General Staff reported to Ferdinand. Ferdinand nodded. It is normal for the Kingdom of Montenegro to move, as far as their small arms and legs dare to jump out now. Once Bulgaria takes it seriously, it is estimated that Nicholas I will immediately withdraw. In any case, with the small amount of troops in the Kingdom of Montenegro, it is impossible to pose a big threat to Bulgaria, and Ferdinand is too lazy to pay attention. How is the Romanian war going? Ferdinand asked with concern. The Chief of General Staff replied, "It's not going very well. The Romanians resisted harder than we thought, causing a lot of casualties to our troops. The Romanian aristocracy and capitalists feared that we would confiscate their property, so they spontaneously organized the populace to frequently attack our shipping lines. However, all their resistance was in vain. If nothing else happened, the Wallachia plain would be taken over by us in at most half a month. Now that we have completed the siege of Bucharest, the Romanian government has moved the capital to Sau-Georgi. And the Russians also conquered Baikal. The Kingdom of Romania has actually lost half of its territory. Without external intervention, the Romanian government can only go into exile in 2 months at most. Ferdinand nodded with satisfaction. As long as the strategic goal can be achieved, he will not take any casualties to his heart. Anyway, most of the casualties are cannon fodder. The big deal is to pay a pension. However, the tenacious resistance of the Romanians still worried him. This means that after the war, there will be a blood feud between the two nations. In this context, trying to assimilate the Romanians is nothing short of a dream. No need to think about Ferdinand to know that Bulgaria must be too blackened by the Romanian nobles, otherwise the ordinary people would not jump out and fight the Bulgarian army. The Romanian government's rule is not so harmonious. Peasant uprisings break out every now and then. How could it be possible to achieve sincere unity with the government? It's a pity that everyone's language and culture are different, otherwise it would be a meal to welcome Master Wang. Support the leading party, let them deal with their own people, and all those who participated in the resistance. The whole family will be exiled to the Syrian area. Ferdinand thought for a while and said. War Minister Popov objected, "Your Majesty, now the Ottoman Empire is attacking the Syrian region. Our local forces are limited, and the Greek troops organized on the ground of extremely limited combat effectiveness. Get the Romanians over now. They will definitely not be so peaceful. It will make it more difficult for us to rule. Ferdinand smiled slightly. Nowadays, most of the military bosses are not very political, and they often ask ridiculous questions, which is also impossible. For example, Popov, who climbed from an ordinary soldier to the high position of the minister of the army, his life can also be said to be hanging all the way. In fact, his military life was not smooth before the age of 30. Even in the First Bulgarian War, he commanded the army to defeat the Serbs, and his rank was still only a captain. You can see how his political savvy is. If it wasn't for Ferdinand's succession to cultivate cronies, he caught up with a good time and stood out with his outstanding military command ability. Now he should be as unknown as history. Retired. Although his position is rising, but the political mind has not made any progress. But Ferdinand has never cared about these. In his view, loyalty comes first, followed by ability. And loyal and capable subordinates are hard to find, and some shortcomings can only be tolerated. Ferdinand said calmly, "Haven't we decided to give up Syria? We will give up Syria temporarily as long as the last batch of immigrants from the Greek peninsula arrives. Do you still need to worry about the Romanians being restless?" After that, Ferdinand thought of the Black Sea Strait. Since the outbreak of the World War, the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus Strait have been blocked. The Ottomans, who shouted earth-shattering slogans, did not foolishly storm Constantinople. In addition to blocking the strait with shore artillery, they also dropped mines into the strait from time to time. This is completely different from the Turkey in Ferdinand's image. It is also because of this that Bulgaria's landing operations on the Asia Minor Peninsula have not been launched for a long time. But this time won't last long. The Russians have already had 2 rounds with the Ottomans in the Caucasus. The St. Petersburg government has repeatedly urged Bulgaria to send troops to the Asia Minor Peninsula. Popov thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, why don't we get some Romanians over there? The Allied countries have a large number of ships passing through the Suez Canal every day. Anyway, most of their return journeys are empty ships. Let's coordinate. Let them take a little detour and help us carry some people. Is it not a problem?" A word to wake up the dreamer. The reason why Bulgaria did not progress fast enough in sending the Greeks was entirely caused by insufficient transport capacity. Bulgaria's ship capacity is limited, but the Allied ships' capacity is large enough. Anyway, they are all empty ships. Let them travel a few hundred more miles and earn more freight. Presumably these capitalists will not refuse. It doesn't need much, as long as 1/5 of the ships are willing to help bring people. On average, tens of thousands of people can be packed and taken away every day. As for the use of cargo ships to pull people, whether the conditions will be too bad, these are not in Ferdinand's consideration. As long as the ships pulled people away from Bulgarian ports, he would pay, and Ferdinand would not care whether they reached their destination or not. If these capitalists were ruthless enough to pull them out and sell them as slaves, or even just wipe them off, Ferdinand would pretend not to see them. Anyway, during the World War, Bulgaria's supervision of foreign ships is not in place, which is completely excusable. After thinking about it, Ferdinand said, "Well, you are right, this is also a way. Then the battle with the Romanians doesn't have to end so quickly. All occupied areas will be under military control, then cleaned up one by one, and all the hostile elements will be packed and sent away. In addition, the war against the Kingdom of Montenegro can also be started in advance, and the local people can also follow this method. Of course, this approach only works in the sparsely populated Balkans. The mobilization of all countries is all soldiers. Basically every household participated in the resistance, and Ferdinand could also use this as an excuse to exile them. If you encounter a country with a large population, you will be caught blind. Not only can't you find the place to be resettled, but many people didn't directly participate in this war at all. You can't exile them for no reason, right? Even if you don't care about the international public opinion of this era, the basic rules of the European region must always be followed, right? The reason why the Russians have been ostracized by European countries is mainly because they have always been regarded by European countries as the mouthpiece of rule breakers. Ferdinand did not want Bulgaria to follow in their footsteps. Fortunately, during the World War, the eyes of the whole world are focused on the battlefield, and no one has noticed Bulgaria's small actions. And Ferdinand can also trade interests with the Entente. Didn't the French need Bulgaria to launch an offensive in southern Italy to contain their forces? That's no problem. Taranto's army should not be in a hurry to withdraw, and stay to attract the Italian troops. Didn't the British need Bulgaria to send troops to defend the Suez Canal? This is no problem. Ferdinand said that Bulgaria will immediately send 5 divisions to deal with the small problems of the Ottomans. It's almost the same as getting the UK and France. In this era, the right to speak in the world is in their hands. Like Japan and the US, they have no right to speak. Moreover, compared to the Black history, these two are hundreds of times more than what Bulgaria is doing now. What qualifications do they have to criticize? Well, the idea of Ferdinand or future generations is too heavy. The Ottomans are engaged in genocide, and they have not seen anything from other countries, let alone Bulgarian exiles. Some war criminals? For Britain and France, killing the Germans now is the priority. It has been more than 3 months since the outbreak of the war, and so far the two sides are still evenly divided. The Allies have brought the war to the mainland of Italy and Austria-Hungary, and the Germans have also advanced the front to Verdun. And there is no hope of victory in the short term. In order to help the French hold the line of defense, the British army, which was small in number, also sent 200,000 troops to the battlefield of Verdun. At the same time, both Britain and France are forming a large number of colonial troops, ready to be drawn to the front to be cannon fodder. In this context, they are all too busy to take care of themselves. Who would care about the life and death of the Romanians? Didn't you see that the Romanian government didn't ask the international community for help, but now everyone is a warring country? It seems that even asking for help is useless. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 344, The Balkans. With the order of Ferdinand, the Balkans became lively again, and the countries were crackling. Nicholas I regretted it again. Originally, he just wanted to help Romania share a little pressure, but he did not expect to get burned. The Kingdom of Montenegro is now mobilizing the whole country, but it has only gathered 150,000 troops, and the ratio of the army to the people has reached 1:7. If the more than 200,000 people in the concentration camps are deducted, the ratio is as high as 1:5. Obviously, this has reached the limit of their mobilization, which is based on the premise that the Austro-Hungarian Empire has provided them with material assistance. Originally, if the Kingdom of Montenegro relied on the mountains for defense, it would be nothing, and Ferdinand did not have the energy to look for their bad luck, but unfortunately they came out this time. First, they attacked the Kosovo region with the Austro-Hungarian army, but failed. Unfortunately, Ferdinand decided to attack them in advance for the sake of stability after the war. Originally, the troops who were going to board the 6th Asia Minor Peninsula were used on them first. The reinforcements of the 20th Division and the local defenders totaled 400,000 people. Under the leadership of Lieutenant General Pavel Christov, they launched a counterattack against the Kingdom of Montenegro. The strength of the two sides is not on the same level at all. In the era of aircraft plus artillery, it is already difficult to defeat the strong with the weak. In addition, Lieutenant General Pavel Christov strictly implemented Ferdinand's regional policy, occupied one place, controlled one place, and cleaned one place. In just 1 week, Nicholas I lost Gsin, Ivgrad Novi Zapar, Lake Shkadar and other areas, and he was about to surround Podgorica. It's a pity that the Kingdom of Montenegro is too small, and the Bulgarian army has only pushed the front line forward by dozens of kilometers, and they can't stand it. What do the Russians say? Nicholas I asked expectantly. Lost soldiers, lost city. Nicholas I knew that the war could no longer be fought, and he pinned all his hopes on the Russians, hoping that the Tsarist government would come forward to reconcile, so that the Kingdom of Montenegro would have a chance to return to the Allied powers. When the Allied powers win the Allied powers, The Kingdom of Montenegro will be able to share another trophy in the future. In order to check and balance the Bulgarian Russians, they will definitely support the Kingdom of Montenegro to establish the Kingdom of Yugoslavia. At that time. Unfortunately, he forgot that it was no longer the era of Alexander II, and the patience of the Russian royal family for the Kingdom of Montenegro had been wiped out. The foreign minister smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, the Tsarist government said that only when the Kingdom of Montenegro surrendered unconditionally would they be willing to mediate the conflict between us and the Bulgarians. Unconditional surrender." Nicholas I almost vomited blood in anger. If this was agreed, not to mention the Yugoslav kingdom, and even the preservation of the Montenegro kingdom would be a problem. Well, the foreign secretary's words are already mild. In fact, after the Tsarist government received the request from the Kingdom of Montenegro, they simply refused it, and it was only after the people from his foreign ministry that the Russians reluctantly gave this answer. Now the Tsarist government also hopes to build a huge Slavic empire, relying on this empire to dominate the world. Purely from the point of view of interests, in fact, the establishment of such a huge empire is very beneficial to both the Russians and the Bulgarians. Once this empire is established, the world island will tremble under this behemoth. In theory, as long as the two countries reach an agreement, whether it is the British, the French, or even the Americans, they have no ability to stop it. It shows that the strength of this great empire is much more terrifying than the Soviet Union of later generations. According to the Russians' conception, after annexing most of Germany and Austria-Hungary, plus the basics of the two countries, it will be a behemoth with an economic aggregate larger than that of the United States and a population of over 300 million. No matter whether it can be realized or not, the ambition of the Tsarist government is so big. Can the small Kingdom of Montenegro still be in their eyes against this background? Besides, the Russians did not support the Kingdom of Montenegro less in those days. But Nicholas I missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and did not develop the Kingdom of Montenegro. One wrong step is naturally a wrong step. Now no one thinks that the Kingdom of Montenegro can check and balance Bulgaria. Hey! Nicholas I sighed, and then said fiercely, "If this is the case, then we can only do our best. Order all the troops to resist me step by step, and if I fail to win, they will drill a ravine for me and drag me to death in Bulgaria." There is no doubt that Nicholas I was not confident enough when he said this. The main reason is that the Kingdom of Montenegro is too small. In terms of area, it is a city-side. If you want to learn the Boers to play guerrilla warfare, it is definitely not possible. There is nowhere to run. Besides, Ferdinand was constantly migrating their population, hid in the mountains for a few months, and suddenly there were no people left. This is a guerrilla! No matter what Nicholas I thought, Lieutenant General Perev Christov moved forward steadily, and soon approached the capital of Montenegro, Podgorica. It is said to be all. In fact, this is a small city with a population of less than 100,000. It is located on the Mura River in the Skadar Basin, and the Kingdom of Montenegro does not have so much money to build a fortress. Therefore, the battle to defend the capital of the Montenegro kingdom became tragic. In just 1 week, the Bulgarian Air Force dumped thousands of tons of bombs, including a large number of incendiary bombs, on this small city. The whole city is like a city of fire. The fire is burning and the smoke is rising. Before the siege battle starts, the defenders in the city have suffered heavy casualties. Not everyone has the spirit of seeing death at home, especially now. Without even touching the shadow of the enemy, he was burned to death by fire and smoked to death. Many people collapsed directly, and a large number of people from the Montenegro kingdom escaped from it. Naturally, there were also a large number of defenders. With fear and hatred, they were forced to surrender to the siege troops. But it doesn't matter, anyway, they all have to be packaged and sent away. Even if they hate Bulgaria more than the sky when they arrive in Syria, it won't help. There is no doubt that the defense of Podgorica, the moving capital of the Kingdom of Montenegro, has failed, and the main city area of only 10 square kilometers has been baptized by artillery fire. The remaining defenders in the city were no longer able to resist the attack of the Bulgarian army. However, The Kingdom of Montenegro is no better than Romania. Even if they conquer their capital, the following war will continue for a long time. Anyway, according to the estimates of the General Staff, this war will continue until the first half of 1916. At this time, the Romanian battlefield also changed. In order to keep the granary of the Allied countries, the Austro-Hungarian Empire transferred 400,000 reserve troops from the country to join the battlefield. This is also their last mobile unit. With the addition of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the morale of the Romanians increased dramatically, and the war became tragic. As for the consequences, of course, the Romanians suffered more casualties. The Bulgarian side just wiped out the direct participants of the rebels, and the family members were exiled to the Syrian area, and basically there was no major involvement. Hairy bears are not so easy to talk about. In order to vent their anger, they organize a massacre from time to time, and directly use butcher knives to shock the Romanians. No matter which method was used, the same effect was achieved, that is, the Romanians in the occupied area settled down. The Romanians in the unoccupied areas also became sympathetic to the enemy, and their will to resist became firmer. Well, mainly the Romanian aristocrats and capitalists whose interests have been damaged are angry. Whether it is Russia or Bulgaria, after occupying the area, the first thing is to confiscate their illegal gains. It is naturally impossible for them to go to the front line to work hard. In order to retaliate, they naturally began to fool ordinary people to go to the front line to work hard. In short, the hatred between the two sides is getting deeper and deeper. Seeing the casualty reports on the Romanian battlefield, Ferdinand finally understood why there were so many casualties in the First World War. If the Romanians continue to persevere, then they are the historical Serbia, losing 30 to 40% of the population, which is not impossible. It can be seen from the casualty data that Bulgaria suffered 58,000 casualties on the Romanian battlefield in September, and the Romanians paid at least twice that amount. The war broke out in Romania. How could their civilian casualties be low? Under normal circumstances, civilians tend to suffer more casualties than military. It is mainly a siege battle. Basically, as long as every city has fierce resistance, the number of civilian casualties is a huge number. Cannonballs don't have long eyes, and it's impossible to specifically catch the army. And neither the Bulgarian army nor the Russian army has cared about the civilian casualties in Romania, and they are fighting as much as they want. The most important thing is that the Romanian government does not pay attention to civilian casualties. In many cases, the people could be evacuated first, but they did not do it. For example, the Bulgarian army suffered 58,000 casualties in September, but with effective treatment, the real death toll is only 8,000, and everyone else can recover. And the Romanians are tragic. There are neither enough medicines nor enough doctors. As long as the soldiers are injured, they can only resign themselves to fate. According to the estimates of the General Staff, the number of casualties in Romania exceeded 500,000 in September alone, and only God knows how many died. In this regard, Malng has made great contributions. In terms of destructive power or the Russian army, even the destructive power of the mercenaries recruited by Ferdinand is amazing. This aspect seems to be their innate talent. In Ferdinand's point of view, the current Romanians have gone mad and armed people who have never been trained into the battlefield. This is completely sending death. More importantly, most of the Romanian soldiers were recruited by the government. No matter how they publicized it, ordinary people had lost confidence in resisting the attack of the two countries. Reinforcements from the Austro-Hungarian Empire can boost morale, but over time this effect is also fading. Many Romanians found that the combat effectiveness of the Austro-Hungarian army was only half a pound compared to them, and they could not stop the joint attack of the two countries. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Recommend the new book of the city God Laushi. Genius website address, mobile version reading website. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345. Talk about conditions. The cold wind whistled past, the dead branches and leaves disappeared with the wind, snowflakes floated in the sky, and another winter came. Ferdinand was waiting for a few little guys to play in the snow, and even Queen Xenia, who had always been an introspective, put down her dignified past and joined the game, and the family enjoyed it. The year 1915 just passed was a year of wars, and the chaos in Europe became a pot of porridge. In just 1 year, more than 5 million people have died in the wars. But this is just the beginning. Ferdinand knows that the world war will become more brutal in the next year, and now everyone has no way out, either victory or destruction. The final battle is no longer possible, and it has now become a competition of comprehensive national strength. When he came to this time and space, Ferdinand became more and more hard-hearted. He was used to seeing swords, intrigues, and became a qualified politician. Even if the front line is full of blood, he can still be at ease in the rear. Of course, this is premised on the continued victories of Bulgaria. In just 1 year, Ferdinand has swept Romania and Montenegro into the dust of history. No, their government in exile still exists, and there are even a few small units that continue to resist stubbornly. In case the Allies suddenly explode one day and win this war, they still have a chance to recover. Minister of Foreign Affairs Medvedev said solemnly, "Your Majesty, the French ambassador has just asked us for support." According to the information from the front line, their defense line at Verdun has been crumbling, and the Germans have broken through 2 days ago, their first line of defense. Ferdinand's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the French to lose their first line of defense so quickly with the help of the British. Verdun was known as a meat grinder in history, and the casualties on both sides of the war were nearly 1 million. He didn't want to throw his precious army into this huge pit, but now Bulgaria has to keep the French strong. Ferdinand was thinking quietly, why the historically unbreakable Verdun line of defense is now crumbling. That's right, it's Italian. Although the combat effectiveness of the Italian Sixth Army was not very good, the addition of millions of Italian troops still contained a large number of French troops, resulting in a shortage of French troops. You must know that in order to help the French hold the line of defense, John Bull also made great efforts this time, and the number of the expeditionary force increased to 700,000, which was worthy of helping the French stop the German attack. Tell the French that in order to relieve their military pressure, we will attack the Italian mainland and contain their forces. Ferdinand finally decided to find the persimmons too soft. The current battlefield on the Western Front is not a good place to go. Both sides have fired real fire, aircraft, tanks and cannons are blooming everywhere, and bombs are thrown around without money. Ferdinand had even prepared for the worst. Once the Verdun line of defense fell, he would immediately start 6 battles against Rome, forcing the Italians to withdraw from the war. At the same time, they will unite with the Russians to kill the Austro-Hungarian Empire as soon as possible, and compare with the Germans to see if they occupy Paris first, or whether Italy and the Austro-Hungarian Empire can't hold on. Anyway, once there are no two allies, the Germans who are fighting alone will not change their fate even if they occupy France. Time flies, and according to Ferdinand's order, Bulgaria once again launched the 6th to Italy, this time targeting Sicily. Geographically, Sicily is located in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea and has a very high strategic value. Now the submarine forces of the Allied countries are mostly based in Sicily, and the Tunis Strait is about to become a death route. In this respect, the occupation of Sicily had a significant impact on the Allies. More importantly, as long as Ferdinand deploys a few hundred planes in Sicily, he can divide the Mediterranean in two at any time. Obviously, Ferdinand underestimated the importance of the Verdun line in the eyes of Britain and France. Due to the sudden explosion of the Germans, the troops attacking Verdun increased to 62 divisions, and the Italians contained the French troops. Now the Allied defenders of the Verdun line of defense have been greatly insufficient. As for the formation of colonial cannon fodder troops in Britain and France, The combat effectiveness is really not reassuring. There was even a record of a German regiment defeating an Indian army. Since then, the French have never dared to hand over important defensive lines to colonial troops. So they turned their attention to Bulgaria. With the collapse of Romania and Montenegro, the fighting in the Balkans has gradually stabilized. The war between Bulgaria and the Austro-Hungarian Empire has now become a big eye. Both sides are relying on the mountains to build a defense line. It is obvious that whoever attacks will suffer, and the intensity of the war will naturally be low. This is also what Ferdinand did on purpose, otherwise the Austro-Hungarian Empire would almost have to play at the same time against the two powers. Austria-Hungary is not Germany. It is not so sturdy. In this context, Ferdinand naturally wanted to start the Asia Minor strategy. Ferdinand has always been very positive about grabbing territory, and of course the Bulgarian military is even more active! The mate's crisp voice sounded, "Your Majesty, the British ambassador, the Marquis of Winston, and the French ambassador, Mr. Credo, are visiting together." Understood. Take them to the reception room and wait. I'll be there in a while, Ferdinand said calmly. He knew very well the purpose of the visit of the British and French ambassadors. Could it be that they could not persuade the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they still tried to persuade him? Forget it. You won't know until you meet. Why do you think so much? Ferdinand has always disliked beating around the bush, and asked directly, "What are you two coming here today?" The British ambassador, Marquis Winston, replied, "Your Majesty, the Verdun line of defense is in an emergency. Out of the common interests of the Allies, we hope that your country will send 500,000 troops to France." Ferdinand smiled and said, "According to our previous agreement, Bulgaria has already completed the task. We also held down the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Italians, as well as Romania and Montenegro, and are now preparing for the Sixth Ottoman Empire. From the standpoint of allies, we have done enough. If we take more responsibility, should we also allocate corresponding benefits?" Marquis Winston said cheerfully, "Your Majesty, please rest assured that we are here with sincerity. If your country is willing to send troops to France, we will support your country's actions in the Near East, including the annexation and unification of the Balkan Peninsula and the annexation of the Asia Minor Peninsula." Ferdinand shook his head without changing his face. The British and French thought too well. After writing a blank check, they wanted to fool Bulgaria into sending troops? The Balkan Peninsula needs Bulgaria to send troops to unify itself, and the Asia Minor Peninsula also needs Bulgaria to send troops to get it. Their recognition is worthless. After the World War, Britain and France lost their pre-war prestige. As long as Bulgaria took these places in their hands, would they still spit it out because Britain and France did not recognize it? Your Majesty, if Bulgaria can send reinforcements to France, we can forgive some of the loan. French Ambassador Credo added. Ferdinand still shook his head. The franc was going to depreciate after the war, and he couldn't even keep 1/10 of the current value of the currency. Does he still care about the loan after the shrinkage? Ferdinand said solemnly, "I'm sorry you two. I don't have so much time to bargain with you. If you need to try it out slowly, you can go to the Bulgarian Foreign Ministry. If you want to continue talking, just show your cards. I don't like to be around the corner." I think the battle situation is also very urgent on the front line of Verdun. With such a low efficiency, are you not afraid of changes in the front line? Or do you think that those colonial troops can stop the German attack and don't need reinforcements at all? Obviously his words were very rude, but where he was king, it wouldn't be a big deal if he taught them a few words. Anyway, the European Big Six here, people are used to the king's appearance, and Ferdinand's current performance is very normal. Of course, if you leave Europe and go elsewhere, it's another story. The British and French ambassadors have never paid attention to the kings of Asia and Africa. Although the atmosphere was a little embarrassing, they recovered quickly. Whose king has no temper? Your Majesty, if Bulgaria can immediately send troops to France, in terms of distribution of benefits after the war, your country can get an extra share on the current basis. Credo said neatly. When he said this, his mood was obviously not very good, and some people must take more and others take less. Obviously, Most of this part of the benefit is to be deducted from their share. Who said that the French army is insufficient now? Ferdinand said happily, okay, since that's the case, then it's easy to discuss. Rest assured, my appetite is not large, and your country's interests will not be harmed. How about half the Apennine Peninsula plus Sicily and Sardinia with Rome as the border? Your country can carve up the other half of the Apennine Peninsula, and we can all get what we want. No. The Marquis of Windsor objected obviously. Ferdinand's proposal still has a strong temptation for France. The essence of Italy's industry is in the north. According to the way of dividing up Ferdinand's proposal, the French will undoubtedly take advantage of it. But for the British, it was completely unbearable. If the French were to swallow the industrial essence of Italy, who would have the final say in the European Big Six? Of course, everyone is still allies now. Under the premise that the German enemy still exists, everyone will not fall out over the distribution of interests after the war, but the nail Ferdinand has been buried. Perhaps realizing that he had made a blunder, Marquis Windsor explained, now that the war is still going on, it is too early to talk about the distribution of Italy so early. It is better to discuss it after the war. Ferdinand nodded and said, yes, it's really too early to talk about how to deal with Italy, so let's deal with it later. But how about the disposal of the Ottoman Empire after the war to us and the Russians? Marquis Windsor thought for a while and said, yes, but the interests of the British Empire must be guaranteed. Ferdinand nodded and said very calmly, of course, the current sphere of influence between Britain and France will be handled by you. Creto also nodded. They had no interest in the Ottoman Empire anyway. The Ottoman Empire has long been divided up, and now the most valuable areas are undoubtedly parts of the Asia Minor Peninsula and the Caucasus, which are already in the possession of Bulgaria and Russia. The rest of the area, just sand. In the Arab region of this era, oil has not yet been discovered, and it is worthless at all. The spheres of influence delineated by Ferdinand include Yemen, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Oman, and other regions have long been included in their own bowls by the British. Like Kuwait, Iran, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar are all British spheres of influence, and everyone's conflict of interest is not big. As for the distribution of interests between the Bulgarians and the Russians, they don't care. For the British, as long as there is a distribution of interests, there will be conflicts. Is it possible that the future alliance between Russia and Russia will be so harmonious? With Bulgaria as a buffer, the British Empire does not need to directly conflict with Russia in the Near East, and the new international order will still be under the control of the British Empire. Ferdinand added another request, by the way, if Bulgaria sends troops to France, it will inevitably lead to a shortage of domestic troops. I hope that the British Empire can provide us with 50 Indian divisions to use on the battlefield in Asia Minor. Although their combat effectiveness is not very good, it is still feasible for them to do odd jobs and maintain order. Seeing Marquis Windsor's hesitation, Ferdinand smiled and said, the population of your country's Indian colonies has exceeded 300 million. And we only need a few 100,000 people. This is not a problem, right? Don't worry, I don't need your country to provide officers, I just need your country to provide a batch of translators. We will take care of the rest by ourselves. No problem. Hearing that there was no need for an officer, Marquis Windsor readily agreed. Anyway, what India lacks the most is people. As for what Ferdinand will use these Indians for, he doesn't bother to care. Anyway, ASIN is valuable. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 346. In fact, Ferdinand did not take the agreement reached with Britain and France in his heart, and the distribution of benefits ultimately had to rely on fists to speak. As long as Bulgaria actually occupies these places are naturally Bulgarian territory. On the other hand, if Bulgaria does not have the strength to occupy these territories, then Britain and France will not mind dividing it up again. What really satisfied Ferdinand was that the conflict between Britain and France was much greater than he had expected, which meant that the post-war Bulgarian diplomatic environment would be much better. After all, the French want to expand on the European continent, but the British do not want the French to become bigger. In this regard, There are natural contradictions between the two parties that cannot be reconciled. But it doesn't matter to Ferdinand. If the French are good enough, they can expand as they like. Anyway, he has no idea about Western and Central Europe. As for the unification of Europe, what even Napoleon did not do, Ferdinand didn't believe that the Gallic chicken could do it now, and the continental balance should be left to the British to play. Ferdinand did not know yet that under his butterfly effect, both Britain and France had the intention of imitating Bulgaria. It's a pity that the British who are alone overseas are destined to have a natural disadvantage in this regard. It is impossible to return to the European continent now. At most, they will send the Irish away. It is estimated that this is difficult to achieve. The French are different. According to the ideas of some activists, they have already planned to pack the Germans out directly, and France will directly annex Central Europe. For these people's ideas, Ferdinand can only say that they are too naive. If the Germans were beaten half paralyzed, there is still a chance that their ideas will be realized. If, as in history, the Germans' military strength is still alive, they will surrender. If the French dare to move, and John Bull supports another wave, the war will break out immediately. Can the Gallic chickens stand it? Of course. If the Gallic chickens are smart enough to go to bully the Italians, the problem seems to be small, and they have an absolute advantage in force. Anyway, these have nothing to do with Ferdinand. The strength of a country is always in itself, not on the decline of its opponents. Of course, the Americans are an exception. As long as he thinks about the large number of deserts on Bulgarian territory in the future, Ferdinand will have a headache. Does he still have to make a century-old plan? Planting trees and deforestation? Forget it. This problem will still be a headache in the future. Anyway, this cannot be solved overnight. The European continent was still filled with gunpowder smoke. After the conditions were negotiated, 33 infantry divisions and 2 artillery divisions were sent to reinforce France. There is no doubt that these are the mercenary legions that were recruited before. Of course, Ferdinand is still very disciplined. These troops were recruited before the outbreak of the World War, and they have pact with Austria-Hungary, Romania, and Montenegro, and have rich combat experience. The fighting power is there, and I am not afraid of what Britain and France say. Anyway, for Britain and France, defending the Verdun line of defense is the key, as long as the reinforcements have combat effectiveness. As for the difference between Bulgarians and hairy bears, this is really not important. With a reduction of 500,000 troops, it is natural to recruit another 500,000. Fortunately, there are enough cannon fodder prepared before, and this number can be quickly made up. When Ferdinand sent troops to reinforce France, the Eastern Front also changed, and the Russians launched the winter offensive. Due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, at the beginning of the war, the Russians targeted the Austro-Hungarian Empire and did not blindly attack East Prussia, so naturally there was no initial defeat. Now that the French can't stand it anymore, as the European gendarmerie, the bear must also exert his strength. According to the information from Russia, Ferdinand knew that the commander of the Russian Southwest Front Army, Brusilo, was in charge of the battle. Husband Admiral. He also has an amazing identity, the founder of the Blitz. And in history Brusilov commanded the Russian army to win the victory of the Brusilov offensive. It's just that historically, the Brusilov offensive occurred in summer, and now it is in winter. However, the winter in Germany and Austria is a piece of cake for the bears. Compared with their domestic ones, this can be regarded as spring-like warmth. Of course, the premise is that the Russian people have the concept of spring. However, Maun is Maun in the end. They have 3 fronts on the Eastern Front, namely the Southwest Front Army, the Western Front Army, and the Northern Front Army. This time they launched an attack on Germany and Austria at the same time. Fully let the whole world see what human sea tactics are. The entire Eastern Front battlefield, more than 4.8 million Russian troops, launched an attack at the same time. Seeing that Ferdinand's eyes are dizzy, there is no need to play like this with a little military common sense. He wanted to greet the Russian strategy-making staff. Did he lose his mind? If so many troops launched an attack at the same time, have they considered logistics? He can't control the bad things of the Russians, but he still ordered to pay close attention to the war situation. If the Russians make a big news and make a breakthrough across the board, then Bulgaria will stab Austria and Hungary again and snatch the spoils. Of course, he thinks the Russians are more likely to lose the war. Now that the momentum is getting bigger, the German reinforcements have also come, and trouble has come. The gap in strength, just relying on a famous general of Bruzilov is not enough. In any case, the momentum of the Russians has been created, and no one knows what the outcome of the war will be. Of course, for the French, the Russians did a very good job this time. At least the Germans had to send troops to reinforce the Eastern Front. Otherwise, just relying on their 300,000 to 400,000 defenders and the more than 3 million troops of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it would be unreliable to see nearly 5 million gray animals. When he received the information that the Germans had dispatched troops to reinforce the Eastern Front, Ferdinand began to observe a moment of silence for the Russians. If you don't die, you won't die. Anyway, after the German army reinforces the Eastern Front, it will definitely show its record. Although Bulgaria's Balkan defense line is not as good as Verdun, it can't stand their thickness. According to Ferdinand's idea, basically a few hills are a line of defense. Although it is not so reliable, delaying time is the best choice. Except for a limited number of places that must be focused on defense. Other places are basically a series of small defense lines stacked on a large line of defense. The Austro-Hungarian army had already experienced this, and they finally launched a surprise attack to break through the position. The Bulgarian army immediately reacted and regained the position again. If you want to drive straight in, you can only fight all the way. After a few fights, the Austro-Hungarian Empire gave up their plan to fight against Bulgaria. Obviously, what the Germans want is a quick solution, and a battle of attrition with Bulgaria is very uneconomical. That is, they cannot achieve the desired results, and they cannot solve the crisis on the Eastern Front. Then the Eastern European plain is the best breakthrough, and only in the plain area can the German army win quickly. Moreover, the Germans must also solve the main force of the Russian army so that their Eastern Front will be safe. In St. Petersburg, Nicholas II is still in high spirits guiding the country in the Winter Palace. It has been almost a year since the outbreak of the World War, and so far the Russian army has not shown impressive results, which makes him very dissatisfied. Due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, with the rise of Bulgaria, the Austro-Hungarian Empire faced two powerful opponents at the same time, and they naturally would not be foolish to take the initiative. As a result, the Austro-Hungarian Empire acted as an ostrich, and honestly played positional warfare, and Mountain couldn't help them for a while, so naturally they didn't have a shot. However, the French resisted the Germans' attack. Although they were at a disadvantage, they still fought with the Germans. The British also locked the German navy, and the army was still supporting the French. Even the Bulgarian, the former younger brother, has also become prosperous. First, he overthrew the Italian navy, and then almost unified the Balkans. Now he is still preparing to attack the Ottoman Empire. This is still unbearable for the arrogant Nicholas II. They can't use their victory over the Ottomans in the Caucasus as a show of success, right? He still can't afford to lose that person. Now it's Russia's turn to break out. After so long of preparation, the Russian army has finally gathered weapons and ammunition and can break out. Of course, the most important thing is the distribution of interests after the war. Now that the Russian Empire can't show a convincing record, why should the most delicious cake be divided? You must know that after the Russian-Japanese War, the status of the Russian Empire in Europe has dropped significantly. Many people think that the European military police is old. This is not good news. Everyone knows that they can retire when they are old. And after the outbreak of the World War, the performance of the Russian army can only be very average, under the support of colleagues. It can also be described as bad. Misnamed. This was undoubtedly catastrophic for the Tsarist government. Once European countries believed that the strength of the Russian Empire was not true to its name, then not only the establishment of a Slavic empire, but also the distribution of benefits after the war would not be considered. How much say they have? It can be said that the powers are very realistic. Before the outbreak of the World War, Bulgaria still had the lowest voice among the powers. However, With the outbreak of the World War, Bulgaria's strength has been recognized by the outside world, and its influence in the Allied countries has greatly increased. On the contrary, the influence of the Russians is declining. Your Majesty, our best time to attack has been missed. Now that the German reinforcements are reinforcing the Eastern Front, our strategic purpose of relieving the French military pressure has been achieved, and there is no need to continue this war. Chief of General Staff Little Nikolai Nikolaevich Romanov proposed according to his idea. Since the Germans have been mobilized and the crisis of the French has been temporarily lifted, there is no need to fight this war again. Of course, this is only from a military point of view, but politically it is completely different. In the military, it is a good policy to let the Germans keep mobilizing on the east and west fronts, and they are exhausted and eventually drag the Germans down. But politically, now the Russian Empire needs a victory, and a victory that will amaze the world. The Prime Minister retorted with a smile, "Mr. Chief of Staff, if it is purely military, your opinion is fine. But politically, now the Russian Empire has to fight, which is related to our position in the Entente and the distribution of future benefits. If this time we stop the attack and turn to defense on the spot, the century-old prestige accumulated by the Russian Empire will be destroyed in one fell swoop." War Minister Alexei Andreevich Polivanov sneered and said, "Mr. Prime Minister, the prestige is all played out, and if we launch a full-scale attack now, we have no complete confidence in winning. If the front line is defeated, the consequences will be even more serious. Rather than that, let's reduce the scale of the war and increase the confidence of victory. I don't think it is necessary to launch an attack from all three fronts at the same time. Two of the fronts are fainting, and one front is the main attack. Even if there is any change, it is within our grasp, and we have to take into account the logistics. The front-line troops have only 1.5 months of combat material reserves. Once this time is exceeded, we need to transport them from the rear. And our domestic material reserves are also very limited. It is almost impossible to support the battle of nearly 5 million troops at the same time. Moreover, even if the government has a way to collect this batch of materials, with our poor traffic conditions, we cannot complete this huge transportation task. Compared with the same period in history, the life of the Russians in this time and space is much better. Due to the existence of Bulgaria, their external communication lines have not been completely cut off. At the same time, there is no park with the Germans yet, and their army losses are not as heavy as historical losses. At least in history, there has not been a situation where a few Russian soldiers have only one rifle. Although it is still a variety of equipment, in the end it is still possible to have a rifle, and the weapons and ammunition are still barely available. This gave the Tsarist government an illusion that it felt good about itself. They believed that as long as the Russian Empire exerted its strength, it could kill the German and Austrian coalition forces on the Eastern Front. As long as this battle is won, then this war will be over. As the biggest hero, the Russian Empire is naturally entitled to the biggest cake. Of course, it is not ruled out that someone has received money from Britain and France. After all, in order to promote Russia's attack, Britain and France also spent a lot of money, and the cost of tackling key problems is naturally indispensable. The Foreign Secretary said abruptly, "Your Majesty, Britain and France have committed themselves to bear all the costs if we launch this attack. As for the shortage of supplies that the War Minister is worried about, the Allies can also provide. We have reached an agreement with Bulgaria. They will coordinate the capacity and ensure our supplies." Nicholas II, who had been shaken, was once again tempted. If Britain and France could bear all the expenses and be responsible for the supply of strategic materials, then it would not be a big deal to fight this war. In his view, as long as these problems are solved, the possibility of losing the war has been minimized. The big deal will cost human lives and allied countries. Anyway, the most important thing in Russia is gray animals. Nicholas II asked worriedly, "Will the promises of Britain and France be fulfilled? There are not a few materials to support 5 million troops in combat. How can they guarantee the transportation?" The foreign minister said calmly, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, we have negotiated with Bulgaria. If the British and French supplies cannot be supplied in the short term, they can pay part of it in advance. Well, Ferdinand didn't even know when he had agreed to advance strategic supplies for Britain and France. However, there are not too many deceitful things in the Tsarist government. Now their main purpose is to fool Nicholas II into launching an all-out attack on Germany and Austria. Some minor details. The UK and France will be responsible for it. Nicholas II nodded with satisfaction and asked, "If Britain and France can do what they promised, can we launch an attack?" The Minister of War Alexei Andreevich Polivanov thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, I still recommend reducing the scale of the war." Nicholas II said dissatisfiedly, "Enough, the difficulties you mentioned have been resolved. Can't we launch a full-scale attack? To know that ending this war as soon as possible and getting the spoils we want is the top priority. Don't you know how much this war has brought to the Russian Empire? Almost all of our international commercial trade has stopped. If the war continues, our domestic economy is about to collapse." Obviously, Nicholas II is not an idiot, and he still knows some domestic situations. The life of the people of the Russian Empire is not very easy now. Affected by the war, everyone's living standards have been greatly reduced. Genius website address. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 347, The Ambition of the Greeks. Your Majesty, our army is ready to land on the Asia Minor Peninsula at any time," said War Minister Popov solemnly. "Your Majesty, our navy is also ready to cover the landing of the army at any time," Admiralty Petrov added. Ferdinand knew that the military could no longer hold back, and if it hadn't been forcibly suppressed by himself, they would have already started. The contradiction between Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire cannot be eased for a long time, and it is undoubtedly the best choice to settle the grievances in the World War. So let the Ottomans make one last contribution now, Ferdinand thought to himself. Well, Syria can fall, Ferdinand said lightly. He knew the order could cost millions of lives, but politics was so cruel. Now the Syrian area is different from the desolation of the Ottoman Empire. The Greeks who arrived first, and the Romanians and Montenegrins who arrived later, have a total population of 3.18 million. Among them, there are 1.78 million Greek immigrants, 430,000 immigrants from Montenegro, and the remaining 970,000 are Romanians. If Bulgaria wants to defend, just arm them and you'll be done. Obviously Ferdinand would not do this, and it was not in Bulgaria's interest. Of course, it is impossible for Bulgaria to give up Syria suddenly, so it is easy to be seen as a flaw and cause unnecessary trouble. Among the immigrants who migrated from Montenegro, many of them used to be supporters of the Ottoman Empire. If they were given a chance, the defeat of the defenders would be logical if they became the leading party. In this regard, the intelligence department is better at it. So the new garrison commander in Syria is Major General Vicky Clinton, who was born in the intelligence department. His mission this time is to reasonably lose Syria within 2 months. Well, defeating a war is hard for any general, but it's nothing for an intelligence agent. They have encountered even more bizarre tasks. There is no way for them to meet the boss of Ferdinand. He, who was baptized by the internet in later generations, naturally borrowed many classic routines. After Syria fell, launching a landing operation was decided by Ferdinand after careful consideration. If you want to kill with a knife, you have to give the enemy a chance to use a knife, right? After the Ottomans made their move, Bulgaria appeared again as a savior. Even if the conflict with these immigrants cannot be eliminated, at least part of the hatred can be transferred smoothly. At the same time as Syria fell, the Bulgarian army also launched an attack on the Italian colony of Eritrea. After the outbreak of the World War, the Italian colonial government in Eritrea declared its neutrality very strangely. Seeing that they are safe enough, and they are not strategically important places, the Allied powers did not seek their bad luck for a while, and now their good days are over. Obviously they are all smart people. Otherwise they would not have thought of such a strange means of declaring neutrality. But smart people also have the characteristics of being afraid of death. As soon as the Bulgarian Marines landed, they announced their surrender. Of course, one can't expect the combat effectiveness of the thousands of Italian soldiers who are alone overseas. In fact, it was not Ferdinand's intention to rob Eritrea, which was requested by Georgi on his own initiative. Jordan is really not a good place. You don't want anything. To be king in such a place is not suitable for Georgi, who has no ambitions. Although he is not young, he still wants to fight. Hereditary is different. It is not far from the Suez Canal and has convenient maritime trade. It is also on the African continent, far from the core area of European powers. The Ethiopian next to him was regarded as fat by Georgi again, and he greatly imitated Ferdinand's posture of overturning the Ottoman Empire, preparing to annex Ethiopia to establish a new empire. In Ferdinand's view, this is another person fooled by the rise of great powers. In fact, the theory of the rise of great powers that Ferdinand came up with has a high degree of dissemination around the world, and there are quite a few people who believe in his theory. Georgi can be said to have witnessed the rise of Bulgaria, and his feelings were even deeper, and he naturally accepted this theory when he was in a state of emergency. By the way, he also used this theory to persuade many elites among the Greeks. The reality is in front of us. Even if the country is restored in the Greek peninsula, it is destined to be a small one, and there is no chance of becoming a powerful country. But the African continent is different. Once Greece annexes Ethiopia, the foundation of a great power will be there, and the opportunity to revive Greece is at hand. Of course, this is also the case in Europe, where people are more open-minded. People can leave their homes, and accept the wonderful theory that a country can be built wherever people are. Then the Greek government signed a territorial transaction agreement with Bulgaria, that is, the Greek peninsula was exchanged for Eritrea. Considering the different levels of development on both sides, Bulgaria was responsible for helping Greece relocate as compensation. The whole world was stunned, but considering European traditions, there were not a few cases of territory being traded. It's just that in the past 100 years, this kind of national migration has rarely happened. Shock is shock, but now the world war is fierce, and everyone has no time to pay attention to this trivial matter. Anyway, everyone has long been mentally prepared for Bulgaria to annex the Greek peninsula. Now there are not many Greeks in the Greek peninsula. It is not surprising that the Greek government made such a decision. If they don't run, they will be completely annexed. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is Bulgaria's tossing, and it has nothing to do with them anyway. But in the eyes of politicians, it is completely different. This treaty provides a legal basis for Bulgaria to annex the Greek peninsula. This has given many countries interested in expanding their territories on the European continent to see new opportunities. Among them, the Germans and French are the most interested and have the greatest ambitions. The Spaniards also seem to be preparing to do such a territorial transaction with Portugal again, but unfortunately they were decisively rejected by the Portuguese. Now that Portugal has joined the Allies, the Spaniards dare not act rashly. No matter what the outside world thinks, Georgi has taken the loan given by Ferdinand and went to Eritrea to announce the reconstruction of the Greek kingdom with a high profile. With the withdrawal of the Greek government, Bulgaria also completely controlled the Greek peninsula. The first thing Ferdinand did was to find experts and scholars to change the name of the Greek peninsula. This is not a small project. In the future, so many places in the Ottoman Empire will need to be renamed. This requires a lot of data to be checked and the theoretical basis for the name change to be compiled. Anyway, according to Ferdinand's request, those with historical illusions should find illusions, and those without historical illusions should make up their own illusions. In short, Bulgaria's legal inheritance rights to these territories should be determined. Before that, experts had verified the legitimacy of Bulgaria's possession of the Asia Minor Peninsula. This can be traced back to the 2nd century AD. Although it has been a long time, it is enough. The main reason is that modern history is not easy to compile, and it is easy to cross-cut, but ancient history is difficult to verify. According to the logic of these talkative experts, probably Bulgaria has the legal inheritance rights to most of Asia. Anyway, they have many ancestors. As a mixed race, they can inherit quite a lot. Of course, these theoretical foundations are still being perfected. According to Ferdinand's estimation, such true and false information should be able to drive the historians of later generations crazy! With the re-establishment of the Greek kingdom, Georgi still attracted a lot of talent, and Greeks scattered all over the world every day tried to find a way to return to the new kingdom of Greece. Influenced by the theory of the rise of great powers, everyone did not blame George I for his cowardice this time, but believed that he had the courage to bring new hope to Greece. George I was also black enough to throw out the cauldron of Greece's 2 defeats in the war, and directly washed himself. Even the cauldron of the Greek-Turkish war was pushed to the cabinet, accusing them of corruption and deduction of military salaries, which made the Greek army lose its combat effectiveness, and only allowed Bulgaria to rise. The gambling agreement he signed with Ferdinand was completely fair, but it was a pity that the government was too corrupt and the army was too weak to fight. If the Greek army also had the equivalent combat power of the Bulgarian army, then at least half of the Balkans is now Greek territory. It is reasonable and well-founded, but in fact it is preparing to emulate the Bulgarian system, constitutional monarchy centered on the king. This is the evaluation of Bulgaria from the outside world. This is where the outside world is most puzzled. It is obvious that Bulgaria also has a parliament, which is also democratically elected, but these lawmakers have absolutely no intention of pointing fingers at the government. They usually do what they should do. It can only be said that these MPs do not care enough about politics, but they're laissez-faire. Bulgaria is still developing very well, even more stable than any other country. This makes many politicians envious. For their own interests, they naturally hope that the Congress can follow the example of Bulgaria, and usually advocate the superiority of the Bulgarian system. The current Greek government is all of George I's cronies. As for the original batch of worms, he naturally wiped all the worms, and the stolen money confiscated happened to be used by him as the reconstruction fund of the Greek kingdom. Coupled with the hot-blooded young people who came from all over the world, the newly born Greek kingdom had a thriving scene, and Ferdinand was stunned. Could it be that the theory of the rise of a great power, which he has tossed around casually, is really feasible? Of course, this still takes time to verify, but George I gave this theory a good start. After getting rid of Bulgaria's control and coming to Eritrea, George I had a feeling that the sky was high and the bird was flying, and the whole person seemed to be 10 years younger. Prime Minister, how is the immigration work going? George I asked with concern. The Prime Minister said energetically, Your Majesty, everything is going well. Since the re-establishment of the Kingdom of Greece, we have received more than 10,000 immigrants in just over a month. And judging from the situation from all over the world, Greeks all over the world are willing to support us in rebuilding the Greek kingdom, and many people are unable to come because of the World War. If nothing else, the number of immigrants after the end of the World War will greatly increase. At the same time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has reached an agreement with Bulgaria, and they agreed to repatriate all Greeks in Syria. It won't be long before we rebuild our army, conquer Ethiopia and establish the great Greek kingdom. Chapter 348. After sending the Greeks away, Ferdinand's mood suddenly relaxed a lot. As soon as the Kingdom of Greece was established, the Greeks turned their attention to the construction of the country, and had no time to trouble him. There are often conflicts of interest between countries. Compared with restoring the glory of Greece, their conflict with Bulgaria is not worth mentioning. Their biggest enemy now has become Ethiopia next door. As for whether the Greeks can succeed, Ferdinand is not optimistic about them, mainly because of the flaw in the population. Now the number of Greeks is declining sharply. There is no doubt that this is the cauldron of the Ottoman Empire. Once the ethnic cleansing begins, it cannot be stopped. Now is the time for Bulgaria to land on the Asia Minor Peninsula. The leading party already exists, and the ethnic minorities within the Ottoman Empire are probably about to welcome the king's division. The most important thing is that Syria has also fallen. Major General Vicky Clinton deserves to have a background in intelligence and is skilled in business. As soon as he took office, he formed a colonial army of 5 divisions, namely 2 Greek divisions, 2 Romanian divisions and 1 Montenegrin division. I have to say that propaganda is very important. The ethnic cleansing carried out by the Ottoman Empire in Syria has long been spread in Syria. Although Romanians and Greeks are not interested in Bulgaria, there are Ottomans for comparison. For the safety of the family, they also had to take up arms and go to the front. However, The composition of this separately formed Montenegrin division is a bit complicated. Many of them are supporters of the Ottoman Empire. They were rescued by Bulgaria from the Montenegrin kingdom, and now they are starting to move again. And Major General Vicky Clinton pretended not to see all of this, and simply put the 5 divisions on the front line, taking over the defense area of the original Syrian guarding division. Although their weapons and equipment are a little behind, and their training is a little worse, but under normal circumstances, it is probably not difficult to hold a line of defense with 5 times the original strength, right? Of course, Major General Vicky Clinton's arrangement quickly attracted questions from his subordinates. For example, a major's staff once questioned, "General, our supervision of the colonial troops is too lax, and it is easy to have a situation where the tail cannot be lost." This is for sure. Several colonial divisions and even high-level officers were selected by soldiers, and they were exclusively training warlords. Major General Vicky Clinton replied coldly, "Mr. Major, all you need to do is to execute the order. As for why you do it, and the consequences of doing it, I am clear about it. As a soldier, it's better not to get involved in politics. I can only tell you that this is domestic, meaning the Bulgarian army is not the Japanese army. They have no ability to fight against the enemy. Even if they are dissatisfied with Major General Vicky Clinton's order, all they can do is to appeal to the country. In order to evacuate as soon as possible, Major General Vicky Clinton gathered the local Bulgarian people in the name of war and sent them to Palestine. In addition, the grain was centrally controlled on the grounds of the wartime rationing system. Of course, when the grain is distributed, it is still very loose. Everyone can receive a week's grain in advance, which is still very generous. He knew very well that there was still a fire left, so the opportunity for Bulgarian intelligence inside the Ottoman Empire came. One of them is Asad, who is now a junior staff officer in the Ottoman army. The Ottomans were also taken aback when they found out that the Bulgarians had switched defenses, and the defenders on the opposite side suddenly became 5 times their original size. Not to mention the defense, even counterattack can be done. Even if they are colonial troops, it is not easy to mess with. They have already fought against the first Greek colonial troops. Don't look at the bad relations between the Greeks and Bulgaria, and don't want to defend the colonies for Bulgaria, but can't stand their relations with the Ottoman Empire is worse. When the Ottoman army plundered the Greek peninsula, hundreds of thousands of Greeks fell under the butcher's knife. In terms of hatred, almost every Greek has a personal hatred with the Ottomans. After the Bulgarian bombing propaganda, in their opinion, once the Ottoman army occupied Syria, the tragedy of the year will be repeated. In this context, can their will to resist weaken? This naturally caused a headache for the Ottoman army commander. The combat effectiveness of the colonial troops was weaker, but their will to fight was not weak. More than a year after the war began, the Ottoman army has suffered more than 150,000 casualties in Syria, but the results are still few. As Commander Hadri Pasha, the pressure is also enormous. Strategically speaking, the Allies now desperately hope that they can cut off the Suez Canal and cut off an allied maritime lifeline. From a geographical point of view, the Arabian Peninsula is a desert, which is not suitable for large army operations. It is the best choice to push it all the way from Syria. Now the Ottoman government has issued a death order, requiring him to conquer the Syrian area at all costs, and then kill all the way to the Suez Canal to block shipping. Hadri Pasha said fiercely, "The Bulgarian defenders on the opposite side only have 5 divisions and a bunch of colonial troops. Our army of more than 500,000 people not only failed to conquer the Syrian area for a year, but also suffered heavy casualties." Dissatisfied. This time, I have promised the country that the Syrian area will be conquered within 3 months. If the task cannot be completed, everyone will go to see you together. Now if you have any ideas, let's talk about it, General. Ask for support from the country. Although we have an advantage in terms of military strength, we have been suppressed by the Bulgarians in terms of firepower, otherwise they would not have been able to persist until now. One person mentioned Hadri Pasha glared at him and said, "The country has already sent 200,000 reinforcements to us, and they will arrive within half a month." No way. As soon as the World War broke out, Their communication channel with the Allied countries was cut off. Without the support of the Allied countries' weapons and equipment, they could only rely on themselves. In fact, the outbreak of the World War has greatly promoted the industrialization process of the Ottoman Empire. In order to meet their own weapons and equipment needs, they adopted the most primitive handcrafted guns. Through submarines, a small amount of production equipment was obtained from the Allied countries. Of course, this is limited to small parts, and there is no way for large equipment. If there are not enough weapons and equipment, we can only rely on manpower. Since the start of the war, the Ottoman Empire has mobilized more than 3 million troops. The Ottoman Empire in this time and space has no historical population, lost all the territory of Europe, and fought a battle with Bulgaria on the Asia Minor Peninsula and suffered heavy losses. There were originally more than 20 million people, but the Ottoman Empire fought another wave of infighting and killed many ethnic minorities. Now their population is still a mystery, roughly no more than 18 million. And it is possible to mobilize more than 1 million troops are already the result of the outbreak. It is a pity that the Ottoman government still feels that its troops are insufficient. More than 1 million Ottoman troops in the Caucasus are fighting fiercely with the Russians, and there are hundreds of thousands in Syria. They also need to defend against Bulgaria that may land on the Asia Minor Peninsula at any time. This is also the reason why Ferdinand has not ordered the landing on the Asia Minor Peninsula. If the landing is early, the 3 million Ottoman troops will have to fight to the death with Bulgaria. It is better to let them die first. Only 200,000 troops? General, there are now more than 3 million people in Syria. Bulgaria can mobilize another 300,000 to 400,000 troops there. Even if they don't mobilize reinforcements from the country, we are not sure to conquer their defense lines. What? A voice of disapproval sounded, and it was immediately supported by many officers. This is the actual situation, and everyone should not be worried. Est knew that it was time for him to perform, and immediately said, "General, I have thought of a way to tear apart the Bulgarian defense." Everyone turned their attention to him. Now Izad can only be an ordinary staff officer. He was able to appear at the meeting because he served as the recorder of the meeting. The Ottoman Empire's military ranks are strict. Under normal circumstances, he has no qualified to speak. But it's a special case now, isn't it? For Hadri Pasha, as long as Syria can be conquered, whose idea is not an idea? Speak. Hadri Pasha said solemnly. Est said confidently, "General, the strongest fortresses are conquered from within. The colonial forces in Syria are not in the same spirit as Bulgaria. Most of them were exiled here by Bulgaria, and there will definitely be resentment in their hearts. If we spend a lot of money to buy it, we can always find people who are willing to work for us." Haha, I thought it was a good idea. Do you think we didn't buy it? But we sent a few groups of people, and they didn't even have a chance to speak, so the group of Greeks brutally killed them. Satirized to Hadri Pasha's heart, which he had been expecting, fell silent again. They had done many times to buy the colonial troops to defect, but they were all unsuccessful. Ashard explained calmly, "We failed before, it does not mean that we will fail now. You must know that the Greeks have a lot of hatred for us. They don't accept our kindness, but it doesn't mean that the Romanian and Montenegrins also don't accept our kindness." Isad's explanation made everyone's eyes shine. The Greeks had a deep hatred for the Ottoman army. Everyone knew that it was a sequela of the Greek-Turkish War. Even if they bought officers, there was no way to buy so many soldiers. But their hatred with the Romanian Montenegrins is much less. Even if there is, it has been diluted over time, and it is entirely possible to bribe some of them to give their lives. Okay. Major Rest's suggestion was made by you. Now I'll leave this task to you to complete. Is it a question? Hadri Pasha said cautiously. No. As long as the troops on the front line are ordered by the general to cooperate with my actions, then I can guarantee the completion of the mission. Asad said with certainty. Hadri Pasha thought for a while and said, "Okay, from now on, the troops on the front line will cooperate with your actions, and then we will see your performance." Don't take Hadri Pasha's words lightly. In fact, it is already a high-risk job to buy colonial troops. Many people have already told them at the cost of blood. Therefore, Even if there is hope of success now, everyone still hasn't jumped out to snatch this good job with a shard. Chapter 349, The Fall of Syria. Is this instigation work really that dangerous? Assad was not sure. At least he had a good start. With the back door opened by the Bulgarian defenders, he managed to infiltrate a Montenegrin infantry regiment smoothly. This information was predetermined. Almost all the people in this infantry regiment were released from the concentration camps in the Kingdom of Montenegro, and they were once part of the Ottoman Empire. The only regret is that they are all very old, and they have passed the impulsive age, and their long-term work has worn away their fighting spirit. It is not so easy to mobilize them to defect. At least one incentive is needed. This incentive has existed for a long time. The composition of this Montenegrin infantry division is very complex, and internal contradictions are naturally indispensable. The relationship between the blacks, the Serbs, and the Ottomans is not harmonious. There is no doubt that the black and Serb officers have joined forces to crowd out these Ottomans. It's fine if it's just exclusion, but in terms of weapons and equipment, and the distribution of military salaries, this can't be eased. This was all deliberately done by Major General Vicky Clinton. The weapons and equipment issued to the Montenegrin Infantry Division were reduced by 1 battalion, and the salaries were reduced by half a regiment, and they were allowed to distribute them freely. After working for a long time, these Ottomans are no longer enthusiastic, and everyone will endure the loss, but the rations were insufficient, and this was unbearable. As the top commander of this regiment, Wesley was in a very bad mood right now. According to his thoughts, he was only missing 1/10 of the food. Everyone in the division saved a little to eat, and the food was barely enough. But his opinion was ignored. Like him, there were still 2 Ottoman regiments, and this part of the shortfall fell on them. This means that the 2.5 layers of rations are gone. Do not suffer from widowhood but suffer from inequity. When they were in the concentration camp, they were not without starvation. Anyway, they could survive even if they were full for a week. It's a pity that seeing others have enough to eat and drink, the mood that they are going to be hungry is instantly unbalanced. At this time, Est has pretended to be a military police and entered his command. Est said calmly, "General Wesley, hello, let's get to know each other first. Major Est, staff officer of the General Command of the Syrian Front of the Ottoman Empire, you must be very clear about my purpose." Wesley's face changed greatly, and he said in horror, "How did you get in? Don't you know where this is?" Assad smiled slightly. After doing it, he said slowly, "Don't worry, Mr. Wesley, it's very safe here. As long as we are 2, the guards have been transferred by me, and they won't disturb our conversation." Wesley calmed down slowly, but still said coldly, "Go away. Once you are discovered, you are finished." Assad's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "Very good. It seems that Mr. Wesley has forgotten the deep feud in the Sea of Blood. Don't you want revenge after being bullied by the Montenegrins for so long? Think about your family. How many people died in that hopeless concentration camp? How can the Bulgarians rescue you, so you can betray your motherland and give up all this?" Wesley said angrily, "Enough, don't talk about it. You won't be able to leave if you don't leave. It's useless to say that we can't beat the Bulgarians." Assad was taken aback for a moment. He did not think that the biggest problem was that these people thought the Ottoman Empire would lose the war. It's normal to think about it. After so many fights between the 2 sides, the Ottoman Empire has never won, and it's normal to have no confidence in them. Assad shook his head and said, "No, Mr. Wesley, your worries are superfluous. I don't know if we can defeat the Bulgarians, but it's not a problem for us to defeat Syria. The country has already sent 800,000 troops to Syria. Do you think 1.3 million troops can't break through Syria? You know that Bulgaria has only 5 divisions here, and the rest are colonial troops. Do you think we can't even win against these colonial troops? You don't think the Bulgarians will increase their troops, do you?" Now that the war on the European continent has reached a white-hot stage, Bulgaria has sent reinforcements to France. Now that the battlefield on the Eastern Front is in full swing, how can they have so many reinforcements to support the Syrian area? According to my judgment, the Bulgarians have a high possibility of abandoning the Syrian region. For them, The Balkans are the core. Colonies like Syria are optional. Esther's words shook Wesley's attitude again. Although he didn't fully believe it, he always had an intuition telling him that it was true. Seeing the change in his attitude, Assad added, "Mr. Wesley, don't you notice that the Bulgarians are handing over more and more lines of defense to the colonial troops? Whether you admit it or not, the signs of Bulgaria's abandonment of Syria are becoming more and more obvious. For you and your subordinates, working with us is the best choice. Here is a check for £10,000 from the Swiss bank. Now it's yours. As long as you cooperate with us to capture the Syrian area, there will be a big reward later, and you can even become a new noble of the Ottoman Empire. Even if you are worried that the Bulgarians will come back, you can immigrate with the bounty and go to places that Bulgaria cannot reach, such as the United States and Brazil. Who can find you in the vast crowd, facing the temptation of money?" Wesley's eyes have begun to shine. The huge figure of £10,000 is enough for him to go to any part of the world to live a prosperous life. What are you afraid of? Even if the Ottoman Empire is going to fail in the end, he can run away and hide in any corner. Will the Bulgarians still fight for their small role? Looking at Wesley's changes in expression, Assad knew that this operation was about to be completed, and now he only needed a reason from Wang Wangwai to prompt him to betray. Assad continued to add fire. "Mr. Wesley, think about the grievances you have suffered. Why should they eat and drink if you are going to starve? Every time you distribute supplies, you take the least, and the food you eat is always the worst. When the war begins, the most dangerous task is yours. Even if you don't think about yourself, it's for your subordinates. Consider. Don't you want revenge? To seek justice from the Montenegrins next door for your dead relatives and friends?" I saw Wesley said angrily. "Okay, I'm done. Tell me what to do." At the same time as Operation Izod, Major General Vicky Clinton was organizing the evacuation of the army, and at the same time, the last batch of food was distributed to the people. As for the remaining food, there is actually not much left. The development of the Syrian region has not been long, and coupled with the sharp increase in the number of immigrants, it is naturally almost consumed. However, before he left, Major General Vicky Clinton was also prepared. Once the Ottomans broke through the defense line, they would burn all the food and supplies. At that time, the rations for these more than 3 million people would be a headache for them. Of course, the Ottomans probably won't have a headache. They are already very skilled in this aspect, and the livestock can be turned into food without fodder. I have to say that Ferdinand is still soft-hearted. The Syrian area is not far from New Year's Day in the Palestinian area. As long as they want to run, it is no problem. The premise is that the Ottomans will run away as soon as they arrive, and naturally they will not be able to run away if they are late. If anyone regards the Ottoman army as an ally, they are only out of luck. On a dark and windy night for a month, the Ottoman army, with the cooperation of Wesley, the leading party, broke through the Bulgarian defense line in Syria, and the Bulgarian army, which was originally a reserve, disappeared. However, the Ottoman army still encountered fierce resistance and could not do anything about the small towns previously occupied by the Ottomans. After the Bulgarian army regained the lost territory, it was no longer a dog. As the Greeks who have witnessed all this with their own eyes, they naturally dare not surrender easily now. They can only fight and retreat. Maybe they are doing well. Major General Vicky Clinton informed them directly by telegram, and Syria could no longer be held due to the betrayal of the traitor. Tell them directly that they can retreat to the rear, and Bulgaria will build a new line of defense in the Palestinian area. It even allowed frontline troops to surrender to the Ottomans when necessary. I have to say that it was a blessing in disguise. Due to the hatred between the Greeks and the Ottoman Empire, most of these Greek colonial troops chose to resist, and they also chose to retreat as soon as they received the order. The colonial troops composed of Romanian and Montenegrins made a different choice and surrendered directly to the Ottomans. In their eyes, everyone is allies, and the Ottomans will not do anything to them. After paying more than 30,000 casualties, Haji Pasha successfully occupied the Syrian area, but his good mood did not last long, and their logistical supplies began to have problems as the front was stretched. There was no way to cut off the sea transportation, and the only way to transport it was by land. There was no railway, and carriages were used to support the battle of an army of nearly 700,000. This manuscript fee was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. But the war continued, and if there was no other way, we could only give priority to the transportation of weapons and ammunition, and part of the food had to be collected on the spot. What? No food in Syria? Hadri Pasha said in disbelief. The quartermaster explained, "Yes, General, the Syrian area is not a grain-producing area, and it is normal that there are not many reserves. In addition, many granaries were destroyed during the war, so ... Hadri Pasha said angrily, "Enough, won't you go to collect food?" Bulgaria dares to immigrate so many people to Syria, and they must be guaranteed to eat, right? Don't look at them by our previous standards. After years of development by the Bulgarians, the Syrian area is now a new granary." The quartermaster went on to explain, "General, all the land in Syria belongs to the Bulgarian Agricultural Company, and the local people are hired by them, and they are all paid, so the farmers naturally don't have much food in their hands. The Bulgarian Agricultural Company has long since evacuated, and even the grain was transported to other areas by them, so there is simply not enough food in Syria." Hadri Pasha's face changed greatly, and after a moment of silence he said fiercely, "According to our traditions." Hadri Pasha was also educated in the new style, and he hated the Ottoman tradition, but now he couldn't help but be ruthless. If they can't cut the Suez Canal, the future of the Allies is not optimistic. The Allies are unlucky. Can the Ottoman Empire survive on its own? Will the country not know the actual situation in Syria? Of course they knew it all, but everyone still took a fluke and thought that the Bulgarians would provide them with enough food. Of course, the fanatical religious people in the country have long been preparing to carry out a major purge of the Syrian region. Now that the Ottoman government has cut off their food supply, they are of course indispensable. Chapter 350, The Eastern Front Changes 1. The fall of Syria did not cause much of a stir in Bulgaria. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was a colony anyway, and it was just a matter of losing it and taking it back. It's still more important to land on the Asia Minor Peninsula as soon as possible, and kill the Ottoman Empire. Strategically speaking, Bulgaria's greatest threat is the Ottoman Empire in Asia Minor. The two sides are only blocked by a narrow strait, and many coastal cities, including Constantinople, are within the range of the Ottomans' artillery, which has brought great trouble to Bulgaria's national defense and security. Of course, this is just the opinion of ordinary people. In Ferdinand's opinion, with the development of science and technology, if the Asia Minor Peninsula cannot be settled, then the entire Bulgaria will have no national defense and security at all. Anyway, he does not think there is any relaxation with the Ottomans possible. From the perspective of long-term development, if a country does not have enough territory, enough population, and not enough resources, it is difficult to continue to develop. Ferdinand didn't want the empire he created to collapse because of these problems, and finally be eliminated by this world of the weak. Just as Ferdinand was planning for the future of Bulgaria, a piece of news that surprised him came. Your Majesty, there have been tremendous changes on the Eastern Front. The Russians won the winter battle, and the Allies are about to die. Foreign Minister Medvedev said excitedly. Ferdinand's face changed greatly. If the Russians won, Bulgaria would have to speed up. Only by getting enough chips can it be possible to retain enough right to speak in the next international change. Where's the battle report? Why hasn't it been sent back? Ferdinand asked suspiciously. Medvedev thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, this is the news that the Russians took the initiative to inform us, and the detailed battle report may come later. According to the information disclosed by the Russians, in this winter offensive, their southwest front army not only broke through the Galician defense line of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but also annihilated a German army on the eastern front, and they are expanding their results. The Russians themselves estimated that they would have killed no less than 2 million in this campaign, and the fighting is still going on. However, due to the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian defense line, it may be difficult for them to stop the Russian attack this time. Once the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapses, I am afraid that the Allies will not be able to support it. Ferdinand's face changed greatly. and the results achieved by the Russians in this battle were unbelievable. Since the outbreak of the World War, the battle in which the two sides invested the most troops was also the one with the most astonishing results. No one would have imagined that on the eve of the German reinforcements on the Eastern Front, the Russians would attack first and directly attack the Austro-Hungarian Empire, killing the main force of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in one fell swoop. Now even if the Germans increase their troops on the Eastern Front, they may not be able to deal with the Russians, so now Bulgaria will push the Austro-Hungarian Empire and it will be finished? Ferdinand fell into deep contemplation. Because of his butterfly effect, Russia is much better now than it was in history. Not only have they lost more than 1 million square kilometers of land as they have done in history, but they have also lost nearly 5 million troops, and their vitality has been greatly damaged. On the contrary, it has always been the one who took the initiative to attack since the start of the war. Apart from this battle, the Russian casualties should be around 1.3 million. Of course, the strength of the Austro-Hungarian Empire is now much better preserved than it was in history, and even if this battle fails, it is still stronger than it was in the same period in history. Ferdinand quickly reacted, and the Russians seem to have had a good time in history, but it was a flashback at that time. But now it happened in the heyday of the Russians. The resulting influence will certainly not be the same. It is conceivable that the international influence of the Russians will increase sharply, and internal conflicts will be suppressed because of the victory of the war, and the future situation of Russia will become confusing. Little Karl sends the order to convene the cabinet and the military to come over for a meeting immediately. Ferdinand said worriedly, although he did not think that the Allies would be finished so easily. The performance of the European road roller this time was really amazing, and it simply defeated the main force of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Who can guarantee that the Russians will not make persistent efforts to defeat the German reinforcements in one go? You must know that Mao has enough military advantages, and the human sea tactics are still very powerful in this era. As long as the front line needs it, Nicholas II can arm millions of troops at any time and send them to the front line! Ferdinand said, although we don't know the specific situation of this battle, but according to the news that the Russians took the initiative to disclose, they have already won this battle, and it is still a big battle that can change the direction of the world war. Win. Now let's discuss what should we do next, whether to join forces with Russia to kill the Austro-Hungarian Empire first, or join forces with the Russians to kill the Ottoman Empire first. Let's talk about our long-term development in the future. The news of the Russian victory was obviously stunned, and after listening to Ferdinand's question, everyone reacted. Popov, the Minister of War, blurted out subconsciously, to attack the Asia Minor Peninsula immediately. We must destroy the Ottoman Empire before the end of the World War. This is related to the future living space of Bulgaria, and we cannot give up. His proposal has been recognized by the military. Most of the interests delineated by Bulgaria in this war are in the hands of the Ottoman Empire. If these cannot be obtained before the end of the war, then in the future, if you want to obtain all this through negotiation, it is flowers in the moon, mirror in the water. More importantly, Mao's performance this time changed everyone's inherent impression of them. If you don't grab the spoils immediately, in case the future turns against the Russians, how much of the territory of the Ottoman Empire can Bulgaria still divide up? This is a very serious problem. Prime Minister Constantine said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, the current situation will definitely require us to launch a full-scale attack on the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And this problem cannot be avoided. Why don't I take the initiative to attack the Bosnia and Herzegovina region, and get all the Balkan regions first? As long as we fight with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, they can't say anything more." However, in this way, the pressure on the military will increase, and it may be difficult to attack in two directions at the same time. Before Ferdinand made a statement, the War Minister Popov said domineeringly, "Don't worry. We are fighting on two fronts. Aren't the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Ottoman Empire also fighting on two fronts? They should be under more pressure, especially the Austro-Hungarian Empire. They have just been defeated in Galicia, and the bears are driving in. They simply do not have the ability to fight on two fronts. And the Ottoman Empire is not much better. Now it has stupidly stepped into Syria, and can't get out of it in a short time, and it is fighting fiercely with the Russians in the Caucasus. Even if they have so many troops, what about weapons and ammunition? With the military strength of the Ottomans, the weapons and ammunition in their hands cannot last long. Your Majesty, now the battle situation has changed and the situation has become more and more complicated. I request to go to the front to direct the battle to land on the Asia Minor Peninsula, and promise to kill the Ottoman Empire within a year. As soon as Popov's words were over, Defense Minister Dante Christov, War Minister Andrei Blaskov jumped out to fight, and even Chief of General Staff Medvedev was there, eager to try. There is a lot of intention to compete for the coach. If Petrov hadn't already been the Minister of the Navy, maybe he would have come out to fight. There is no way. Everyone knows that the situation has changed now. It must be a large corps to fight, and it is still necessary to fight quickly. In this context, veterans must be dispatched. Who would dare to dispatch newcomers, commanding millions of troops to fight? Who dares to be sloppy? Besides them, how many Bulgarian generals have commanded more than 200,000 troops in battle? Facing the invitations of several military bosses, Ferdinand could only comfort himself. It is better to have a battle than not. If everyone avoids the battle, Ferdinand should be worried. As for the head coach, it's not a choice at all. Ferdinand is not at ease when the 180th Army is handed over to one person. Just two fronts were formed, and the chief military officer and chief of staff were just 4 people, so it was just right to send them all out. I saw Ferdinand waved his hand and said, "Okay, you all have a share, and none of you can run. Now you first determine the military input of the two fronts according to the actual situation, and prepare for war. I will only give you 2 days' time. You must come up with a practical plan for me!" The world is impermanent. According to Ferdinand's original plan, there is no need for a decisive battle with a large corps. At most, a battle involving 200,000 to 300,000 people will be broken and more blossomed. It can effectively reduce the risk brought by the decisive battle of the large corps. Even if a certain battlefield loses, it will not affect the overall situation, but it will take a little longer. This is also conducive to giving play to the advantages of the Bulgarian army in terms of officers. In old-fashioned empires like Austro-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire, there may be 1 or 2 military commanders who can defy the sky, but in general, the lounge is still the main one. In terms of the quality of officers, the Bulgarian army has an absolute advantage. If multiple lines bloom, this advantage will continue to expand. But now it is different. To end the war quickly, after landing on the Asia Minor Peninsula, it must be directly to Ankara, the capital of the Ottomans, to force the Ottomans to a decisive battle. Even the Balkan battlefield, while occupying the Bosnia and Herzegovina region, must also be prepared to attack Vienna. The Austro-Hungarian Empire's family background is also very good. There are many talents that make Ferdinand coveted. Once the Austro-Hungarian Empire's background is captured, then the strength gap between Bulgaria and Britain and France can be gradually smoothed out. Of course, this is the ideal situation. It is easy to evacuate the machinery of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but it is troublesome to snatch these talents. That is to say, the Ferdinand family has been operating in the Austro-Hungarian Empire for hundreds of years. Otherwise there is no possibility of implementation. To complete this strategy, the cooperation of the local snakes is definitely necessary. If you want them to cooperate, at least you have to let them see that the country is over before they can buy it successfully. Therefore, the strength of the Balkan front must also be strong enough to solve the enemy in a short time and capture Vienna before the Russians. Although the strategic goals have not changed, the implementation of the plan has become more troublesome, and the requirements for the coach are naturally different. Ferdinand has no adventurous spirit. With veterans, he can be sure of winning battles. Why would he kill a few newcomers? It has been more than 30 years since he came to this time and space, and now Ferdinand is not very interested in the so-called historical celebrities. The reality tells him that the so-called famous historical generals are just like that. Like Bulgaria, these generals are unknown figures in history. Are they not as famous and famous by the outside world? Many people are not lacking in ability. What is lacking is giving them the opportunity to perform. This is also the origin of the saying heroes in troubled times. Of course, this does not mean that these historical celebrities are useless. At least it has been proved in history that they are all talents, and the probability of success is much higher than that of ordinary people for training. Therefore, in the field of science and technology, Ferdinand has always been training and digging in parallel, but in the military command, all chose to cultivate by himself. Anyway, in modern warfare, the role of generals' personal abilities is being weakened. No matter how good the enemy's military command ability is, as long as your ability passes the test without making mistakes, everyone can only honestly fight for strength. This is also why the Germans were defeated in the 2 world wars. If you talk about famous historical generals, Germany in the same period beat the world in terms of quality and quantity. Unfortunately, personal ability cannot change the gap in national strength. How could Ferdinand be so sure that the Allies would not die soon? The reason is very simple. The Russians have limited ammunition reserves, and they have just fought a big battle. Don't they need to replenish it? Just relying on the Russians' own industrial capabilities, combined with their poor organizational skills, can satisfy half of the ammunition consumption of the front line, even if they fail. What if there are no weapons and ammunition? Could it be that Nicholas II can still let the soldiers attack with bayonets? It will take at least 2 or 3 months to wait for the Allied countries to make up for their consumption, and the Allied countries will almost relax by then. Of course, Bulgaria is now suddenly attacking. Is it not to refuse the ammunition support that the Russians may propose? To a certain extent, Ferdinand is starting to harass his teammates again, dashing the Allied hopes for a quick end to the war. Nicholas II, who was far away in St. Petersburg, didn't know that his dream had not yet begun, but Ferdinand had killed him in the cradle. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.